day of testimony. While we wait for the live stream to start, please do the things that they say. You know, the likes, the follows, share, commenting below. They say that's supposed to help me grow my channel. At this point, I'm not sure if it's true or if it's total bullshit. Get comfortable, grab a beverage, depending on your part of the world, could be coffee, tea, cocktail. It will be starting soon. Thanks again for joining me. Please make sure to make your presence known in the chat. Bad Crime Spies. Welcome, welcome. Crime Spies is not having the greatest day. Sorry, I'm a little late on this, but it is what it is. I'm messing around with the lights, and these are too dark. But without further delay, we are... Okay, so Friday we did the Koberger motion hearing. They were ruling on 6 different motions, and because of it, it didn't get done till way late. So I figured today, and Friday was only an afternoon session with the court. So I figured today we'll just get caught up on day 6, and then by the time we're done, we'll butt right up to the day 7 live testimony, live courtroom. And that way we'll get both days in at once. My concern is there's just not a lot of people watching this trial, and I'm just mystified because I really believe he's going to be acquitted. So anyway, I'm back here working on some, I think I'm going to try a couple different light bulbs and working on a few other things. So if you want me on camera, feel free to start engaging in the chat. All right, let's get started.
I know it's been a long time. We're getting there again, I swear. All right, State, can I call you next week? Dr. Gavin? I do.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Lisa Gavin, Lisa Gavin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Gavin, how are you employed?
I'm a forensic pathologist, medical examiner here in Clark County.
And what does that mean you do?
I do autopsies or medical legal death investigations on sudden and unexpected deaths here in Clark County, as well as several adjacent counties.
And what is your educational background and training that allows you to work in that capacity?
I went to medical school at the University of Connecticut School of Medicine. I did a pathology residency at Hartford Hospital in Connecticut. I did a surgical pathology fellowship at Hartford Hospital in Connecticut. I did a forensic pathology fellowship at the Office of the Medical Investigator in New Mexico, and then I came here to Clark County. I have a medical license to practice in the state of Nevada, and I'm board certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
And what is forensic pathology?
In general, forensic pathology is a division of pathology overall, and it's a group of physicians that are pathologists who also specialize in doing medical legal death investigation. So both the medical and some of the legal aspects of investigating why someone has died and the manner in which they have died.
And in your work at the Clark County Medical Examiner's Office, how many autopsies do you think you've conducted over the years?
Probably close to 4,000, 4,500 or so.
And in that capacity, have you been called upon to render an opinion as an expert in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Now, can you just give us a general overview of the process by which an autopsy is conducted at the Clark County Medical Examiner's Office?
In general, the kind of medical legal death investigation begins with the identification of the body itself. And then that body will be called into our office. And then our investigators will triage the call and then determine whether or not the case kind of falls under our jurisdiction. If it does fall under our jurisdiction, then they will go out to
Sorry, people. I wanted to grab this transcript. I'm a data analyst, and I'm kind of toying around with these transcripts to see if I can't come up with a way to figure out where to skip through, the boring parts. I just wanted to grab it quick. I hope you had a nice weekend. I was busy working on some new ideas for Crime Spies. And also, I uploaded the first half of Glenn Beck's new audiobook, Dark Future. It's very good. I get way more people listening to those audiobooks than watching these trials. I think this is going to be the last live one I do. The only problem is I have to watch them. I don't know. Okay. And I'm having some snail problems with my internet, I think. That's another reason I was late is I rebooted, restarted, and then dumped all my cache and cookies and history. I wonder what Tableau can do with this. Sorry, people. Just have to wait. I restarted my router. Normally it doesn't take this long. Oh, and also I wanted to know if anybody uses CapCut. CapCut, anyone? CapCut? I'm trying to figure out if I should upgrade to their paid thing. There's a way for you to put so that, like, if I decided to do this is taking too long. Okay, let's go back to where we were. I'll open a different browser window. How's that? God, this just is so, something's goofy. Like, what else can I do? Cleared the browsing history, reset the modem.
What is forensic pathology?
Here's
In
where we
general,
were.
forensic pathology is a division of pathology overall, and it's a group of physicians that are pathologists who also specialize in doing medical legal death investigation. So both the medical and some of the legal aspects of investigating why someone has died and the manner in which they have died.
And in your work at the Clark County Medical Examiner's Office, how many autopsies do you think you've conducted over the years?
Probably close to 4,000, 4,500 or so.
And in that capacity, have you been called upon to render an opinion as an expert in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Now, can you just give us a general overview of the process by which an autopsy is conducted at the Clark County Medical Examiner's Office?
In general, the kind of medical legal death investigation begins with the identification of the body itself. And then that body will be called into our office, and then our investigators will triage the call and then determine whether or not the case kind of falls under our jurisdiction. If it does fall under our jurisdiction, then they will go out to do their own investigation of that body as evidence. And during that investigation, they will take photographs, document anything that they see, and then place the body into a body bag. And then that body bag is then transported to our office. Generally, when the body is considered to be in a suspicious circumstance, that body bag may be sealed. And that's when the two eyelets of the body bag come together. And then those eyelet zippers are kind of sealed with a plastic seal through those eyelets, and it's clamped in place. And then generally a photograph is taken of it intact at the scene and then intact when it arrives into the office. Then we begin what we call kind of a processing of the body, where the body will then be photographed in layers, I like to say, as the body is represented, as it's brought in the body bag. And then if there's any clothing or anything like that, that'll be removed, and then the body will be photographed. And then if the body is dirty in any way, it'll be cleaned, and then the body will be photographed again. And then in that process, any identification of any types of injuries or the like will also be photographically documented. During that process, the forensic technician is usually doing those photographs, and then usually law enforcement may be there simultaneously following us, doing their own photographs at the same time and gathering any trace evidence that they may need during that process. Likewise, the forensic pathologist may come in during that process and start to observe what's on the body. And then the forensic pathologist will also do kind of a detailed examination of the body externally. And then the process will be to move on to the internal examination, which is classically what people think of as the autopsy process itself.
And at the Clark County Medical Examiner's Office, are case numbers assigned to each autopsy case?
Yes, so each of those cases, as soon as the body is identified and determined to be our jurisdiction, the body will be given a case number, and anything associated with that case and that investigation will be associated with that number, including photographs and any kind of reports.
Okay, and then all reports, I think I heard you say all reports, photographs, radiographs, toxicology, all those reports would be filed essentially under that same case number?
That's correct. So anything associated with the case will be filed under that case number.
Okay. And in your capacity as a medical examiner, have you been called upon to review cases and render opinions based on what you've reviewed in court?
Yes.
Even cases where you weren't the person who performed the autopsy?
Yes.
And is that just because doctors move around, or?
Yeah, some doctors may die, some doctors may retire, some doctors may move to other jurisdictions as well, and you're not able to have them come back in terms of timing to be able to do testimony. So there's often a cause for in-house doctor to render an opinion on an autopsy case that's been performed by another forensic pathologist. And
is that an unusual circumstance for you to testify on about an autopsy that you didn't personally conduct?
No.
Well, let me ask you this. In terms of an autopsy amongst medical examiners, can you explain what's meant by the term anatomical position?
Yes, the anatomical position would be as if the body is standing, if you will, with the feet flat on the floor, the arms are down at the side, and the palms are facing forward. So that would be the anatomical position of the body. Obviously, in most situations, people are more dynamic and they're moving their arms, limbs, and bending their body, so they may not be in that exact position. But in general, the forensic pathologist will use that anatomical position to describe body locations.
And is that used in your field as sort of a reference point in order to describe injuries?
Yes.
And then it would be the reference point for like injuries of like on the left side or right side, that type of thing, or
yes.
Up or down?
Yes, and it would be relative to that individual's left side, that individual's up or down.
Okay. Can you explain, before we start getting into the autopsies in this case, can you explain to the members of jury what soot or stippling is?
Soot is related to the gunpowder that may be present within a projectile as it's coming out of the barrel, and then also coming out from the kind of the projectile portion, like the jacket portion of the projectile as it's being propelled out of the weapon. So that soot material generally can burn off before that projectile hits a target, but if the projectile and the muzzle of the weapon are close to each other, you have less likelihood that that soot is going to burn off before it reaches the target area. So the closer that the muzzle area is to the actual target, the more likelihood you are to see some soot on that target, the target often being, in my case, the skin surfaces. Likewise, there's also some gunpowder particles that can be in there, again, helping to propel the projectile. And those gunpowder particles, depending on how far apart the muzzle is from the target being the skin, the gunpowder particles may or may not have time to burn off before they reach that point. If the gunpowder particles do not have time to burn off before they impact on the target, then you're going to see what's called stippling, these kind of burn abrasions on the skin surface, because the muzzle has been closer to the target being the skin, such that they haven't had time to burn off before they get there.
Okay, so soot and stippling are artifacts or things that you observe at autopsy in the case of gunshot wound cases.
Correct.
And soot would be just like a closer range shot that you would see maybe on the skin, like a dark staining.
Yes.
And then stippling would be the particles of gunpowder actually burning the skin.
It kind of burns or abrates into the skin and creates what we call stippling.
Okay. Now, how close does the barrel need to be to the skin in order for you to see those things?
It differs depending upon the weapon and depending on the ammunition. So in general, we have general ranges that we can use for most like handguns or rifle type weapons versus shotguns. So in general, when a muzzle is at least 24 inches or so away from the target of the skin, you're not likely to see any of the above. You're not likely to see any soot. You're not likely to see any stippling. As you start to get closer to the skin surface, the skin being the target, you're more likely to see it. So if you have something that's in a contact range, you're more likely to see that soot material deposited either on the skin or within the underlying tissues. And then the further that you get from that, increases or decreases the likelihood of seeing it on that target zone. So as you're closer to the area of the skin, say at least within 6 inches, you're more likely to see that kind of soot area, and you may or may not see that stippling. You're more likely to see it the closer that you are. And then as you start to pull away from that area and get past into those 24 inches or beyond, you're less likely to see it. Again, it all depends upon the gun and the ammunition that's being used.
Okay, so you typically don't see soot or stippling in cases where the muzzle and the target are 2 feet or greater away.
In general, yes.
Okay, and is there any indication once you get to that 24 inches, 36 and beyond, is there any way to determine distance once you get out of that 2 foot range?
No.
Okay, so if you're beyond that, it's not something that you can look at medically?
No, it's very unlikely that you will, again, depending upon the gun and the ammunition.
Okay, and so in the closer range, sometimes you'll see soot or stippling on an injury, and that will indicate a closer range.
Yes.
Now, are there things that block the soot or stippling from depositing on the body?
It depends. Somebody may have clothing. If somebody has more substantial hair, for example, those different things can kind of pick up that soot and or those gunpowder particles before it even gets onto the skin surface. So you can have areas where you don't see any if there was some clothing in that area. So you may see a demarcation line, for example, between where stippling is or isn't on the body based on what they might be wearing. Likewise, they could be in an environment where something is blocking them, like a car or a glass or something like that, where you end up going to have an intermediary target that is really going to be struck by the projectile and all of those gunpowder particles and stippling, such that it's not going to hit that individual, even though it's fairly close.
Okay. Now, in preparation for your testimony this afternoon, did we ask you to review materials associated with autopsies of Sharon Randolph and Michael Miller?
Yes.
And did you do what you described earlier, pulling all the case files on both of those autopsies?
Yes.
And you reviewed the photographs, the reports, the toxicology, and anything associated with that?
Yes.
I'd like to talk to you first about the autopsy of Sharon Randolph. And may I approach her?
I'm going to show you a series of, well, I'll ask you to look through a series of photographs. This is, that's 250, 251, 252, 253, 254, 255, 256, 257, 258, 259, and then one last one, which is not in order, and that's 190. Do you recognize all those photographs?
I didn't see the front of them. I saw mostly the
Okay.
back. Yes.
Sorry about that.
Just for the record, we don't have any objections to any of the autopsy photos.
And Your Honor, I just would want to advise these are somewhat graphic photos that we're going to see both of these autopsy photos.
What are the numbers on those?
It is 250 through what's that last one there? 259, and then the other one is 190. Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd just like to say that these are the autopsy photos. These photos may be graphic. I just ask that you consider them for their evidentiary value, like we had previously spoken about.
Are those some of the photographs taken at the autopsy of Sharon Randolph?
Yes,
And are they a fair and accurate representation of the injury that she suffered?
yes.
I'm going to put on the overhead first what's been admitted as states 250. Are you able to see that on your screen, Doctor?
I am not.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, looking at 250, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please, what we're seeing in this photograph?
You're seeing in the background the black body bag in which the decedent is. And then you can see the zippers that are part of that body bag. And then through the eyelets is a little blue plastic seal that goes through those eyelets. Additionally, you can see what will become the toe tag that's there, kind of partially attached to that seal area. And then also you'll see a marker that's a gray card. On both the toe tag and the gray card is the Clark County Coroner case number that's associated with this particular case. And likewise the information. So this is when the body arrives into the forensic division, demonstrating that the evidence being the body is intact upon arrival.
Okay, and then so the Clark County case number is that gray card 083898.
Correct.
And I think there's, when we move on to other photographs, but there's a mouse there if you need to be more specific in your direction, in what you're directing. Okay, I'm now putting on the overhead states 251. Let me back up just a little bit. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is one of the final photos that we take. It's after we've done all of our processing, and we consider this like an identification photo where we've cleaned up the decedent's face, washed them, and then put obviously our case number card next to their face. So we consider this to be like an identification photo.
And next I'm putting on the overhead 252. Can you see that, or do you want me to move it any particular way?
I can. So in this case, this is looking at the decedent's right ear and the right side of her head. And obviously there's some blood within the photo. So this is prior to her being cleaned up and prior to the area of injury being shaved. Within that area of her hair is, how do I get it to? Okay, thank you so much. Is an area of injury within the right parietal scalp that is within the area of her hair.
So is it like in this area on her head, like above her?
Yeah, so you can see where the top of her ear is here. And so just like on yourselves, it's up on the side of the head, adjacent to that area of the scalp, if you will, above the ear.
I'm next putting on the overhead states 253.
I did the trash, and then what's?
I think it's, can you click on that little house? The whole little, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Got turned off. Is that- can you press the blue button?
Yes, ma'am. All right. So this is 253. What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is after we've started to clean off some of the blood from that area and before we kind of reapproximated the wound or even shaved the area. And the wound is fairly large in its perspective here.
And then I think you said that after, or typically what's done is the area of the wound is shaved.
That's correct.
I'm next putting on the overhead states, oh, sorry, 254?
Can you press the blue button?
Yeah. Okay, this is 254.
So this is now that we've shaved the area to be able to reveal the details of the wound itself. And this is an entrance gunshot wound to the right parietal scalp area.
And how are you able to tell that this is a gunshot wound? Like what characteristics are you looking at as a medical examiner?
It has some features where it will have an abrasion at one edge. And then when you have a muzzle or a gun that's put up to the surface of the skin, those gases and things that we've kind of referred to already don't have much room to go. And so because of that, they can get underneath the scalp surface and then cause what is called radiating lacerations. And so you'll see some evidence of these lacerations extending out from the wound as well.
Now, are you able to tell if there's soot or stippling in this injury or on this photo?
One of the other photos, and I don't remember which exhibit it is, has a little bit of the fragment of the projectile on it. You can see it within the tissues that's kind of falling out of there.
Okay.
And then also you can see a lot of forensic pathologists will actually take sections of this to be able to look at under the microscope. And Dr. Benjamin did do that on this case and also identified that there was soot there as well. And you could see it in some of the other photographs too. I'm not sure we have those in this particular exhibit.
Okay, let me move on. This is states 255. Is that oriented right, or do you want it a different?
That'll work.
Okay, what are we looking at there?
So here now we've removed the scalp forward and back. So we cut behind the ears and then reflect the scalp forward and back, and then we're able to look at the skull surface. And then in here you can see this portions of the bone has internal beveling, and she has a slight what we call keyhole defect, where you partly see some external beveling associated with it too. So sometimes depending upon the angle of the projectile as it enters into the skull, you can end up having part of the bone fracture outward and have that external beveling where I have that kind of circle red line or semicircle red line next to. And as well, you can have the internal beveling that you see, which is beveling of the bone inward. The inward occurs as the projectile is going in and kind of pushes inward, and then therefore has like more of a cone shaped inside into the skull.
So if we were to find pieces of tissue from Sharon Randolph at a crime scene, that wouldn't surprise you given the nature of this injury.
Correct. And as you can see from one of the first exhibits we put up, the portion of the wound had brain matter coming out of it. And there's actually one of the pictures actually has a small little like metal fragment there that's part of the fragment of the projectile too.
Next, I'm putting on the overhead states 256. What are we looking at in that photograph?
We obviously do an examination of the entire body, and so we also do an external examination of the torso areas and then open up the body to examine all of the organs as well. And this is looking at a small contusion or bruise that's on the abdomen, and it's very faint. It's kind of a yellow-brown in color, so it's probably an older healing contusion.
And then this is, I'm going to put on states 257. That's obviously her arm.
Correct. This one doesn't project as well. It's actually a little bit easier to see in the actual photograph, but there is a contusion that's on her forearm as well. Again, a minor contusion.
And this is states 258.
Again, same thing here. This one doesn't project as well, but there is a minor contusion that's on her knee and non-fatal, just a simple bruise.
And you said a contusion was, it's a bruise?
A contusion is a bruise.
Okay, these are minor, normal bruises that maybe people would have just day-to-day life.
Yes.
I think you said one of them appeared to be healing, so there's no indication that they're, like, they may not be contemporaneous with that. They could be from a day earlier or a couple days before.
Yes.
Okay. I want to put on the overhead next, states 190. That, I would call that an X-ray. What do you call that?
Yes, we do X-rays, radiographs on nearly all of our decedents that come in, particularly those that may be involved in gunshot wound cases. And then this is a lateral X-ray, and it demonstrates the projectile fragments that are retrieved during the autopsy procedure within the radiograph itself. Additionally, you could see some metallic portions of personal effects in the radiograph too. I believe those are maybe some earrings that are there.
Okay.
And in addition, you can also see that there is at least one fracture demonstrated within this radiograph. There are others that were photographed in the autopsy process.
No, those fragments, projectile fragments that you just talked about, those are typically recovered at autopsy?
Yes.
Okay, next I'm going to put on the overhead states 259. And what is that?
These are the projectile and the jacket fragments that were recovered during the autopsy procedure.
And obviously this projectile broke apart.
Yes.
Now, in conjunction with the autopsy is a toxicology done on individuals as they present at autopsy.
Yes.
And how is it, a blood draw, or how is that done?
Generally, we do it when the body is opened and take blood from the vessels, the veins, particularly within the body cavity.
Okay, and what was her toxicology, if you recall?
It was negative for common drugs of abuse and negative for ethanol.
Okay, so essentially, what was her cause of death?
A gunshot wound of head.
And are you able to give us any sense of trajectory on her injury or how the projectile moved through her body?
Yes, it moved from right to left and upward. There isn't too much deviation, front to back or back to front.
Okay, so sort of across her head.
Yes,
And the manner of her death?
a homicide.
Now, if you suffered this type of injury, what would be the effect on the individual immediately? I assume it would be immediately incapacitating. Is that fair?
The injury to the brain is significant, such that someone would be incapacitated nearly immediately. It may take a few seconds or so for the heart to realize that things aren't going well with the brain. But in terms of capabilities, the person would pretty much drop almost instantly.
Okay, and you mentioned that there's some evidence of so there's some indication that it's at closer range.
That's correct.
Now, I'd like to move on to the autopsy of Michael Miller. I'm going to put on the overhead states 260. Dr. Gavin, is that same sort of identification photo for how his body presented at autopsy?
That's correct. This is again a picture of the body bag in the background, which is black. And then you can't quite see the eyelets as well, but it's the same process where the tag that is blue in this case goes through those eyelets on the body bag, demonstrating that it's sealed in place as it arrives into the forensic office. And then likewise, there is what would become the toe tag there. And both those are also represented in the gray placard is the case number.
Okay, and that's 083899?
Correct.
Okay. Next, I'm going to put 261. Is that same similar like identification photo that you spoke of earlier?
Yes, this is a photo that was taken towards the end of the autopsy process where he's been cleaned up. And then we just have the identification card for the case and then a picture of his face.
Now, Mr. Miller had several gunshot wound injuries. Is that fair?
That's correct.
And they're detailed and they're labeled gunshot wound 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
Correct.
The numbering system, does that have any correlation to the actual sequence of how the wounds were inflicted?
No. In general, most forensic pathologists tend to go from the top to the bottom, and so they may number them that way. I don't know exactly if that was Dr. Benjamin's style, but that's definitely what I tried to do is go from top to bottom.
Okay, so when we talk about gunshot wound injury number 1, we're just identifying a particular injury. We're not saying that's where he was shot first.
Correct.
Okay. Let's look at, this is states 262. What are we looking at there?
So this is after he's been cleaned up, and then you can see 2 gunshot wounds on his head. One of them is here, just in front of the left ear, and then another one is just the lateral aspect, upper lateral aspect of the left eyebrow.
Okay, and the one closer to his ear has been identified within the reports and all those things as gunshot wound 1?
Correct.
Okay. I'll put on the overhead states 263. Oh, can you?
Yes.
Sorry. Okay. So is that a closer view of gunshot wound 1?
Yes.
And when you look at that, you're able to tell that that is an entrance?
Yes.
And what are you noting that makes it an entrance?
There is an abrasion collar at the edge of the wound. And abrasion is like a scrape. So as a projectile is entering into the skin surface, it's going to scrape along the skin surface and create an abrasion collar on that area of the skin where it enters. As a projectile exits the body, it's going to tear out of the body and generate what's commonly a laceration. So a tear in the skin as it's exiting. So you may see the abrasion as it's entering and then a laceration as it's exiting. Sometimes on the exit, you will also have an associated contusion in that area because it's kind of slamming into that area, if you will, and then lacerating outward.
I'm going to put on the overhead states 264. Is that a closer view of the entrance for gunshot wound 1?
Yes, and if you'll notice, we removed the placard when we close up shots because the camera will tend to focus on the placard instead of focusing on the wound itself. But you'll always see that perspective shot beforehand, which we represented here. So you'll have a perspective shot with our placard with the case number, and then the close-up will be demonstrated shortly thereafter in sequence with the wound itself. And then here, this actually gives you a better representation of what I represented as the abrasion area in previous description.
Okay. Can you clear that? Yep, thank you. This is states 265. What are we looking at in that photograph?
We're looking at the top of his head, and to the left upper lateral aspect of the eyebrow is that second entrance gunshot wound. You can't see the one that's near the left ear that we're currently talking about. However, what you can see towards above the right eyebrow and towards the front is what will be the exit gunshot wound that's on the right frontal scalp area. And the quality of this, again, is that laceration quality that I described as part of an exit wound features.
This is states 266. Should I put it that way, or?
I think that's better for orientation.
Okay.
For the
And that is this is a closer view of that exit?
Yes. So the photographer originally took the picture from the other direction, but this is now just flipped around, and this is that same wound, and it's the exit gunshot wound.
And looking at this, how are you able to tell that it's an exit wound injury?
It has that laceration, and it's without that abrasion. And in addition, it doesn't project as well in this particular picture, but it does on the actual photograph there, where you have a little bit of contusion around it as well.
I'm going to put on the overhead 267. No, I guess it would be this way, right?
Mhm.
That's a closer view.
Correct. And then again, that's the laceration for the exit wound. Again, the placard has been removed for the close-up shot.
Okay, so when this is all what we've been discussing is gunshot wound 1, the one that entered around, well, actually I should say left ear.
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to put on the overhead states 268. And what is that?
During the course of the autopsy procedure, we'll sometimes use probes to demonstrate trajectory through the body. Again, the body in the anatomical position. We don't know where the head was moving or how it was moving in the dynamicness of the situation, but relative to the anatomical position of the body, this helps demonstrate the trajectory of this particular wound, which is going from left to right, and it's somewhat upward in terms of the trajectory on this one, but that's looking at the body anatomically as it lays there.
Okay, so looking at this exhibit, the entrance this is the entrance on the left, sort of near the left ear as we saw earlier,
That's correct.
and then it traveled, and then this is the exit that's sort of the right upper forehead?
Correct.
Okay, so I would assume then you would agree that this injury or this projectile traveled left to right?
That's correct.
Any deviation on front to back or?
It's in an upward trajectory as it's coming from this kind of right ear location and heading up towards the body. There is a minimal amount of deviation in the front to back direction, but it's small. It's predominantly left to right in an upwards kind of angle.
Okay, and where did this travel in his head? Like what damage did it do?
So this enters in on the left side and ends up entering into the left parietal area and hits into portions of the left parietal bone and the left frontal bone, and then also, left frontal lobe and the right frontal lobe, and then exits out that right front area.
And would this wound be independently fatal?
Yes, that goes right through the brain matter.
Okay, and any, well, if someone suffered this type of injury, would it, cause them to drop to the ground, or what do you think would happen to them?
Some people can go for longer seconds with these types of injuries because it's mostly across those frontal lobes, but they're going to be pretty well incapacitated, unlike the previous one that we discussed that kind of goes through the middle portion of the brain.
I'm going to put back on the overhead states 262, just for orientation purposes. I think earlier in your testimony, you said there's another gunshot wound of entrance on this photograph.
Correct.
And can you just orient the jurors a little bit, please?
The second gunshot wound about which we're speaking is the one that's on the lateral aspect of the left eyebrow, just above it.
Okay, and again, we're not suggesting sequence, we're just going in order that the wounds were labeled.
Correct.
Okay, so this is another entrance wound on the left of his head.
Correct.
Putting on the overhead states 269. Is that a closer view of that entrance wound?
Yes. And this also has the abrasion collar that you can see at the edge of the wound as an entrance gunshot wound feature.
Okay. This one that was at the, I should do it on the right, on the left side, on the left forehead, where did it travel?
This wound actually ends up, or this gunshot path ends up going from that front area through a portion of the frontal bone, through the back portion of the left orbit, and then goes through the maxilla, ends up going through into the, so your maxilla is the upper part, your roof of your mouth, then goes through that and goes and lacerates the tongue, and then comes out through the anterior aspect of the muscle and soft tissues of the neck, and then exits there.
Okay, so it enters on the left side of his forehead essentially.
Yeah.
And then exits on sort of the right side at his neck.
Yes,
So a really steep angle.
correct.
I'm putting on the overhead, states 270. What is depicted in that photograph?
You can see this is his chin is sort of in the, as you're looking at the photo, the upper right corner of this particular photograph. And then you can see sort of where the clavicles are coming together. You can see more of his right clavicle towards the right lower portion of this photo. So you're kind of in that anterior aspect of the neck and more towards the right side of the neck as well. And here you have an exit gunshot wound. Again, that's a laceration that's present. Can you shift the photograph up just a little
Sure.
bit, please?
Oh, I don't.
Oh, I'm sorry, my apologies.
That's okay. Sorry about that. Is that better?
Yes, please. So here is the exit wound that's towards the right anterior aspect of his neck. And then you can look down just below his clavicle here, and there is a contusion, a bruise in that area. In my opinion, that the projectile came downward and then exited and then hit right into that area on the chest.
Okay. And then that was the one that, this is 2 that starts on the left forehead and comes out his neck. And then you're saying it probably hit his chest.
Yes,
You mentioned that it kind of goes, you said maxilla, I would assume that means his mouth or?
yes, the
Okay.
roof of the mouth.
And it lacerates the tongue.
Correct.
So it's kind of like really in the front part of his face or head.
Yes, towards the front portion of his head.
Okay. Would this injury be immediately incapacitating?
It's unlikely that this injury alone would be immediately incapacitating, other than the blood that would be present in the mouth, and then he may have some concussive injury from the impact to the head portion.
Okay. So let's talk about gunshot wound 3. I'm gonna put on the overhead states 273. Does that depict it? Is that yes?
That's good, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, my apologies, yes.
Can you kind of orient the jury on, I assume his head would be at the top of the, top of the image.
Correct. At the top of the image would be his head. You can actually see the nipples for an orientation, and towards the lower portion of the photograph, you can see his umbilicus, his belly button, to help you orient where you are on the torso, the portion of the torso. So towards the left upper quadrant of the abdomen is an entrance gunshot wound, which is located here.
Okay. And where does that one travel?
That one travels somewhat superficially through the body, and that it goes into the cavity and then goes along the surface underneath the sternum and goes across the pericardial sac and across the heart, and then ends up exiting above that. It didn't curve. I'm sorry. I moved the wands that way.
I'll put on the overhead states 272. Oops.
Oh, my apologies.
I think I did it too fast. Sorry. Does that show the exit of gunshot wound 3?
Yes.
And can you point that out to the members of the jury?
In this case, you'll have the right nipple for orientation, similar to what you saw in the previous photograph. And then just a little bit to the center of the chest is where the exit gunshot wound is. Above that to the right, near where that collarbone is, was that other contusion that I showed you from that previous wound path that we had seen. But the exit for this one that starts in the left upper quadrant of the abdomen, and I said goes underneath the sternum, goes across the heart, will exit in this area towards the center chest.
So this particular injury 3 started in his left abdomen lower part
Yes,
and then went up, right?
correct. So this goes from left to right and mostly upward without much deviation front or back.
Okay. And would this injury, I think you described it causing damage to his heart.
Yes.
Would this injury be independently fatal?
Yes, this injury can be fatal. Although I've seen people where they've been shot in their heart and they are able to move afterwards for some period of time and then will collapse.
Was there any soot or stippling or anything like that associated with this injury?
None identified in the photographs or documented reports.
Okay. I think we'll move to gunshot wound 4, and I'm going to put on the overhead states 277. Do you want me to, is it that way?
Either is fine.
Okay. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is the left side of his body. You can see on the right aspect of this photograph where you have his axilla, his left armpit area. And then on the left lateral aspect of his chest, there's an entrance gunshot wound. And you can see that here.
Okay. Now, on this particular injury, is there an associated exit wound?
No,
Where does this projectile travel in his body?
this projectile goes from left to right across his body, and it's a kind of minimal deviation. It goes through his stomach and also goes through a portion of his liver, and then kind of goes into his what we call the retroperitoneum, which is the back portion soft tissues within the body, so inside the body cavity, and then comes to rest sort of in the back muscles. So there's a little bit of that kind of front to back, but it's minimal within that body space area.
What about any deviation of upward or downward in relation to anatomical position?
Anatomically, this goes a little downward.
Okay, so sort of starting on, well, on the left armpit area and then maybe slightly downward.
Correct.
And then that projectile would have been recovered at autopsy.
Correct.
I'm putting on the overhead states 279. What is that?
This is the projectile recovered from that wound path.
Okay, so we're on the fourth gunshot wound. All of them have had exits except for this one. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and this was the projectile recovered from the one that starts in sort of like underneath his armpit.
Yes, on the left lateral aspect of his chest.
Okay, and this one, you said it lacerated the liver and stomach,
Correct.
and so would it be independently fatal?
It will be. They may live a little bit longer with this particular wound in isolation.
Lastly, I'm going to talk about gunshot wound 5. This is states 280. Well, we can see 4 still in this image. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then there's another gunshot wound depicted as well.
Yes.
And can you point that out to the members of the jury, please?
There is a gunshot wound near the left elbow. That's an entrance gunshot wound. And you can see this is somewhat near to where that gunshot wound was of the left lateral aspect of the chest, which
And-
is down here.
And this one, so this one sort of enters at the back of his arm near the elbow. Is that fair?
Yes. And remember when we mentioned the anatomical position is like the person standing with their feet flat and their arms at the side of their bodies with their palms facing forward. So in that case, that this elbow would be considered in the back of the body. So it would be backwards area as in terms of anatomical description.
And was there an exit wound associated with this injury?
Yes.
I'm going to put on the overhead states 282. Can you point out the exit wound?
Yeah, so now this is his forearm kind of flipped forward, more towards the anatomical position about which we've been speaking. And then on that left forearm area is a laceration exit gunshot wound. This actually does have a little bit of abrasion associated with it. And some people would describe this as a shored exit wound. As a shored exit wound means that it has qualities of laceration as well as abrasion. The reason you see that combination is if that exit wound area is pressed up against a surface. So as the bullet projectile is trying to get out of the body, is going to tear out of the body, but it's also going to have the skin surface get scraped against whatever area that is. So it may be that this area of the body was up against the torso surface. So it may be that the arm was against the torso. And that's why you see this different kind of quality to this particular exit wound.
Now, would this injury have caused like a fracture to the bones in his arm?
Yes, you can see the forearm looks a little odd in terms of the way that it's laying there. So there's a fracture at the distal portion of the left humerus, which is your upper arm bone, and also a fracture to the proximal ulna, which is one of the bones that's in your forearm.
And again, no soot or stippling associated with it.
Correct, none.
And given the nature of this injury, I wouldn't think it would be fatal, but what is your assessment?
This injury on its own is less likely to be fatal because you have mostly fractured bones. However, you can have other things that can result from wounds like infections and things like that too.
Now, in terms of all of the gunshot wounds, were all of the entrances on the left side of the body?
Yes,
And there was only one with a projectile inside the body remaining,
correct,
and that was gunshot wound 3.
correct.
May I approach her?
No, I believe that was gunshot wound 4 because
Oh, sorry.
my apologies. Number 3 is the one that's in the left upper quadrant and then goes upwards and then exits out the center of the chest. And number 4 is that left lateral one. So it's number 4.
Okay, and I misspoke. I apologize. Thanks for correcting me. Dr. Gavin, I'm showing you what's been marked as
States proposed 289. Do you recognize this image?
Yes.
Is that an image that Mr. Hamner and I showed you a couple of weeks before trial?
Yes.
And when we met with you, did we ask you if those arrows accurately depicted the directionality of the gunshot wound injuries on Mr. Miller?
Yes.
And did we ask you if they accurately portrayed the location of the injuries?
Yes.
And in fact, did you have us make a correction on one version of this because it wasn't accurate enough in your opinion?
Yes.
Now, as it presents in the courtroom today, is it an accurate depiction of the injuries, trajectory, directionality, and location from what you reviewed of the autopsy of Mr. Miller?
The only thing I might change is where that contusion and exit is on the upper right anterior aspect of the chest.
Okay.
This wound that's in the left upper quadrant comes more medial to where that contusion is on the anterior aspect of the chest.
Okay. Can you do that with the alter it with my pen, or kind of write the directionality that you changed? Okay. Other than, or with that alteration, is it a fair and accurate depiction of the location of his injuries, the trajectory, and how he presented at autopsy?
Yes.
State moves to admit 289.
Yeah, it's over. The court is going to reserve ruling on admission of exhibit 289.
So, Dr. Gavin, looking at 289, there are 5 arrows. Is that fair?
Yes.
Can you, with my pen, indicate which one is gunshot wound 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5?
Yes. With the Roman numerals or
Or just regular numbers? So if I'm reading your markings correct, and again, this isn't in sequence, the first gunshot wound enters around his left ear and goes out the right forehead.
yes.
The second one you describe enters the left forehead and goes out his neck
Correct.
on the tending to the right side.
Correct.
So those are
sort of opposite exit points,
Yes.
like one's up and one's down.
Yes.
Okay. And then gunshot wound 3 starts on the left abdomen and comes out the right side of his chest,
More towards the center of the chest.
more towards the center. And then gunshot wound 4 starts on the left, kind of underneath his armpit.
Yes.
And that's the one that doesn't exit.
Correct.
And then gunshot wound 5 is the one that enters at the back, or what I would call the back of his left elbow.
Yes.
Okay. So they're going in varying directions.
Yes.
The state would move to admit 289. Okay. Now, in association with the autopsy of Mr. Miller, was toxicology done on him as well?
Yes.
And what were the findings?
He had benzoylecgonine in his system, which is a cocaine metabolite.
And from the toxicology reading, are you able, as a forensic pathologist, to give us some time frame of when that cocaine might have been ingested?
No, I don't know when he ingested that.
Okay. Does the finding indicate that it's active, or
That's an inactive metabolite of cocaine.
and so does that mean they would assume that he didn't just ingest it prior to death? Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. Is there any kind of time frame on that metabolite? I mean, could it be like he ingested an hour before, or is that something you can't estimate from the toxicology?
In general, it can be hours for them to metabolize it by certain half-lives, but I don't know what his rate of metabolism would be, and I don't know what his usage would be.
Okay, but it's only the metabolite that's present in the blood?
Correct.
Okay, so when you say you ingested cocaine and then immediately were shot, would you see the metabolite, or would you see like active cocaine?
People after they've died do not continue to metabolize drugs, so you're looking at more of a representation of what he has in his system at the time or close to the time of his death.
And so his is though the metabolite.
Yes.
Do you have, did you reach a conclusion regarding the cause of death of Mr. Miller?
Yes.
And what is that?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
And did you reach a conclusion regarding the manner of death?
Yes.
And what is that?
Homicide.
Thank you. I will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
You didn't perform any of the functions of the autopsy for either Sharon Randolph or Mike Miller, right?
That's correct.
In fact, you had access under those file numbers that we saw in the photographs, unique to that individual autopsy, so you can go back and read the report that was prepared at the time of autopsy, yes?
Yes.
And you did that in this case?
Yes.
And those autopsies were performed by Dr. Benjamins?
Correct.
Okay. Corresponding with those reports are also the photographs that you mentioned.
Correct.
And you feel that you had an opportunity to review sufficiently the notes that were taken, the autopsy report, the file in its totality, including photographs, that you can render the opinions you just did.
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to talk to you about a couple things you said on direct examination. You said one of the things that happens in a case of a suspicious death is the way the body bag is sealed up. Remember that?
Yes.
When you say suspicious death, almost every gunshot wound is going to qualify, right?
Correct.
As opposed to natural causes, I'm 100 years old and I die in my sleep.
Correct.
So anytime someone is shot and killed in a violent act, that bag would be sealed up.
Yes.
And the reason you do that is because it's imperative that you review the body in as best possible in the shape it is at the time it's located.
Correct.
For forensic reasons, right?
Correct.
For medical reasons, right?
Yes.
To be accurate, correct?
Yes.
For instance, if a body was discovered where someone had been shot and you didn't preserve it, you threw it in the back of a pickup truck and drove around town with it all day, carried it into the coroner's office, autopsy might not be as accurate.
There could possibly be that. Yes.
Okay, you don't want to contaminate the work that you're going to do. Right?
Correct.
Okay. You mentioned a couple terms on direct examination, and I just want to make sure that it's clear for the jury. When you talk about the body itself and the injuries that that body sustained, you do it in the traditional anatomic position, right?
That's correct.
You would agree with me that we as human beings, you as you came in here to testify, and me as I'm asking you questions, and the jurors as they're seated in the box, almost are never in an actual anatomic position.
Yes.
It is feet flat on the ground, right?
Correct.
And the palms at the side extended forward.
Correct.
I mean, I'd look pretty weird if I was standing like that on the street, right?
Yeah, and also your face forward too.
I don't have to be completely straight, right?
Correct.
Okay. You indicated that you do that so that you can accurately identify both exteriorly and interiorly the wounds, the defects, the medical incidents that cause a death that you're investigating, right?
It helps us with where anatomical locations are, and then to be able to have a consistent way and to describe those to others. And that's the majority of the reasoning. Also, it helps when you're describing things like trajectories that we've been describing too.
Right. In the anatomical position, for instance, as it relates to wound number 3 on Mr. Miller, you can say left upper quadrant of abdomen, and any pathologist reading that's going to know what's at.
Right.
Okay. You also used a term a couple times in direct examination. You said a dynamic situation. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
If you have people moving around or any type of altercation that's going on, people are going to be moving. And just as counselor said, that your body isn't going to stay in that exact position during that interaction between those individuals.
And you would agree with me, as a pathologist, it's almost impossible to tell in what position a body was at the time it was shot.
Almost, but there are conditions that you can infer what's going on based on what you have for injury.
Right. You agree it's almost impossible to tell the position a body is in at the time it's struck by a gunshot.
Yes, almost.
And you certainly aren't trying to indicate to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how either Sharon Randolph or Mike Miller were standing or positioned at the time of any one of these gunshot wounds, right?
That's correct.
Okay. You also indicated that you can't provide any ordering of shots. Do you understand what I mean by that?
Yes.
When you have a situation, as you did with Mr. Miller's autopsy, the fact that he had 5 separate gunshot wounds, presumably at or near the time of one another, you can't tell us if any one of those came before or after any of those.
Correct.
In Ms. Randolph's case, it's a little bit different because you have 1 gunshot wound.
Correct.
All right. I want to talk to you real quickly about the autopsy of Ms. Randolph, okay? Single gunshot wound, essentially above and slightly behind her ear. Is that right?
Yes.
Would you describe that as a contact wound?
Yes.
What do you mean by a contact wound?
For her, she has both the radiating lacerations and she has some soot within that wound as well. So the muzzle is either adjacent to or on the skin surface itself.
Okay, so at the time Mike Miller puts the gun to Sharon Randolph's head and pulls the trigger, it's touching her head.
Yes.
That wound almost always would be immediately incapacitated,
Yes.
meaning she would drop instantly, right?
Yes.
Not be able to stand. Right?
Yes.
Wouldn't be able to crawl, yell, respond, things like that.
Correct.
And that wound would almost always be fatal.
Yes.
With very rare exception, the type of injury she sustained, she cannot survive.
Right.
In the external examination of a body at autopsy, when you're going head to toe and looking around the exterior, you identify characteristics that are unique to that person, right?
In general, yes.
If they have obvious scars, for instance, you would notate that.
Yes.
And you would notate things like tattoos, correct?
Yes.
In fact, in this case, in reviewing the file and the photographs, you were able to notate a number of tattoos on Ms. Randolph's body. Is that right?
I don't recall where hers are specifically.
Is it in your report?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of it with you?
Yes.
We're referring to that report, refresh your recollection about the location and substance of her tattoos.
More likely than not, yes.
You could take a minute and do that just so it's clear.
Okay.
As I look at it's page 3 of the report authored by Dr. Benjamin, there's an area called identifying marks.
Correct.
Have you had an opportunity to review that?
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what tattoo she had?
Objection, Mullins?
Okay, they are arguing over describing the tattoos. Again, if you're watching this, this is actually from Friday afternoon. They only had court Friday afternoon, and Crime Spies here covered the Koberger hearings. So I figured, well, we'll just like bump it till Monday, and then we'll go ahead and play day 7 after this. Crime Spies is busy back here working on all kinds of stuff. new things. One is lighting and it's not working very well. Crime Spies also has a very bad ragweed allergy. So Crime Spies is sicky.
She has what's described as a sunburst tattoo that is located on the lateral left upper arm, and below that
Oh, again with the
is
tattoos.
inscribed Colleen, and also inscribed next to it or above it is Nicholas. She has a design tattoo on her right forearm that's near the wrist. She has a heart tattoo on her right labia majora. She has a tattoo within that's labeled TR for initials TR. And then
That's on her
her
hoo-ha.
right leg, she also has a central red heart, a centered red heart. And then there is a black design within that heart. And then on the lateral left leg, she also has a black scorpion tattoo with a red stinger.
The significance of those may not mean anything to you, but certainly significant at the time of autopsy to notate those identifying characteristics.
Yes.
Okay. And that's done in every autopsy.
Some doctors do, and some doctors just say refer to the photographs.
Okay. Dr. Benjamin always does, right?
I don't know if she always does, but she did there.
Okay. Sharon had nothing in her system in the way of illicit substances. She wasn't drugged. She wasn't under the influence of alcohol at the time of her death. She had a clean tox, right?
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk to you then about Mr. Miller's autopsy. The state asked you a bunch of questions about the directionality of the separate listed gunshot wounds that were sustained by Mr. Miller.
Yes.
You would agree with me, as you said before, that you can't tell us whether one came before another, right?
Correct.
And you can't tell us without knowing a lot more information about how those wounds were inflicted, right?
How? What do you mean by how?
For instance, the state asked you, there was an entrance wound that's referred to as gunshot wound number 2 in the report on the left side of the forehead. You remember that?
Yes.
And that had an exit wound at the right anterior neck, correct?
Yes.
Anterior meaning front.
Yes.
The question was asked by Ms. Weckerly, that's a very steep angle, right?
Yes.
Without knowing where and in what position the gun was fired and in where and what position Mr. Miller was, you can't tell us how that gunshot wound happened, right?
In terms of the steep angle per se?
Right.
Correct. I was interpreting steep angle based on the anatomical position of the body.
Right, and I'm just going to give you a couple maybe silly examples. If I'm standing here and someone's standing directly above me on the second floor and there's an opening, they could shoot directly down on top of my head and make that wound, right?
Yes.
Likewise, if you were shooting me and I was bent over at the waist, that could cause the same wound, right?
Yes.
Also, the position of the person pulling the trigger would be relevant too, right?
Correct.
You'd have to know that information in order to say how those wounds were inflicted.
Correct.
And there's nothing about your review of Dr. Benjamin's autopsy, the photograph, or the report, which would give you the ability to do that, right?
The ability to know where each individual is positioned
Right.
during the interaction. No, that's correct.
And it would be pure speculation for you to try to do that.
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the terms perforating and penetrating
Yes.
gunshot wounds? Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what those terms mean?
Penetrating gunshot wound is a gunshot wound that's entered into the body, and generally you're recovering something in there that's penetrated into the body, versus a perforating gunshot wound that's gone through and through the body.
Okay, so when we talk about the separate gunshot wounds as they relate to Mr. Miller, you've got 4 separate perforating wounds, right?
Correct.
Wounds with an entrance and an exit, correct?
Correct.
And you've got a singular penetrating wound, right?
Correct.
That's a wound with an entrance and no exit.
Correct.
As it relates to Miss Randolph, what type of wound did she have?
She essentially has a penetrating gunshot wound.
Meaning that there's an entrance wound, right?
Correct.
And in fact, there was the projectile and then a fragment from that projectile recovered at the time of autopsy.
Yes.
The state elicited at the end of direct examination the results of the toxicology test of Mr. Miller. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You would agree with me that if someone ingests cocaine, over time it breaks down into a metabolite, right?
Correct.
How quickly that breakdown happens is dependent on a number of factors within that person and the thing that they're ingesting, right?
Yes.
You can't tell us as a result of that toxicology report whether Mr. Miller had ingested a whole lot of cocaine that morning, right?
Correct.
Or a little bit not too long before the incident. Right?
Correct.
What you can tell us as a result of the toxicology that's done is that he had ingested cocaine, right?
Correct.
and it was in his system in some form at the time of his death.
Correct.
You also don't have any information about how the ingestion of cocaine would affect him, right?
True.
Would affect his decision making, correct?
Correct.
His motor skills,
Correct.
the way he would behave under its influence.
We do have some references to these things in terms of what these drugs do to people, but I don't know how he's behaving relative to that.
Precisely my point. You can tell us, as you said before, he had ingested it, it's breaking down in the system, but you don't know at the time of his death what the influence on him may be.
That's correct.
At the time of autopsy, are individuals weighed and measured?
Yes.
And were both of these individuals weighed and measured?
Yes.
Could you tell us the height and weight of both Miss Randolph and Mr. Miller?
Ms. Randolph is about 194 pounds and about 70 inches in length. And then Mr. Miller is about 134 pounds and roughly about 70 inches in length.
What's the notice? In terms of feet and inches, how tall is 70 inches?
It's not quite 6 feet, but we also measure the length of the body. And so when the body's laying flat, it won't exactly be what might be on your driver's license per se, because you're more relaxed in those positions. So it tends to be a little bit longer than what would be, say, on your driver's license.
Okay.
So Mr. Tomczyk asked you about the cocaine metabolite in Mr. Miller's toxicology report. Was there any active cocaine in his tox?
No.
So it was all metabolite.
Yeah, it's a benzoylecgonine.
Okay. Why at autopsy is trajectory noted or memorialized?
It's to help with where, if you're able to kind of reconstruct the scene, where the individuals might be relative to the gun and the target being the individual that's struck. So it's one of the ways in which you can talk about the body again in the anatomical position and see relative to perhaps even scene reconstruction where those weapons might be within that environment. It's to assist in some of that aspect, but it's also to try to look at the areas of injury within the body itself.
And so for a forensic pathologist, sort of your lane in this investigation is this is how trajectory presented at autopsy given the anatomical position.
That's correct.
And how that may or may not fit in with the crime scene is sort of left to someone else. You are just looking at it anatomical position at autopsy.
That's correct.
But it is information and data that's collected because it could be relevant in a particular case.
Correct.
Now, Mr. Tomczyk spent some time talking about tattoos on Mrs. Randolph. And I think you said that some doctors don't even note what the tattoos are. They just say, like, see the photographs, correct?
Correct.
Tattoos could be relevant in identifying an individual that maybe had no like personal identification on them. Like say you came upon someone, who didn't have any personal effects or any means of identification.
Yes, many people now are identified either through someone visualizing that body and saying that is so-and-so, whoever that individual is. Then you can also look at fingerprint identification. You can also look at radiograph comparison. You can look at dental comparison if you have a dentist that they had in life to demonstrate similarities in that. And then, of course, you can get into DNA. So we have a lot of kind of modern ways in which to do that. Tattoos, in terms of representation, they're identifiers for individuals, but they may not be the sole reason in which we identify that particular decedent. We tend to go for more of the scientific ways of doing it, particularly because people may have the same tattoo or a similar tattoo or something like that. Tattoos can be very useful when you end up with body parts or situations where you have body parts and those parts have a tattoo. So that may help you in terms of trying to figure out who that body part may belong to, and they can become very useful for that. So they're not always something that is used definitively as a scientific way in which to identify an individual.
And in this case, with regard to Mrs. Randolph's tattoos, do they have any medical significance?
In my opinion, they're just markings for that individual, not relevant to her identification in this case.
And they certainly don't relate to her cause of death?
Correct.
Don't relate to her manner of death?
Correct.
And would they be reflective of her state of mind, or could you even make that type of conclusion?
That would be speculative.
Okay. We don't know when she got the tattoos.
I don't know.
There's no way of medically determining that as she presented at autopsy?
Correct.
Lastly, the bullet that was recovered at autopsy with Mrs. Randolph, that wasn't an intact bullet, right? It was fragmented?
That's correct. It was fragmented itself and also fragmented from the jacket.
Okay. Thank you. And we will keep Dr. Galvin subject to
Just real quick, the state asked you some questions about trajectory and why that may be important in an investigation. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
It may be that the trajectory could be relevant to some other part of an investigation that has nothing to do with the autopsy, right?
That's correct.
Your job at autopsy is to document as completely as possible all of the information available, right?
Yes.
And for instance, a gunshot wound like number 5, the one to Mr. Miller's elbow, you can tell us there's a wound to the elbow and this is the direction of travel, right?
Anatomically, the direction it traveled.
Right. You can't tell us from an injury like that whether the person was shot from in front or behind, however, right?
Yes, because you don't know where that arm is relative to the time and the space in their environment.
Because the arm of a person can move a lot in a dynamic situation.
Yes.
And in a case where there's a number of wounds, like Mr. Miller sustained, that aren't immediately incapacitating, that arm could move all over the place, right?
It's possible that it's mobile, if you will.
So he could have been shot in that elbow from behind, right?
Possible.
He could have been shot with his elbow in front, right?
Possible.
He could have been shot turned to the right in that elbow, right?
Correct.
And
In
he
my
could-
opinion, it's probably closer to the body based on the exit wound.
Right. And he could have been turned to the left with his arm close to the body as well, right?
Yes.
You can't tell us anything about that other than what you previously testified to.
Correct.
Okay. Likewise, tattoos could be relevant to some other part of an investigation that you just don't know about, right?
Possibly.
You wouldn't know that, right?
No, not unless it's been informed to me.
Right. As a medical examiner, forensic pathologist, someone conducting an autopsy, you would document the medically important things, right?
Correct.
And there may very well be something on that body that's relevant somewhere else that you just don't know.
It depends on what you're talking about, the medical legal death investigation portion of it. So it's just beyond some of that medical only, and there's that medical legal, and you need that investigation piece to be able to put those pieces together.
Precisely my point. You would agree with that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
No follow-up. Do the ladies during asking questions, please? Would you like to, full sheet of paper with your name on it?
Okay, so the jury doesn't have any questions according to the transcript I'm trying to follow along with. And so she's going to send them to afternoon recess. Again, this is Friday afternoons, day 6 of the Thomas Randolph retrial. And last week, it was my understanding. Well, so last Friday, the Thomas Randolph trial only went in the afternoon, and we were doing the Brian Koberger motions hearing, and that went pretty much all day. It was kind of a cluster because the judge did not want the footage released in live time, so we were kind of like circling around trying to wait for the video. MB Inc. did find another ending part after the two sets of attorneys pled their case to the judge. I think it's like an hour, and I'll have to figure out how I can add that, or if it's even worth it. I don't know. I've got something in my computer here. It's just so slow. Okay, so I tried a new thing today. I tried downloading the transcript and then running it through my nerd data stuff. And it's actually working out kind of good. I'm able to see what's coming up. I suppose, well, I think we can do it if it's on a delay start too.
Discharged on behalf of the state. You vote on the defense of our verdict.
Yes, Your Honor.
State may call you next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls
Randy.
McPhail.
McPhail. I mean, some of the closed captioning is wrong, but I'm wondering if this could be a lot easier way of finding which clips to highlight. I don't know. I'm like, Shannon, just put your data analytics, hat on here. I mean, that's a skill not everybody has. Figure out a more efficient way. Well, actually, wouldn't that be cool?
Yes.
Wouldn't that be cool if I could figure out like precisely where to stop and start the video?
Yes. First name is Randall. It's R-A-N-D-A-L-L.
You could actually stream true
Last name
crime.
is McPhail. M-C, capital P-H-A-I-L.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Phail.
Sir, how were you employed back in 2008?
I was a senior
We
crime
could
scene
stream
analyst
true
with the
crime,
Las
not in
Vegas
half the time, in
Metropolitan
like
Police
quarter of
Department.
the
And have
time.
you since retired?
Yes,
And what year did you retire?
2018.
Oops, I didn't need to do that.
What was the process for you in becoming a crime scene analyst? Did you start off in a certain position and then move up?
Yeah, well, first of all, you have to have the qualifications to even test for the crime scene analyst. I had over 30 years experience in photography. I also completed university courses in mathematics and chemistry and some business related courses as well.
My computer, it's
I
like delay reaction.
Once I tested and was hired, I went through the Crime Scene Analyst Academy as a Crime Scene
Mark,
Analyst
if
1.
you're watching, maybe
and
I
also
should
the
run
field
over
training and
there
evaluation program
someday
for
after
crime
work
scene
this
analysts.
week and
It's the
pick up
CSA
that
1 job is an entry
Dell
level position
hand-me-down you've
where you really
got.
gain the foundation for your future work as a crime scene analyst, hopefully a senior crime scene analyst. After spending 2 years as a crime scene analyst 1, you're able to test for crime scene analyst 2. And that's a more responsible position, one that handles more person calls versus the property calls that you probably came from as a CSA 1. It's also a preparatory position for the CSA 3. The CSA 3, or the Senior Crime Scene Analyst, that is another testing process. It takes you 4 years to get to that point where you can test for that position. And it's a rigorous testing process. And when you're done with that, you're pretty much handling person calls as well as some property calls, but mostly person calls. And that means you might be working on homicides, you might be working on sexual assaults, complex scenes. But it takes you 4 years to get to that position and quite a bit of testing.
And so when you work for Metro as a crime scene analyst, your proficiency tested within the organization,
Yes,
and you're evaluated and you either promote or you don't promote. Is that
correct.
fair? And you have training in all aspects of crime scene documentation and preservation.
Yes,
And that would be photography and then doing measurements, making diagrams, that sort of thing.
yes.
Do you personally have, or at least in 2008, did you have a special, I guess, qualification in the area of blood stain pattern analysis?
Yes, I completed probably about 125 hours worth of training for bloodstain pattern analysis. I also completed approximately 129 hours for shooting incident reconstruction, and did quite a bit of work in those two fields during my career.
Now, for those designations, were those separate and apart from Metro? Like, is there like an independent body of Metro that says you're qualified in the area of bloodstain pattern analysis and interpretation?
There is. I did do a lot of work with Metro. We had classes that we try to get everybody on board with bloodstain pattern analysis. So we had classes for that. If you certify in bloodstain pattern analysis, you do so through the International Association for Identification. You also, I certified as in crime scene reconstruction, which dealt with bloodstain pattern analysis as well as shooting incident reconstruction, and cold case homicides were part of that class as well. So yeah, there is further education, and the certification goes through the International Association for Identification.
And over the course of your career until your retirement, how many crime scenes do you think that you've been to?
I sorry to say, I really didn't keep track of it. I'm sure it's, I
So,
believe it's around the
according to what I'm
6,000 mark when I
reading,
left.
They're going to go over some
department.
nerd
Probably ranging in
details
complexity from
of like
simple
where blood
burglaries all the way up to,
splatter was on door
more complex
jams,
person
etc.
calls like sexual assaults and homicides.
Okay. And
There is a trigger
back
warning in the
on
bottom.
May the 15th of 2008, were you requested to go to an address on Rancho Santa Fe Drive by homicide detectives?
Yes.
And do you recall which detective it was that requested that you come out?
I believe it was Dino Kelly who asked
Okay.
me to come out.
And so do you recall what the purpose was for you in going out there?
Yes.
What was that?
I had two purposes. The first was when homicide detectives returned to the scene to do a reenactment, they actually found 2 additional 9mm cartridge cases in the garage that were not found on the night of the 8th when the scene actually happened. So I was called to collect those, document their positions and collect those as well. I was also called to document some oily deposits on the walls inside the hallway.
And why were you called to document those deposits on the hallway?
They would have been associated with the shooting. There was blood, hair, tissue, all in the hallway at high levels. It went up from 5 feet 8 above the floor all the way up to the ceiling, in some places at 12 feet high. And they wanted me to document those so they could be analyzed in the future if they needed to.
When you went out there, did you take your own photographs documenting your work?
Yes.
And did you also prepare diagrams sort of representing what you found at the scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm going to show you photographs which have been admitted as states 215 to 246. I'll ask you to just look through those yourself and let me know when you're done, please.
Okay. Thank you.
Do those photographs look like the ones that you took on that evening?
The only one that question is the first one, and it might well have been mine. It's just so generic. I'm not sure that I took it.
Okay, but does it fairly and accurately represent the location?
Yes.
Okay, now I'm showing you states 247 to 249. Do you recognize these three diagrams?
Yes, I do.
Are those diagrams that you prepared?
Yes.
So I think you said your first purpose in going back to the scene that evening was to collect some evidence.
That's correct.
I'm going to put on the overhead states 216. And is your screen on in there?
Yes.
Okay. So obviously one of your duties as a crime scene analyst is to collect evidence, correct?
Yes.
The evidence that you were asked to collect that night, did you find it yourself or was it pointed out to you by homicide detectives and sergeants?
It was indeed pointed out to me by homicide detectives.
And what was the nature of the evidence?
They were fired 9mm cartridge cases.
Now, looking at 216, what are we looking at in terms of the area of the residence?
This would be the southwest corner of the garage where the water heater is. You can see the water heater by the door. This door here I always refer to as the fire door. It's a thick, solid door that leads from the garage into the interior of the residence. We see a red toolbox right by the water heater. There's also a tray that's used for tools in front of that toolbox by the water heater, water softener in front of the water heater.
Okay. Can you, I think there's a mouse up there. Can you circle the sort of bluish green toolbox? Just for the members of the jury. And is that the location of one of the cases that you recovered?
Yes.
I'm going to put on the overhead next, states 217. What are we looking at in that photograph?
It's the same area, but it's a different angle. This is actually looking west. So we have the water softener on the right side of the water heater. The tray, this blue tray that holds tools and other items inside, that was by the water heater in this area here. And there was a cartridge case in this tray. There's also a cartridge case down in this area here that we'll see in a moment, I'm sure.
Okay. I'm going to put on the overhead states 219. Do you see the cartridge case in the blue tray?
Yes, it's right in the very top section, the blue tray by the pliers.
And then this is states 220.
This
Crime Spies, I'm gonna pause for just a moment, and I want to just record something. This is a new thing I'm trying. I just try to like look forward what his testimony is and figure out a way to summarize it. Witness crime scene analysts testified about their examination of a residence. They focused on the southwest corner of the garage where the water heater is located, as well as the surrounding areas. The witness described a thick, solid door known as the fire door leading from the garage to the interior. They noticed the presence of a red toolbox, a tool tray, a water softener, and a cartridge case. The witness identified the locations of cartridge cases and explained that they documented and recovered these items. The witness also addressed the presence of oily deposits on the walls of the residence. They had observed similar deposits before in autopsies and believed it was cerebral fluid from a brain injury. The witness explained that they documented these deposits and the locations of small blood stains on the walls. The attorney asked the witness about their examination process and their documentation methods. The witness mentioned using diagrams noting directionality of stains and marking locations of evidence with arrow stickers. They discussed various photographs showing different angles of the residence and the areas they examined. The attorney inquired about I should have put their names in here, about the witness's actions in response to the evidence. The witness mentioned photographing and documenting the evidence, including the oily stains, blood stains, and cartridge cases. They also indicated that the recovered items were impounded and sent for firearms analysis. The attorney further questioned the witness about the witness's experience with autopsies and their familiarity with the appearance of cerebral fluid. The witness explained their observations of oily deposits resembling cerebral fluid and their consistency. The attorney and the witness then discussed the witness's examination of the hallway walls where the homicide occurred. The witness described their process of examining and documenting that area, including walls near the master bedroom and the bathroom. They noted the presence of blood stains and oily deposits on these walls. Overall, the witness provided blah, 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 blah. Okay, so that's kind of like overtelling it, I guess. But I just wanted to document that and see if it shakes out. I'm trying a few different things here because Crime Spies is spending too much time doing these live streams. And I'm trying to figure out, until my channel has, the chat whizzing by at Mach 5 speed, how we can cover these trials and make it more enjoyable for everyone, for you, for me, and appreciate our time, I think, a little bit better. So we can do other things, like more audiobooks, like more trials, cover more than just one trial. Anyway, I think this setup is too dark. I do like the blue in the back. All right. So I just wanted to memorialize that.
This is the softener is right here. The line that goes up is the side of the water softener. This is a pedestal for the water heater. And right here, we can see a cartridge case by that empty water container.
So one was in sort of that blue tool tray and one was by that bottle of water next to the water heater.
Correct.
What did you do with those items after they were pointed out to you?
I photographed them, documented them in my notes, and then recovered them.
I'm putting on the overhead states 221. Does that appear to be one of the items?
Yes.
And this is states 223. Is that the second one?
Yes,
And then you would have impounded those. Is that right?
that is correct.
And then they would have been submitted for firearms analysis by another person.
Yes.
Correct? You don't do that.
No, I don't.
Okay. So the second reason that you were asked to go out there is because I think you said there were some oily deposits on the wall that the homicide detectives wanted you to look at.
Correct.
You, over the course of your career, did you have occasion to attend autopsies?
Yes.
And any estimate on how many that you went to?
I think it's probably over 100, but I don't know exactly. I didn't keep track of those as well, but I attended autopsies the first maybe 5 or 6 years in my career as a crime scene analyst, and there was probably hundreds of them.
You described the spots earlier as oily deposits. Were they consistent with anything that you had observed at autopsy over the course of your career?
I thought that it was probably cerebral fluid that surrounds the brain, that it came from some kind of brain injury, and kind of painted the walls with these small specks of fluid that leached out into the flat wall paint.
Okay. And had you seen that before at prior scenes?
Yes.
Is that why you thought that was possible in this case?
Yes.
The consistency of cerebral fluid, how would you describe it?
A very light, oily consistency.
Now, when you went about doing sort of the secondary purpose here, not impounding the cartridge cases, but examining the walls, what steps did you go through?
I first examined the walls, and this would have been the area where Sharon Randolph was killed, around that area. Examined the walls, took notes on that, drew some diagrams so I could later make the diagrams you'll see here today. And then I attached little arrows showing directionality if possible, if not just showing the round stains that weren't so directionally. Sometimes when something hits the wall, you can actually tell the direction of it based on the tail that's going from the end of it. these were roundish stains about the size of a quarter. There was a lot of them in that area. And some of the stains did have some directionality with small blood stains inside, very small. They were probably about 1/2 millimeter in diameter, really small stains.
I'm going to put on the overhead states 214. When you got to the residence on the 15th, did you walk this hallway from? I know you weren't there on the night of the homicides, but did you walk this hallway on the 15th?
Definitely.
And were you looking at the walls of the hallway for possible evidence?
Yes.
You said that you ended up focusing in the area where Mrs. Randolph's body was.
Yes, but also this whole hallway, there were those small stains I was referring to earlier, the oily deposits, as well as blood, tissue, hair on this wall here and on this wall here, also above the bathroom door. And there was a little overhang. I guess it was probably due to air conditioning or something over the master bedroom door. So above your head, a little overhang. There was stains on that as well.
Okay. And when you walked it, did the detectives tell you where to look, or did you just do that based on your own experience?
I did it myself.
Okay.
They told me that the event happened in the hallway. Obviously, it was a week after I got there. So they just told me the event happened in the hallway, and they pointed out a couple of things, maybe a couple of stains, maybe some hair on the walls. I can't remember specifically, but I examined the area myself.
Okay. And I think you said that ultimately you kind of look at this wall here and this wall as well as you examine this wall. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you actually look at this wall too, which is by the bathroom. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So you did sort of a walkthrough, you looked for areas of possible evidence. What would be the next step that you took in investigating this scene?
Again, I would do the notes would follow that. My initial drawings at the scene would follow that. All the little arrows I put up there for directionality would follow that initial process.
And you said you would mark things on the walls that you saw?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to put on the overhead states 225. Let me zoom out just a little bit. So kind of orienting, that appears to be if you're standing in the hallway facing the master bedroom.
Yes, that's correct. So you're looking south right now.
Okay. And when we look at the left of this photograph, there appears to be numerous kind of yellow arrow stickers.
Correct.
Is that your work?
That is my work.
And what are you documenting there that you see?
Those would be the oily stains. And again, some of these stains had blood stains within them as well.
And I'm going to put on the overhead states 228. Is that just a different view?
Yes, this is looking toward the east. So this wall here, we actually saw it in a previous photo, but this is looking east. The doorbell chime is right here on that wall. And also of note, there's a possible impact right here, a bullet impact or a bullet fragment impact.
Okay. And did you measure, or do you know how high up that was?
None of the stains were below 5'8". They were all above that point, and they went all the way, in some cases, to the ceiling. So they're approaching the 12-foot mark.
Okay. And you actually have your measuring tape here?
Yes.
I think I have a close-up of a stain. This would be states 230. Is that sort of a close-up of what you were talking about?
This is actually a evidence sample that I collected. You can see tissue on it, possibly a bit of hair. So that was my item number 4.
And you would have impounded that?
Correct.
And that would have been, or could have been submitted for DNA testing?
Correct.
And someone else does that. You collect it and then someone else tests it?
Yes.
I want to show a different photograph. This is states 236. Is that a different area that you marked as well?
Yes. The number 4 is still visible here. It'll be the same number. I didn't have 2 number 4s. So that's number 4. It's in an area labeled F, like Frank, and it shows numerous impact or little blood impacts, tissue impacts, and that oily substance impact on the door above the bathroom.
And next I'm going to put on the overhead states 241. And just for orientation purposes, this is the door to the garage.
Yes.
So like from the house going out to the garage.
Correct.
And I see some markings up here on the ceiling. Is that fair?
Yes.
And what were you marking up there?
There's blood and tissue up on the air conditioning cover, the air vent cover. There's also hair and a fatty substance up there. And you can see labels here, 2 and 1. Those are my evidence labels. So that's 1 and 2 item that I picked up from the scene, samples from that area.
I'm going to put on the overhead states 242. I guess that one. Can you see the The item of evidence there that you're pointing at is like a hair and a little bit of tissue.
That's correct, right there. And that would be on the middle portion of that air vent intake.
And this is states 243.
Little fatty deposit right here, again, on that, it's metal, it's highly glossed paint. Yes,
And so ultimately, after you do all these markings and measurements, you prepare diagrams to represent what you found.
correct. I saw a photo in there that you had just put away. It shows the oily stains are extremely difficult to photograph. And this photo right here shows about what we're looking at with them. If I use the flash on them, as we typically do inside, it completely drowned those oily stains away. And this is kind of what we were looking at when we just come here. You can see little round stains here. There's a few of them, but they're extremely difficult to photograph. They only showed up on these ambient light shots where you use the light inside the house that's there already to show it.
And, excuse me, for the record, this is states 244. So what you're pointing out are sort of these shinier circular shaped
Yes,
things. Is
yes,
that fair?
yeah.
Okay. And so that's what you were analyzing in order to try to determine like a placement of when a shot was inflicted. Is that right?
Correct.
Part of that was doing diagrams of the evidence that you located.
Yes.
So let's see, I will start with, this is States Exhibit 248. And to orient us, just for 1 second, I'm going to put side by side 214, which is the crime scene diagram.
Okay. If you flipped it over there, that would be more appropriate.
Okay, perfect. So we have 214 on the right, and then 248 is on the left. And so the vantage point here is looking towards the master bedroom. Is that right?
That's correct. And the master bedroom is right here. The doorway to the master bedroom is right here. This would be the door to the master bedroom.
Okay. And so you have marked on 248, or your diagram on 248 has areas marked D, E, and F. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so that's where you were noting the oily deposits that you were speaking of earlier in your testimony.
Yes. These, of course, they weren't laid out in square. That was just my area for them. They would have been a different pattern altogether. I just wanted to measure in how big these areas were and put them on the wall. So D would be the east wall of the north-south hallway. E is that little overhang over the master bedroom entry area. And F would be the wall just above the bathroom door. The south wall of the east-west hallway is right here.
Now on the south wall, did you find any tissue or blood or oily deposits or anything like that that you noticed when you were there on the 15th?
No, there was absolutely nothing on that wall. And that kind of helped me decide where that shooting took place.
Okay. And so I think you said, like, obviously they weren't deposited in perfect squares or like a
Correct.
rectangle and a square, but they were generally in these areas of D, E, and F.
Correct.
And so that's what you're representing in 248.
Yes.
Now I'm going to put, well, actually, sorry, if I could just go back 1 second to 248. You made measurements on these of how high up they were. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the measurement?
They would actually be in one of the diagrams. I'm not sure which one, but I actually have all of those measured.
Okay, let me zoom in here. You measured, like, for instance, on these diagrams, you would measure where the overhang was, and it would be 9 feet.
That's
like
correct.
9 feet 3
Yes.
inches or 8 feet 6 inches, that
Like,
type of thing.
Yeah, that like section D, or sorry, area E went 9'3", if I'm reading it right.
Yeah.
9'3" high, and it was as low as 8'6" above that overhang.
Okay, and you did the same thing for F as well. You measured in as high as 9 feet or 7 feet 3 inches.
Yes.
So let me now put on side by side states 247. Okay, so this you have labeled as the east wall.
Correct.
And looking at the other diagram, can you kind of point out where this is?
Yes, this would be the east wall right here. And there's the door jamb that you can kind of see. Area D is right against this door jamb here, and that door is right here.
So this door corresponds to this door?
Correct.
Okay, and so you looked at this east wall for those same oily deposits or evidence of gunshot wounds or some high velocity injury.
Yes.
And you also, with area D, measured in how high up they were?
Yes.
And I think that's as low as 5 feet 9 inches.
Right.
And then it looks like you also labeled on your diagram here, item 4, hair and tissue,
Correct.
and that was 8 feet 3 inches up.
Yes.
And then some of the deposits went as high up as 9 feet 6 inches.
Yes.
And again, that's along this wall right here.
That is correct.
Lastly, I'd like to put on the overhead states 249. Now, looking at our diagram of the house, where is this wall?
That is right here. It's this would be the east-west hallway. And that is the north wall of the east-west hallway.
Okay, so you're not talking about this wall right here, you're talking about this side of it,
That
correct?
is correct.
Okay, and in terms of what you saw on this wall, you also saw some of those same deposits, and then I think you took a blood sample and you have that as item 3.
That's correct.
And then you measured out other items of evidence that you found?
Yes, I showed where other small blood drops were here, and in the section called A right here. Also, a continuation would be up to the air conditioning vent as well.
And it looks like at the air conditioning vent, you collected another item of evidence that was yellow fatty tissue.
Right. We looked at those photos earlier. One was a head hair, I believe, and the other was a fatty tissue from the air conditioning vents here and here.
Okay, and so you were able to make observations of this scene as to all of those walls and look at the evidence itself. First, in terms of like what you observed on the wall, was it consistent with like a high velocity injury, like a gunshot wound?
Yes.
And when you were going there on the 15th, was part of the question for homicide detectives about like where Sharon Randolph might have been when she was shot?
Yes.
And what determination did you make based on what you saw?
I would have put her shooting right near the bathroom, not too far from that door, but right in this area here, about where her knees would be, right in that area.
Now, you mentioned earlier that you found an absence of any material on that south wall. Would that be right?
It would be the south wall of the east-west hallway. Yes, there was an absence, and that's one of the reasons I came to that determination. If there was marks on that wall, I would have put her further down this way. But because that wall was completely shielded from any kind of debris hitting it, I was pretty confident that it happened past that south wall.
Okay, and so you mean past this wall right here?
Yes,
And so somewhere beyond that wall is where she got shot.
correct.
Do you know which way she was facing, or can you make any kind of determination like that?
I would say that she was heading toward the master bedroom in a southern direction. The reason for that is because where the wound was on the head. It was on the right side, and we have all this debris coming out this way, toward that wall, toward this wall, toward this wall. And if it was any other way, I don't believe it could have happened that. And it couldn't have deposited that blood, the tissue, the oily deposits. It couldn't have been on those walls if she was facing another way.
Court's indulgence. I'll pass the witness, Shirley.
Before I begin, I've previously shown to the prosecution what's been marked as defense proposed F through Q. I don't believe there's an objection. I move for their admission.
F through Q?
No
Yes.
objection, Your Honor.
Okay. F through Q will be admitted.
May I proceed? Good afternoon, Mr. McPhail.
Hi.
How is retirement treating you?
I'm still working.
In the time that you worked for Metro, I'm sure you know that you have developed a reputation as one of the finest crime scene analysts to ever work at Metro. Did you know that?
I didn't know that, but what an honor. Thank you.
Okay. And you've worked a lot of crime scenes
Yes.
with a lot of crime scene analysts.
Yes.
Certainly, you had a sterling career prior to retirement. You'd agree with that, right?
Yes.
There are limitations, however, no matter how good you are as a crime scene analyst, to what you can accomplish at a scene. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
For instance, if Mr. Orem finally had enough of me talking and stood up and whacked me in the back of the head, there may be some forensic evidence left behind on the ground around us, right?
With what? His hand?
I don't know, a baseball bat.
Baseball bat? Yes, I would expect that.
If he shot me with a semi-automatic handgun
Yes.
and then ran out the door,
Yes.
you would expect that there were instrumentalities of what he had done left behind, right?
Yes.
And there would be actual physical evidence for my injuries, right?
Yes. A gunshot wound for sure.
Okay. Would you agree with me that in that same scenario, he's finally had enough of me and he shoots me in the back with a semi-automatic handgun, and then all the instruments of the shooting, the gun, the casings, the bullet, are cleaned up and taken out of here, and the blood deposited behind is cleaned up and it's not here anymore, you probably wouldn't be able to tell us nearly as much about the incident, would you?
You're absolutely right. That'd be a very difficult situation.
Okay. And as a crime scene analyst, the goal is to get to a scene as soon as possible after the incident, right?
Yes.
And to get to a scene that's been preserved to the best of the ability of those preserving it, right?
Yes.
Because if anything has moved within that scene, it can tarnish the investigation, right?
Yes.
And if things aren't preserved properly or documented and collected properly, that can make it really difficult to go back in time and depict what accurately happened. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to your involvement in this case. You did not respond to the initial shooting scene, right?
That is correct.
You're familiar with a guy by the name of Gary Reed, now deceased, correct?
Yes.
You worked with him for a number of years.
Yes.
And you know a crime scene analyst by the name of Jeff Smith, don't
Yes.
you? And you knew a crime scene analyst by the name of Chelsea Collins.
Yes.
You're aware, as part of your involvement in this case, that they responded to the original crime scene.
Yes.
And they had the obligation, the duty at that scene to document, collect, and preserve the evidence close in time to the shooting. You agree with that?
Yes.
You indicated to us on direct examination there were a number of things that were apparent to you when you responded to the scene that you photographed and that you collected, right?
Correct.
Certainly items of physical evidence that you located, right?
Yes.
In fact, that was pointed out to you by homicide detectives, right?
The cartridge cases, yes.
Okay, I'm going to talk to you first about those. You responded on the 15th of May of 2008, right?
Yes.
And at the time you did, you had information as to the event number of the original event.
Yes.
And you knew that that event had happened on the 8th of May.
Right. A week before.
You knew you were there exactly a week later.
Yes.
Correct? You talked to detectives about it, right?
I don't know how much I did, but I'm sure it was mentioned. Yes.
Okay. At the time you testified on direct examination a moment ago, you indicated where the body of Sharon Randolph was lying. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
You weren't involved in the investigation to know that that was Sharon Randolph, right?
Correct. It was gained by photos.
Somebody gave you the information of her name, though, right?
Right.
And prior to going into the scene, you talked to detectives about what may be important that you may be there to collect.
Yes.
Specifically, they talked to you about cartridge cases, right?
Yes.
You had an understanding that those were not discovered by crime scene analysts or detectives where they were at the time of the shooting on May 8th, right?
Yes.
All you did is say, that's the cartridge case you're referring to. I'm going to go ahead and impound that now, right?
Yes.
And prior to doing so, you photographed it as it was a week later. Agreed?
Correct.
Okay. When you were present at the scene, you noticed once you went inside these oily deposits, right?
Yes.
And from your experience, you believe them to be cerebral fluid
Yes.
because it kind of has a almost unique appearance to it, right?
Yes.
It's thicker than water, right?
Yes.
Stickier.
Right.
And you can look at a stain on the wall and say, to me, that looks like cerebral fluid.
I would say that. Yes.
You agree that it's easier to see with the eye than, as you just mentioned, to pick up in a photograph.
Correct.
Difficult to photograph, but easy for you to see that day.
Yes.
And you also indicated that there were a number of blood droplets contained within that cerebral fluid.
On some of them, yes.
And you could actually see that with your naked eye.
Yes.
And because of the color of the blood, it picks up a lot easier on a photograph.
Yes.
You actually got up on a ladder, right?
Yes.
And you looked at items of forensic evidence left behind high up on a wall. Agreed?
Yes.
They included fatty tissue, right?
Yes.
That's something that you would have looked for had you been there on May 8th, right?
Yeah, probably.
And if you'd have seen it, you would have photographed it
Yes.
and you would have impounded it.
Yes.
If you'd have seen those blood droplets, you would have swabbed them, right?
Yes.
And you would have impounded them on May 8th, right?
Yes.
You also located hair up on the wall, right?
Correct.
And you photographed it
Yes.
and you impounded it
Yes.
because it's important.
Yes.
You even located tissue on the wall
Yes.
and you did the same with that. You photographed it and impounded it
Yes.
because that's important for a crime scene analyst to do, right?
Yes.
Okay. You said something interesting on direct examination, and that is as you looked up and down this hallway, I'm going to flip this back around here. That N arrow at the top on states 214, that indicates north, right?
Yes.
This door, you walk in and out of this door, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's the door from the garage into that north-south hallway.
Yes.
And you walked up and down that hallway.
I did.
When you were there, that hallway was clean, wasn't it?
The floor area was cleaned. I believe the door to the master bedroom was also cleaned off, so there was no blood on that at that time.
Yeah. So you weren't there on May 8th, right?
Correct.
You looked at photographs of May 8th.
Yes.
So you had an opportunity to see that residence in the condition it was in on May 8th in the photographs.
Yes.
And you'd agree with me in those photographs, there's no photographs of those blood droplets, right?
Yes.
No photos of the tissue,
Correct.
no photos of the hair,
Correct.
no photos of the fatty deposits.
Yes.
I want to show you a couple of photographs here. Show you what's first in evidence is defense F. Do you see that initials and personnel number there?
Yes.
You take a picture of that to document that those are your photos, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then the one I'm going to show you what's in evidence is you put a scale and some directionality arrows and some letter and number markings on some of those blood droplets, right?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's in evidence is defense J. That's a close up of that same one. You see those even without zooming in on defense J, those blood droplets, right?
Yes.
They're obvious to you, right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you now defense K. Do you see above the door, there's a scale with all the arrows, letters, and numbers above that scale?
Yes.
And that's because all of the physical evidence you're referring to was above that height, correct?
Above 5 feet 8. Yes. Or yeah. Was it 6'8"? My mind is slipping. It was either 5 feet 8 or 6 feet 8. I can't remember.
Okay. If you testified on direct examination and indicated in your report it was 5'8", you wouldn't dispute that.
I would not.
How tall are you?
I am 6'2",
Okay. Roughly how far is it between your eyes to the top of your head?
say 3 inches.
Okay. So for someone a couple inches shorter than you, me for instance, my eyes might be about 5'8". Would you agree with that?
Okay.
You wouldn't dispute that, would you?
No.
Okay. You would agree all the evidence that you documented, collected, photographed, and impounded was above that height, right?
Except for the cartridge cases, yes.
Okay. And in fact, a better representation is in defense L. You see there's nothing on those walls below that. See that?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, those walls were clean of anything of evidentiary value when you were there, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
Did you document, collect, or preserve anything of evidentiary value below 5'8" on those walls?
No.
I'm going to show you, you indicated you reviewed photographs. What's in is defense N. Now zoom in on this one. Do you see that little cartridge case right in front of the door?
Yes.
You saw that photograph prior to going on the 15th, right?
I don't think so. I had no involvement in this case whatsoever until the 15th.
Yeah, but I'm saying prior to going to the scene on the 15th, you looked at the photos from the 8th.
No,
Oh, you didn't?
no.
Okay.
That was the first time I saw anything with this scene was on the 15th.
All right, I'm going to show you a photo then, zoomed out from the one I just showed you. Defense M. Do you see that hallway?
Yes.
Do you recognize that as the north-south hallway?
Yes, in the north end of it, the garage door being right here.
That's the door to the garage, right smack dab in the middle, right?
Correct.
You see the way that rug is kind of folded up there?
I do.
You had nothing to do with that, right?
No.
Do you see on, as we look at that photograph on the left-hand side, some items hanging on the wall?
Yes.
What does it appear to be to you?
Hat, sun hat.
Like a big brimmed, wide, maybe 24 inch by 24 inch?
20 inch, yeah, 20, 24 inch, yes.
Okay, let me ask you this. If there was a shooting directly adjacent to that hat on that wall, and there were biological materials as a result of a high velocity gunshot wound, could they be collected on that hat?
Yes,
Would you be able to examine them?
yes.
Okay. When you went to that location on the 15th of May, was that hat there?
I don't think it was.
When you were there on the 15th of May, at the opposite end of that hallway, you agree you documented above eye level the number of arrows, right?
Yes.
At the bottom of that photograph, do you see that doorway?
The doorway to the master bedroom?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you see anything unusual about the carpet?
Yes.
Is there a big old piece cut out of it?
Yes.
When you were there on the 15th, did you see any blood on the floor?
No.
It had been cleaned up, right?
Yes.
Someone had been in there and cleaned up that whole hallway, didn't they?
Yes.
And it appeared to you from eye level down, everything was clear with no items of evidentiary value. Agreed?
Yes.
What about, I'm going to show you what's in evidence is State 55. Do you see that inside of the garage portion of the residence at 6517 Rancho Santa Fe?
Yes.
You see blood all over the floor?
Yes.
When you were there, was that blood there?
I don't believe it was. I don't recall, but I don't believe it was.
Okay. Do you see up at the top there some items laying just outside the door?
Yes.
It's like a couple bags and a couple toolboxes.
Yes.
You photographed that same area when you were there on the 15th, didn't you?
Yes.
I'm going to show you defense G. It looks pretty clean in front of that door, doesn't it?
It does.
Okay. You'd agree with me that some of those items have moved, haven't they?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that the photograph that you took on the 15th depicts an entirely different scene than the one that was taken on the 8th, right?
So there have been things moved. I would agree with that.
And when things are moved in a crime scene where you're trying to document, collect, and preserve evidence as it was at the time of the crime, that can lead to some inconsistent findings, right?
Possibly.
And in this case, some of those toolboxes had moved, right?
I think so. Yes.
The ground had been cleaned up, hadn't it?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Okay. The blood that was clearly there at both ends of that hallway and in between on the 8th of May was gone when you came, right?
Yes.
When you got there, there was actually other members of law enforcement present, right?
Yes.
You were called there by Detective Dino Kelly, correct?
Yes.
And when you got there, there was a homicide sergeant that was there, right?
Albie, yes.
By the name of Rocky Albie. You knew him, right?
Very well.
May he rest in peace.
Yep.
He's a great guy. He pointed out some items of evidence to you, right?
I can't remember who did it. Whoever pointed out the cartridge cases, it was somebody from the homicide team, but I don't recall who it was.
And you impounded them.
Yes.
And you agree with me that because the area in which you impounded them from had moved in the last week, the cartridge case had presumably moved too.
It's possible. It's certainly possible.
Okay. You'd agree with me that a week later, after items have moved and been cleaned up, it has a lot less evidentiary value to you, doesn't it?
It's a lot more difficult to tell a story if something's been moved. Yes.
Right. In other words, if you're looking at forensic evidence in order to prove or disprove a story, if it's been altered, it makes it a lot harder, right?
Yes.
In fact, it's practically impossible, isn't it?
It can be.
Okay. Detective Dino Kelly was present when you arrived, yes?
Yes.
So was Detective Cliff Monk.
Not sure. I know Rob Wilson was, but I'm not sure about Cliff Nog. I'm not saying he wasn't. I just don't remember.
Do you remember that they were conducting something called a walkthrough
Yes.
and they were videotaping it?
They had just finished when I got there.
Okay. Just so it's clear, you notate in your report when you arrive and when you leave, don't you?
Yes.
And in fact, in your report, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you documented as your time of arrival?
I believe it was, if I'm remembering correctly, it was 9:17 p.m.
Okay. If I were to indicate the report said 9:16,
My bad.
about the same, but you would agree with me that that time is documented and written in your report at
Yes.
that time, right?
Yes.
You also document when you clear the scene, don't you?
Yes.
And in this case, you documented that you left at 1:06 a.m. Is that right?
That sounds right.
Okay. You were there for a number of hours
Yes.
and you were putting up all those arrows. Yes.
Yes. I'm sorry.
And you were photographing them, right?
Yes.
And it was pertaining to what detectives had told you, the area that was important in the case, right?
Honestly, I don't know that they told me anything was important. I prefer to enter something like that with very little knowledge of what happened so I can draw my own conclusions. I was probably given some very basics of the scene. And beyond that, I don't think anybody was too specific.
Okay. I'm going to put on the overhead. This is the last little thing I'm going to ask you. When you were drawing your own conclusions about what happened, when you were documenting the items of evidentiary value that remained a week later after the homicide, you would agree with me that you took photos of all of the forensic evidence related to blood or tissue or evidence of a shooting, right?
Yes.
Okay. You would agree with me that hat on the wall was gone, right?
I think it was. I don't recall seeing it.
If a hat had been there, would you have looked at it to determine if there was evidentiary value on it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you defense O. This is a still shot from that walkthrough video. You agree with me, the jury's already seen this video. You would agree with me that still shot depicts different items hanging there, right?
The hat is definitely missing.
The hat's been removed, right?
Yes.
And it had been removed prior to your arrival.
Correct.
And as far as you know, that hat was never examined, impounded, tested.
I never read anything about that.
Okay. Do you see the door that's open in that photograph?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you look at the exterior portion of that garage door when you were there on the 15th?
I don't recall.
Let me ask you this. If the door was open as it's depicted in defense O, and there was someone right adjacent to that door and they were shot with a gun and a high velocity impact occurred, could you potentially find some forensic evidence on that door?
You could potentially, yes.
Did you ever look at that side of that door when you were there on the 15th?
I don't know that I did. I can't say I didn't. I just don't recall.
Okay. As you sit here today, you can't tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you looked at it, right?
Correct.
You can't tell us the blood that was on the ground had been cleaned when you were there, right?
Yes.
And you can't tell us the area in the exterior of that door in the garage had also been cleaned, right?
The only door I know of that was cleaned specifically would have been the master bedroom door.
And I apologize if my question wasn't clear. In defense G, that area outside the door has been cleaned, yes? Not talking about the door surface.
The blood on the ground appears not to be there anymore, and I do not recall it being there that day.
And it appears to be neat and tidy and swept up, right?
Yeah, somewhat, yeah.
And you agree there's no blood on that door that you can see in that photo?
That I can see, yes.
And you took that photo.
Yes.
I'm going to show you the last thing, as I mentioned. This is States 240. That's one of those blood drops, right?
Yes,
Very obvious, correct?
correct.
You photographed it, yes?
Yes,
Do you see the texture of that paint?
yes.
What do you refer to that as?
Just textured walls. And the paint itself is a flat beige colored paint.
Okay, the texture, do you refer to it as orange peel?
Oh, you know, I would have just learned something today. I just call it textured wall.
Okay.
Yeah.
The texturing and the application of paint to it can strengthen that drywall, right?
Yes.
It would make it harder, for instance, to see a mark on it, right?
No, I'm going to disagree with you there. I think the mark would be obvious, depending on what you're talking about. A bullet strike or something is certainly stronger than that material on the wall, and it would show up.
Okay. And the paint clearly depicts blood quite well.
Yes,
And you'd agree with me, you didn't document, collect, or preserve any blood below eye level.
that's correct.
Court's indulgence. In addition to homicide detectives and investigators that were present, do you recall any other people being there?
Mr. Randolph was there. Like I said, I caught the tail end of that interview we was doing where we walked through the scene. I didn't even catch the tail end of it. We were done by the time I got there. And I believe he was there at some point.
Okay. Do you remember anyone else being there?
No,
Does the name Colleen Byer mean anything to you?
no.
How long did it take you to put up all those arrows?
Well, I was there about 3 hours, and it took a good bit of time to document that.
Of course, indulgence. I think Mr. Orm's done as well, Judge.
So, Mr. McPhail, when you were there on the 15th, the request was made from homicide for you to come out there, correct?
Yes.
Then do they limit you in where you can look or where you can work or what you can do to examine the scene?
No, not at all. There's
Do you kind of work independently from them, setting up your own photography, your own process on how you want to do it?
yes.
Did they restrict you at all in terms of where you could look for blood or tissue or strike marks or anything like that?
No.
You were allowed to look all through that hallway and document whatever you wanted?
Yes.
Okay. You talked about on cross-examination how everything you saw was sort of like 5'8" eye level or above, correct?
Correct.
If you had seen anything that looked like blood or cranial fluid or a strike mark or anything of ballistic significance below that, you would have been free to mark that, right?
Yes,
I mean, homicide didn't say, hey, we don't want anything below here.
that's correct.
Had you seen something like that, that would have been something that was important to you.
Yes.
And so presumably you documented what you observed when you went there on the 15th, what you were
Yes.
able to observe.
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. Tomczak showed you a picture of that, that hallway, and then there was like a hat kind of hanging on the wall.
Yes.
Would you expect like a secondary strike or some sort of mark on a wall if a shot was fired there and in the direction of the hat?
The hat wouldn't have prevented anything from continuing to the wall. That's definite.
So let's talk about cartridge cases. I think you said you've been to many, many scenes.
Yes.
Have there been occasions when you've gone to a shooting scene where you happen to know the number of shots, but you can't find all the cases associated with them?
Yes.
Is that something, I mean, it's not ideal, but is that something that happens sometimes when crime scene analysts are at scenes?
Those are the kind of things that kept me up at night, not the horrific things I saw, but what I might have missed. It happens sometimes. Out of all the many complicated cases I worked, all the scenes, I can't think of one that was perfect. And there's always something that keeps you up at night. And those are the things that do.
And is it because the cartridge cases, they're small and you're in a crowded space and sometimes you just don't see them all?
They get kicked. They end up being in things, in grass, for example, in rocks, a rock landscape. In this case, it was in a toolbox with a bunch of other small items. And so, yes, you do miss them sometimes. You're not proud of that, but it happens.
Okay. Now, given the location where these were found, it kind of like back by the water heater and in that toolbox, that is sort of an area that you may miss if you were processing a scene.
It's certainly possible they did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there, I guess, do you interpret like any sort of possible movement of those between the 8th and the 15th, given their location where they were found on the 15th? Well, How many crime scenes have you been to?
Hundreds, thousands.
Okay. Have there been occasions when you returned to scenes and found additional cartridge cases?
Yes,
And is sometimes that a day or two later?
it's happened. Yes.
Okay. And based on that experience, do you have any opinion, I guess I should say, as to whether or not these cartridge cases appeared to have been moved from the 8th to the 15th?
That's my objection to speculation.
Well, he's an expert.
Not an expert in what things happen when he's not there for a week.
Can't have so much.
On the floor of the garage near, and it's underneath some, where these two additional cartridge cases. Based on the location where these two additional cartridge cases were found, one's like underneath, or well, there's one in the toolbox that's sort of in one of the pockets for tools, correct?
Yes.
And it's underneath some, or well, next to like, I think it's a pair of pliers or
Yes.
something like that. And then the other one is sort of on the floor of the garage near a bottle of water, kind of tucked back in the corner.
Yes.
Okay. In your experience at crime scenes, are those the types of places that sometimes would be missed in a search?
It's very possible to miss cartridge cases. They bounce around a lot. They can be kicked inadvertently. It's easy to miss some cartridge cases.
And I think, you acknowledge it's not ideal, but sometimes that happens. There's no perfect processing of any crime scene.
Correct.
You can tell us where the cartridge cases were pointed out to you on the 15th of May, right?
Yes.
You have no idea how they got there, right?
Correct.
You have no idea whatsoever if they moved between the 8th and the 15th, correct?
I have no personal knowledge of that.
Okay. You do have personal knowledge that you documented, collected, and preserved evidence on the 15th in that hallway, right?
Yes.
And you also know that that evidence was missed on the 8th, correct?
Yes.
You mentioned a moment ago that the mistakes that can happen keep you up at night, right?
Yes, but not necessarily mistakes. Things that I missed, which become mistakes. Yes. Things that I might not be able to understand at the moment. Those are the things that keep you up at night.
You would agree with me that the reason those things keep you up at night is because the things you're investigating can be so fundamentally important to a case like this, right?
Yes.
And if things aren't documented, collected, and preserved properly, investigators can reach the wrong result, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that when you went back on the 15th, Ms. Weckerly, when she asked you a question, you would have documented, collected, and preserved evidence of blood lower on the wall had you seen it. You agree
Yes.
with that, right?
Yes.
Okay. You would agree with me you didn't see any, right?
Yes.
And you agree with me that that scene had been cleaned between the 8th and the 15th. Yes?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Sure. The walls on the 15th still had tissue on them, correct?
Correct.
The walls on the 15th still had, well, actually the air conditioning vent had hair,
Yes.
correct? And there were markings of cerebral fluid that you took samples of all along those walls. Is
Correct.
that fair? And all of that existed on the 15th.
Yes.
And had you found any other evidence that existed on the 15th related to ballistics or a gunshot wound or a secondary strike or anything indicating or anything having any connection to your interpretation of what took place in this hallway, you would have documented it, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
The things that you documented, all of them above eye level, right?
Yes.
Everything below eye level, no blood evidence.
It wasn't there. There were no wipe marks either, as if somebody cleaned up that area. There was nothing there.
I agree with you. There was nothing there, right?
Yes.
Okay. The arrows that you put up, did you take them down that night?
I don't think so. I usually don't.
Okay. Nothing there.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jerry, how many questions? So people are short on a full sheet of paper with your name and your
State's going to recall Dr. Gavin. We're almost done with day 6, people. And then we will link up with day 7's live stream. We missed this testimony on Friday because
Sharon Randolph.
we had the
I believed that
Koberger motions hearing that pretty much lasted 6 hours. And it was kind of a cluster getting the videotapes.
Okay, sir,
yes,
would you be able to determine from what position or location of the home was
So
the
these are
shooter at
jury
when he fired at
questions.
Sharon Randolph?
I believed that he would have been near the bathroom door, as was she. It was a near contact wound to her head where they found soot deposits at autopsy that indicates the gun was near her. So I would put him near the bathroom door, maybe even inside the bathroom door.
You mentioned on direct examination of the defect on the wall. Did you happen to swab that area for testing?
No, I did obtain a hair and tissue sample in the general area. I did not swab the area. As a matter of fact, after the projectile hit the wall there, it continued, ricocheted off that wall and went to the pot shelves, and it was recovered that night on the pot shelves. There were 2 fragments of the bullet that night that was recovered. Not of my night, the night of the 8th.
Why did they call you a week after and not the night of?
I can't answer that. I'm sorry.
That's going to
I
be
just don't know why they
sticky
didn't.
a whole week after.
Statement following based on the juror question. Ms. Randolph? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any other questions of this witness? Okay. Seeing no response, sir, you're excused. Thank you very much for your testimony today.
Okay, state's recalling Dr. Gavin. She was the first lady up.
Statement recall your next witness. This statement recall Dr. Gavin, Your Honor.
Okay.
It's not going to last very long. I hope you are enjoying this trial. I think he's going to get acquitted or a hung jury. The state has nothing on this guy other than his prior bad acts, which we all can pretty much surmise he's the criminal. But that's why his 2 death convictions were overturned. This is horrible. Thank you for joining me. So for those of you who are watching, you're in on the cluster that is the Thomas Randolph retrial. He's going to get acquitted. He's probably going to sue for millions of dollars. I'm trying to document the jurors' questions because they are so good. Remember, it's reasonable doubt beyond a reasonable doubt. There's reasonable doubt all over the place. Crime Spies is crabby because she's sick. Still. Oh, I suppose we can fast forward. And I've got some shit happening. I think there's something, I don't know, something that got downloaded that's like snailing my computer here. So this is a gal that was the witness earlier today. I think the state rests after this witness.
I'm sorry.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Lisa Gavin, LISAGAVIN.
Thank you. Dr. Gavin, we had showed you a computer-generated image that had trajectory patterns, and I think on your direct examination, you said one of them was slightly off in your opinion medically as to its location.
Correct.
I'd like to approach and show you state's proposed 330.
Have you, well, I'll ask you, can you look at that image and see if it accurately depicts the injuries? Location, I should say.
Yes.
Okay, and there's arrows on 330 that indicate directionality. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And there are also arrows, I guess, sort of depicting whether it's on the left side or the right side in terms of entry and exit that correspond with sort of the pointed part of the arrow. Is that accurate in your opinion?
Yes.
Is it anatomically accurate in terms of where these injuries were observed on Mr. Miller, presuming the anatomical position.
They're accurate for the areas of entry and exit and the direction.
According to the transcript, they're going to be showing her some cartoon guy. Is this a joke?
States 330.
State attorney, miss?
Looking at that, those depict
Oh, I guess
the
it's not a
various
cartoon
entrance
guy.
and exits on
It's a
Mr.
AI
Miller's
generated
direct
guy.
road. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm gonna actually, if I could approach again, and have you.
This is what concerns me about the United States legal system. Sometimes it's good, and sometimes it's
Correct.
horror
And
shit
again, that doesn't
shows
mean
like
sequences
this.
of which they were inflicted.
Steve Gosney, are you off of hiatus yet? Because Crime Spies needs you. The other 3 people I asked to help, I'm no longer contacting you on my live stream with my millions of people watching right now.
Okay. And then, is there a way you could mark on here, what one is the entry or what is the exit, or is that going to be based on sort of the arrow that's already on there?
I think the arrow implies that.
Okay.
So let's. 330. And this is the first one that we discussed on direct examination is the one that enters, I was doing it the wrong way, on the sort of near his left ear and comes out on his right forehead.
Correct.
And the second one is the left forehead entry. That's the one that's at that really steep angle that lacerates his tongue and comes out his neck.
Correct.
And the third one is the abdominal one that sort of travels up his chest,
Correct.
exits. And then injury number 4 is the one that was underneath the armpit area, and that's the one with no exit.
Correct.
And injury number 5 is the one that enters from the back of the sort of left elbow area and then comes through the front of his arm.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
You'd agree with me that states 330, it's not a photograph, right?
Correct.
It's kind of a animated, cartoony type representation of a human being, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And there's arrows that go across it, right?
Yes.
State asked you a moment ago if those accurately depict the injuries sustained. You'd agree with me there's no injuries in that cartoon
Correct.
animation, right?
Correct.
In fact, there's no entrance and exit identified at all, correct?
Correct.
There's directionality arrows, as you previously testified to, right?
Yes.
Okay. Looks like our cartoon guy's wearing a belt and kind of some ripped jeans. You didn't make those decisions about how to dress up our cartoon guy, did you?
No.
Okay. But you've been shown this cartoon previously, right?
Yes.
In fact, you were presented with a cartoon on direct examination today by the state where you pointed out that their representation was wrong, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you had to leave to fix it and come back so you could testify to it, right?
Yes.
And if we're being honest about it, earlier today isn't the first time they showed you a cartoon representation similar to this, right?
Correct.
A couple weeks ago, you met with the state in something called a pretrial conference.
Correct.
And they showed you a cartoon guy then too, right?
Right.
Okay. At that time, you said, hey, you got it wrong, you need to fix it, right?
Correct.
And even when they fixed it today, they still had it wrong, right?
Correct.
You'd agree with me the photographs of the actual injuries and your testimony about their trajectory is accurate medically, right?
The photographs depict the injuries.
And your testimony about it is accurate medically, right?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that cartoon guy doesn't really offer much to that testimony, right?
The
Oh my God.
the trajectory. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
This is a nightmare. She had to go back and fix her diagram. That's why her testimony was cut off, and then the guy came, and then now she's back. What a shit show.
You agree with me that Mr. Animated Cartoon Guy here doesn't add
That's why
anything
he's
to your
making fun
medical
of this.
testimony about the trajectory. Your testimony is the same, right?
This
Regarding
is
trajectory, yes.
just-
Okay. And you'd agree with me that our animated cartoon man here doesn't actually depict a single injury, does it?
Say again, please.
Doesn't depict a single injury, does it?
Correct. He doesn't have injuries on him.
Nothing further.
So at the coroner's office, are there
This lady,
occasionally do the doctors
this
use,
prosecution
blank drawings
is a
that are
joke.
depicting, sort of a generalized person in order to mark where injuries are?
Yes.
And this would be states 330 similar to that, right? And sometimes doctors will use those blank drawings to
sort of put all of the injuries onto one image. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so stage 330 just gives you sort of a summary of the location of all of those injuries. Is that right?
Yes.
And while it doesn't have like the gunshot wound depicted on it, it certainly is accurate in terms of directionality and trajectory, I should say,
Yes.
and location of the injury.
Yes.
And then the arrows tell you where the entrance and exits are in conjunction, of course, with your testimony and the courthouse. Is that fair?
The length of it does, and then the point of the arrow indicates that direction.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any questions about that? Right, question on the whole paper, push it, they can then hear about it. What's your number? I'm sorry.
Oh my God. I think this is jury questions and then this day is done. I thought the state was supposed to rest.
State gunshot number 5, the inch for gunpowder or soot.
Yeah, this is jury questions.
Dr. Gavin, did you test the gloves found on Mr. Miller for gunpowder or soot?
Our office doesn't test for any of those kinds of things. That's done by the crime lab.
Dr. Gavin, can you state gunshot number 5, the entrance wound again? It seems the arrow is going the wrong way.
It's the way it looks in the photo because it's facing towards you in that anatomical position, but it's coming in from the back of the elbow and heading towards you. And so that's why it looks like the arrow is pointing towards you because anatomically it's going kind of back to front.
Can you follow based on your question? No. Anything else, ladies and gentlemen, do you have any further questions for Dr. Gavin? Okay, seeing no response, thank you very much. Doctor, you're excused. Thank you for your testimony.
All right, that's it for today.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, those are all the witnesses that we have for you today. I swear to you, we are bringing this to a close. I swear to you that we are getting close. So we are going to take our weekend recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its matter, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media.
Oh, that's not what I wanted to do.
You must not do any research such as interpretation or use the internet or using references.
Great, now I have to
You must not make
sneeze.
any investigation, test theory, case, recreating the aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own.
What a nightmare. Crap. So, people, here's my screaming goat. So that was Friday's testimony because we did the Brian Koberger motions hearing that pretty much lasted all day. Plus, on top of it, the Tommy Randy trial Friday afternoon was just in the afternoon after, I think they started at like 1:30 their time. So I figured, well, what the heck? We always do a late start or a delayed start anyway for live trials. So I figured, let's just pack it on the beginning of this one. So today we heard from Dr. Lisa Gavin. She was the forensic pathologist, and she went over the autopsy photos of Sharon and Michael Miller. And then next to the stand was witness Randall McPhail. He is a crime scene investigator. Now he's retired. He's a senior crime scene analyst. He visited the scene a week after the incident. A week after. And noted evidence that wasn't initially found by crime scene analysts the night of the incident. What the hell kind of sloppy shit show is this? So, I am going to also do, let's see if I can follow along. So the last one we did, I'm trying to monkey around. I am a data analyst, an accountant, a nerd, let's just say. And, for 4 months now doing this channel, I'm trying to think like, how can I incorporate my accounting slash data slash nerdishness to make these live streams more enjoyable, cut some of the crap out of it. Is there a way to like drill down to the bits and pieces of this stuff so we don't have to spend all day, every day watching this kind of stuff? I mean, yes, starting on a late start does cut the time down in half, but what if we could get 4 hours down to 2? That would be ideal. Then we could do all kinds of other stuff. So, this is probably going to be Crime Spies' last trial. I said that before. Problem is I have to watch it anyhow. I don't know. I'm just talking out loud. It doesn't look like I can grab the transcript of this. Duh. So that's not going to work. Note to self, can't get transcript till after it's over. Here's an interesting thought though. I wonder how soon after the video ends the transcript is ready. All right, so picking up now with today's testimony, Monday, August 21st, day 7 of the Thomas Randolph, Tommy Randy retrial. Oops, not what I wanted to do. Also, let me know, do you like the pink background better? I guess that matches my this thing. Because I was wearing yellow a week ago Friday and it looked so pretty with the purple. But I don't know. This is all kind of gruesome. So maybe I should do something like this. I've been busy working on backgrounds and stuff and ideas. You probably don't care. Oh, I wonder if I can, just 1 second. I wonder if I can make myself black and white. Look at that. Crime Spies is black and white. What do you think? Lily, do you like mommy better in black and white or color? Color, mommy? Black and white. Let me know. Okay. Now, if there was only a way for me to get rid of the glare on my glasses. Okay. Day 7 now continues. And I must add to any of you out there watching with my 1 million subscribers that are attorneys, could you please let me know how you think this trial is going? Because from the accountant here, I think it's going horribly for the prosecution. All right, so let's continue with the Thomas Randolph Day 7 retrial for the murders of his 6th wife Sharon and his handyman / friend Michael Miller. His 2 death sentences were overturned by the Nevada Supreme Court in 2021 after his 2017 conviction. This is his retrial, And so far, in my opinion, the state has nothing. Play.
I'm glad nobody got flooded out and wasn't able to make it tonight. I was a little concerned about you guys yesterday. All right, we are going to pick up where we left off on Friday. Statement.
Let's do it.
Call Toby Maldonado to the stand.
Oh, then you can't see my color in the background. Maybe that's not important.
Do you solemnly swear to testify about this action to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Oh, this window.
You can say this one name for the record, please.
My name is Toby Maldonado, Toby.
Toby.
Maldonado.
Thank you very much. Sir, what do you do for a crowd? What did you use to fill it?
I was a police officer with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
Okay, how long did you spend with Metro?
29 years.
All right, and when you retired,
How do we spell
when you retired,
Malanadro?
what position were you within Metro?
Police sergeant.
Okay.
Malanadro.
Tell me a little bit about your background. Where did you work throughout your career over the 29 years?
Most of my career, probably 90% of it, was in the field service division, which is basically uniform. So
Okay.
basically patrol, and then I focused a lot on the training aspect of it. So we trained all the academy recruits in field training to get them ready to go out
Okay.
on patrol.
I want to turn your attention to May 8th of 2008. Were you working on that day?
Yes,
Were you working as a patrol sergeant on that day?
yes,
And were you called out to 6517 Rancho Santa Fe Drive, a 911 coming out approximately at 8:44 and 54 seconds?
yes.
All right. I'd like you to, if you could, explain to the jury, when you arrived as a patrol sergeant, and they've heard that, it's a shooting call. When you arrive to a shooting call, what are some of the basic responsibilities when you first get to that scene?
Immediately, we want to try to find any kind of victims or witnesses, and try to determine where the crime occurred, if there's a crime, and then try to, render aid to anybody that may be injured, and or then secure the scene and wait for, depending on the call investigative services or medical or whoever's whatever's necessary at that point.
Okay. And when you arrived at this scene, what were some of the basic details that you had, either coming over the radio or when you immediately arrived there?
We received information there had been a shooting at the house on Santa Fe Drive, I think, or wherever. But
Rancho Santa Fe?
yes, and that the homeowner that his wife had been shot by a suspect, and that the homeowner had shot the suspect.
So your understanding is there's 3 people inside
Yes.
of the house?
Yes,
Okay. When you arrive, how many people are there initially?
just one,
Okay.
like outside the house with the victim, or the person reporting was there.
And you're talking about civilians, is that correct?
Yes.
So just the one? I'm now talking about police officers. So how many officers start to arrive?
When I got there, there were probably 2 or 3 other patrol cars already there.
Okay. At that point, had anyone entered the residence at that point?
No,
All right. Who makes these sort of calls at this point? Is there a chain of command about deciding about when you enter, when not to enter, things like that?
that would be the ranking officer on the scene, and in this case, it would have been me.
All right. So tell us what happens. You arrive on the scene. There's 2 or 3 patrol cars there. What do you do at that point?
As I remember, I didn't speak to the person reporting there. Somebody had gotten some basic information about what happened, and then I put together either a 3 or 4-man team to go in and check on the house and check on the person that had been shot inside.
All right. I'd like to let's see if I hit this button before we get going. I want to, before I throw anything over, I want to approach this case 1 and 2.
Does this look general? I know it's a long time ago, but does this look familiar to you?
It does a little bit, yes.
Okay. And what does it remind you of?
The house where the call occurred.
Okay. So when you arrived,
Is the garage door open or closed when you
Is-
first get there?
As I remember, the garage door was closed.
Okay. I'm publishing 1. So it's closed. So you don't. So you said there were 2 or 3 or 4 of you, right? How do you enter the home?
We basically just form, and it's called like an element you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, you go into the house and everybody has a responsibility, like who opens the door, who does this, who does that. And then we basically go through the front door and then just start conducting a quick search for any victims.
And this is kind of goes back to what you were saying at first, trying to identify any victims and potentially kind of secure a scene.
Yes.
Okay. So you enter through the front door. What do you remember observing that catches your attention?
As we walk through, I remember one of the officers, Mike Mitchell, he was the first one through, and there was a female on the ground that had been shot. And as soon as we saw her, I asked him, I said, is she alive? Is she breathing or anything like that? And he's like, no, she's gone.
So when you say him, who is the him that you're
That'd be Officer Mitchell.
Okay. So he gives you an indication that, in his opinion, that she's gone by this point.
Yes.
Okay. Does she appear to be moving at all?
No.
All right. Are you familiar with a term called clearing a house?
Yes.
What is that?
It's clearing a house is basically where you just go in a systematic manner, room to room to room of the home, and you check it. Depending on what you're doing, if it's not a search warrant, you're checking for bodies, or are you looking for victims or possible suspects at that point?
Okay. You had mentioned that you had heard over either radio or through a briefing that the homeowner's wife was shot by the intruder and that he had shot the intruder at that point.
Yes.
After locating this woman, do you take additional steps at that point in time when you're doing that first walkthrough to go find the intruder?
You can, but I made a decision at that point, and this is in the midst, and I remember in that time period of the late, like 2008, 2009, the department had made it, they were making a very good effort to try to avoid any kind of police shootings.
Okay.
So could we have gone in the house and cleared it, maybe encountered a suspect? Probably, but I decided at that point, look, there's nobody else in the house except maybe a suspect, because we didn't know where the suspect was.
Okay.
So I decided, let's just leave the house, secure the house, and call for the SWAT unit to come and clear the house.
Okay.
Ooh,
So
too
when you
much.
walk in through the front door, you guys find the female wherever she was located, right?
Yes.
And then you make the determination, we're stopping now, and everybody exits.
Correct, yes.
And the entryway was the front door, not the garage.
Yes,
Okay. So you make a decision to bring in SWAT.
yes.
So how does that sort of unfold? Does SWAT go into the house next, or does something different happen?
Well, at that point, you basically, you secure the home from the outside. You have officers on the perimeter, and then you just basically wait for, the SWAT team will always come out with an investigative unit, like a detective or whoever, and then they will put together a plan, and then they'll make a tactical entry into the home.
Okay. So I'm assuming more and more officers are arriving as time is
Yes.
going by, correct? These officers, though, at this point in time are standing outside the perimeter of the home, not going inside.
Yes,
And at this point, is the garage door still closed?
yes.
All right. So what happens with SWAT? Do they actually go inside this residence?
As I remember, SWAT never came out.
Okay. Why not?
It was my lieutenant at the scene. He decided that the house could be cleared with the officers that were already present, that we didn't need to wait for SWAT.
Okay. So they may have been called to the scene, but they ultimately do not, the SWAT team does not go through this residence.
Correct,
So all those feet never make it inside that house.
correct.
Okay. There's been some talk about possibly a canine unit coming out. What do you remember about the canine unit?
I remember the canine unit cleared the garage when the garage door opened. The canine unit went in with probably 2 or 3 other officers,
Okay.
and he announced that, hey, there's a suspect's in the garage and he's deceased.
Okay. And then where else do they go?
If they were going to, I didn't see them at this point. I just, I'm already a couple houses down, so I knew that they had gone to the garage, and at that point, they'd probably do a room-to-room clearing of the home.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not the canine unit goes into the backyard part of the house?
There may have been more than one canine unit there, because I remember there was a canine unit in the backyard.
Okay. All right. So let's do this. Are you familiar with what's called like a CAD log or an incident recall log?
Yes.
All right. And you've reviewed that in advance of coming here, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I'm publishing what's been marked as it states 325. So what do we have here in the middle here? What is this?
I can't see that.
Oh, you can't see it. All right.
Maybe
Well,
you
how
can-
about this? We'll get monitor right there.
Okay, thanks.
Maybe that would be better.
Oh, thank you.
Sergeant, is it easier to see on the
Oh,
monitor there? Okay. So when we look in the middle here, what is this indicating?
That's the address of where the incident is occurring.
All right, and this long number here on the left, what is this?
That's the event number that's generated by the computer to keep track of all the calls.
And is that generally the time when the call was received, 2045?
Yes,
Okay, but if a 911 call said it was 2044 and 54 seconds, you wouldn't dispute that, correct?
Correct. Right.
Okay, 6 seconds difference, right? All right. So if we look here at 8508, what's the time here?
2045.
And can you read that out?
It says PR's wife shot and PR also shot suspect.
What does PR stand for?
The person reporting?
All right. A minute later, there's another entry here. What does this say?
Wife possibly shot in head in hallway. PR shot suspect in the garage. Unknown if still there. Mike, unknown last name, BMA.
Okay. 2 minutes later, at 2047, can you please respond or read what it says here? And
Okay. PR is advising the suspect is still in the garage. Unknown if he's 419. That means dead.
okay.
Requesting to be transferred to medical for advice for the wife.
All right. A minute later, can you please read this entry here?
We're at it.
Sorry, I apologize. At 2048, if you can read this entry here, it's 3 lines.
Okay. Suspect is known to PR, has been scamming him. Suspect is laying in the garage, not moving. PR locked door, so suspect is locked in the garage. PR just took the male's 413 away and is now in the residence with him.
What does 413 stand for?
A gun.
All right. 2049, that's a minute later. What does this entry say?
PR set the phone down. There's an open line with PR saying Sharon and crying.
Okay. A minute later, what is it saying here?
PR advising wife doesn't have a pulse. FD giving CPR instructions.
All right. If you could read at 2052, what does this say here?
3x3, that's the unit call sign.
Okay.
Have homeowner open garage.
All right. And at 2052, what's it saying here?
Male advised to open door. And then it says the LL means that they're landline, that they're using
A landline phone?
Yes.
Okay. At 2053, what is it saying here?
3x7, any other units, stop traffic.
So what does that mean?
Generally, they're blocking off the street to prevent cars from driving in front of the residence.
Okay. I want to look at this entry at 2057. So this is approximately 12 minutes after this call started. Please read out what it says here.
548, not able to clear residence safety, request SWAT.
Who is 548?
That's me.
Okay, so that was your call sign on that.
Yes.
So what does that mean? Is that essentially what you were saying, that you didn't clear the house at that point and you're requesting SWAT?
Right. We didn't have any information where the suspect was in the house. So we didn't know if he was barricaded, if he was waiting to ambush us. And at that point, knowing that the wife, that the female wasn't alive, there wasn't like a pressing need to clear the house immediately.
Okay. So at the same entry time, it's just the next entry, but it's still at 2057. Please read out what it says.
Hearing units clearing residents while landline.
And it says 27//. Is that a reference to the dispatcher or?
That's probably the console that she's using, the 27.
Okay. 2 minutes from that at 2059, what's it say here?
305 has shield if needed.
What does that mean?
305 is the lieutenant. That's Lieutenant Alba, and he did have a ballistic shield in his car.
All right. At 2101, what's it saying here?
548 have SWAT standby.
Okay, that's you again, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you're giving another instruction for SWAT not to go into this residence.
Or to not, or actually, like they weren't even there, so I was just telling them, look, they're at that point. Lieutenant Alba had said, look, we can clear the house ourselves. We don't need to have SWAT. So I told the dispatcher, okay, just have SWAT stand by now. Like, don't have them come out yet.
All right. At 2103, so this is now at 903, please read out what it says here.
563 GC need units to control ped traffic. That's the pedestrian traffic.
All right. A minute later, if you could read out this entry.
3x3, one subject confirmed 419 in hallway with 413 by them.
Okay, what does that mean?
3x-ray 3 is the call sign of the unit. One subject is confirmed dead in the hallway with a gun next to them.
All right. Looking at 2106, please read this entry.
3x need air to check balcony type covering on the west of residence.
All right. And then this last entry down here, what does this say?
3x put spotlight on garage.
What does that instruction signify?
Basically to illuminate, to use the spotlights on the police vehicles to illuminate the garage door.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to the next page of this exhibit, and the entry is 2112. If you can read this entry here.
K912 can see 4 side and 3 side, but not the 2 side.
Okay, what does that mean? What is K912?
K912 is, K9 is the K9 unit, the units with the dogs, and 12 is his call sign in that unit.
All right. So what does 4 side, 3 side, and 2 side mean?
The SWAT guys are going to kill me. But it basically, each side of a home has a number. So like, for example, the front of the home is a 1,
Okay.
the left side's a 2, the backyard's a 3, and it goes clockwise, I believe.
So under this entry, the K9 unit is indicating it can see the 4 side, which would be the back part of the house, right? If the 1 is the front,
Right.
the 4 is the back, it says it can see the 3 side, correct?
Yes.
And the 2 side.
Yes.
It's not indicating the front side, correct?
Not from this, no.
Okay. What's the next entry say at 2113?
C13, Larry Burns advised landline will call 548 on cell.
All right, so who's Larry Burns at this time?
Larry Burns was the SWAT commander.
Okay, and he advised on the landline he'll call for 548, so calling you
Yes.
on a cell. At 2113, what does this entry say?
It says units trying door.
All right, 2115, 2 minutes later, we have another K912 entry. What does it say here?
A lot of toys in backyard, unknown if juveniles live at the residence.
Okay, it says have.
Have grandkids. They have grandkids, but none live in the residence.
All right, so again, a K9 unit is reporting things being seen in a backyard.
Yes.
All right. At 2117, two minutes later after that, what did it say here?
It says doors opening,
Okay, and then the next entry says,
body in garage.
all right, and then at 2119, what's it saying?
K98, subject in garage is 419. 2118, 583 GC, interior cleared, 2118.
Okay, so the K98 is another K9 unit,
Yes.
correct? Okay. Subject is in a garage, is indicated 419. I think you said 419 meant what?
Dead.
All right. What does the 2118, 58 GC, int clear 2118, what's that?
The 2118 is the time,
Okay,
and then 583 GC is
the unit?
the 500 is the unit. Yeah, it's a sergeant. GC is, if I remember, it's gang crimes. So it's a
Okay.
gang crime sergeant.
Okay. And they're saying interior clear?
Yes.
Okay, so at 2118, it appears there's an entry into the garage according to this catalog unit.
Yes.
All right. Are there any other units other than 583 GC and the K98 being reported as being in this garage according to this entry
No.
in the catalog? 1 minute later, at 2120, if you can read this notation.
AMR advised of delay.
What does AMR stand for?
AMR is American Medical Rescue, or it's basically the paramedics.
Okay, so they're being advised of delay.
Yes.
At 2121, could you please indicate what it says there?
3x3 request medical.
All right.
2121.
And then the next entry down 2 minutes later, what does it say here?
It says 3x garage to rear of residence not cleared.
Okay. In the backyard, was there a shed?
I don't know. I didn't go in the back.
Okay. All right. So you're not sure exactly what that's referencing, but 3X, meaning it's an officer, is indicating, hey, there's a garage to the rear of the residence that's not being cleared.
Correct.
Okay. I think here it says 3X Chan clear. What does Chan stand for?
Channel.
Okay, that's kind of radio frequencies, I guess.
Yeah, there was a code red on the channel, so that's just this repetitive beeping noise that goes out every like 4 to 5 seconds. So when and that means nobody can talk on the radio unless you have to. So
Okay.
when they clear the channel, they mean that it's basically you're free to talk on the radio.
Okay. At 2154, which is almost an hour and 10 minutes later, what is the entry here?
Via AM, media is arrived.
Okay, so that's maybe media members are maybe showing up to the neighborhood.
Yeah, this is just indicating that somebody had sent the dispatcher a message over the computer and that the media was starting to arrive.
All right. This entry near the bottom at 2200, so that's going to be at approximately 10 o'clock at night. Please read out what it says here.
MC1 requested ID via landline. MC1 was connected directly to CS4 for ID request.
So ID, what does that stand for?
ID is short for our criminalistics, or CSI, as people know them as.
Okay, so that's when so MC1 is an officer that's there, correct?
Yeah, MC1 is the major crimes detective.
Okay, the most senior, right? 'Cause he's number
He's
one.
number one,
right?
yeah,
The most senior crimes detective there. He's on the scene, and he is requesting that CSAs come out.
Yes.
Correct? At approximately 10 o'clock at night.
Yes.
At 10:02, can you read this entry here?
1002 will be FD Rescue 9 and Engine 9 that responded. Also AMR 5907 and 5931.
All right, what does that mean?
Those are the engine company from the fire department that responded. So they had Rescue 9 and Engine 9. So that basically means like the Engine 9 is the big fire truck. The Rescue 9's their van, their paramedic van. And then AMR 5907 and 5931 are the two AMR units that responded.
All right. You have two more entries here at 2204 and 2205. You can just read those two out.
Okay. Left message for tips.
What is
And
TIPS?
It's the volunteer program, trauma intervention program. It's volunteers that respond to talk to family members or friends, survivors.
Okay, so it's kind of volunteers that help out at
Yes.
scenes. Okay, so they're being left a message, and then what's the next thing say?
710A, request medical for PR,
All right, at 2209, it's saying tips ENR. What does the ENR stand for?
that they're en route.
Okay, and also ER can also stand for that, correct?
Yes.
All right. ETA means what? Estimated time of arrival?
Yes.
At 2215, there's this entry here, if you can read that out.
305, 3PS61, okay to let homeowners come in off of Rainbow and Rancho Santa Fe.
Okay, so typically, if you have a crime scene and it's nearby a major roadway, are there steps sometimes where you guys block off people coming in and out?
Yes.
All right, and this is a residential neighborhood?
Yes.
What's happening here in this instruction?
Basically, it looks like per the lieutenant, it's okay to start letting homeowners come in, it looks like off of one side of the street.
Okay, and this is about 2.5, I think it's about, it's at 10:15 at night, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At 2303, there's an entry here, what is that saying?
548, request grave units to assist.
Because that's maybe what, a transition squad of another shift
Yes.
of patrol officers, things like that?
Yes.
And then at 2310, what's it saying here?
3X3, call tips, they can leave per homicide.
All right. I have no further questions for this witness.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
What time did you arrive on this call?
I'd have to look at the log, I don't know the exact minute, hour and minute.
Do you think looking at it would help refresh your
Yes.
recollection? Can I approach?
Sure.
I'm going to hand you what's already in. It's 325.
Okay.
Find your call sign and your time of arrival.
Let's see. 47. Looks like 8:58 is when the dispatcher indicated I arrived.
Okay. And how does the dispatcher get that info?
Usually we will announce over the air that we're arriving, or we'll hit the arrive button on our computer, or those are really the only two ways, or she hears it through somebody else. Like if I don't announce or I don't hit the arrive button, which happens, then she'll either hear somebody, like she'll hear me on the radio giving directions. She says, oh, he's out there already. So she'll put two and two together and figure out that someone's there.
And just so the ladies and gentlemen of the jury understand how this computer-aided dispatch, this CAD report works, there's a 911 operator that fields a 911 call, right?
Yes.
And that individual has the ability to talk to the PR, the person reporting on the phone, correct?
Yes.
And they also have the ability to type into a computer all the line items that you see there, right?
Yes.
And those line items are then directed to first responders and secondary responders and specialized units within the field have access to that computer.
Yes.
You mentioned you hit your arrive button on your computer. You have a computer in your actual patrol car.
Yes.
Right? And it has a keyboard so you can enter information.
Yes.
And it has a specific button that allows you to announce your arrival.
Yes.
Okay. You understand that as the dispatcher is taking in information from the person or persons reporting, that's entered into that system, right?
Yes.
So you would agree with me that there's more information coming in probably than goes out into the CAD, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you also agree with me that there's a number of line items there that don't have extensive verbiage, just kind of call signs and either a 4-letter code or a 400 code or a unit response that you recognize as part of your job at Metro, right?
Yes.
And the prosecutor just kind of read you the more detailed ones that were typed in, right?
Yes.
Okay, can I retrieve that, Joe?
Sure.
Thanks, sir. So you indicated that you arrived at 2058, right?
Yes.
So if the call came in at 2044, how many minutes is that?
14.
Okay. And even assuming if the call came in at 2045, you get there 13 minutes later, right?
Yes.
You're not the first unit on scene.
No.
There's a number of units on scene.
Yes.
And those include marked patrol vehicles,
Yes.
some of them with one person per car.
These, if I remember, they were all single man units, or single officer units.
So there's at least 3 or 4 people there when you get there.
Without looking at the log, probably at least 2.
Okay. And they're out of their cars already?
Yes.
Have they approached the house already?
No, I don't know. I don't remember where they were when I initially arrived. Typically, somebody would have approached the home just to kind of watch the front door.
You have access to the information that's being relayed by the dispatcher through the CAD system, right?
Yes.
You do not have access to the call that's happening between the person reporting and the 911 operator, right?
Yes.
The 911 operator would choose what to put in this CAD report.
Yes.
Do you remember when the prosecutor asked you the question, about a garage door? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember what that question was?
Was the garage door open or closed?
Do you remember when the prosecutor asked you about the person requesting medical? Do you remember that?
Yes, towards the end, yes.
No, I'm talking about early on in the call. Do you remember that?
No, I don't. Which one are you talking about? Like, who was requesting medical? The officer?
Let me show you this.
Okay.
Ask first about the garage. Okay. Do you see it? 2052, mail advised to open door. You see that?
2052. You might, is it down at the bottom? I can't read it on here. Okay, there it is. Yes, mail advice, open door.
Okay. Do you know which door that's referring to?
Probably the garage door. It's the only door that was closed.
Okay. Do you see a 2047, medical advice for wife?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Requesting to be transferred to medical for advice on wife. I'm guessing that they're transferring the person calling to somebody at the fire department or AMR so they can give them CPR instructions.
Right. When someone calls 911, they say, do you need police, fire, or medical, right?
Yes.
And oftentimes, they'll need both. Agreed?
Agreed.
So when the 911 operator is originally taking the call, she may enter under the computer-aided dispatch system items related to a police intervention, right?
Yes.
And then at some point, and in fact, we can see it here in black and white, the person recording requests to be transferred for medical advice, right?
I would say yes.
Okay. And the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have had the benefit of listening to this call. Have you?
No.
Okay. So you don't know what's being said in that call,
Correct.
even as you sit here today, right?
Correct.
You'd agree with me the contents of that call would speak for themselves, yes?
Yes.
Okay. You can't tell anything from the CAD, for instance, whether or not the person reporting, in this case it's a guy by the name of Tom Randolph, that he actually asks, should I go open the garage door so they can come in? You don't know that, do you?
No.
Does it show anywhere on that CAD report where the medical advisor on the other end of that 911 call tells him not to?
No.
What you do know is when you get there 14 minutes or so after the call, there's other units on scene, right?
Yes.
Somebody goes in the residence initially to make a determination that the female subject, the gunshot wound victim, isn't responsive, right?
Well, the way you just said it, nobody would have gone in the house immediately.
Yeah, I'm
by
not talking
themselves.
about immediately. Clearly, you didn't get there for quite a period of
Right.
time. When you do arrive,
Right.
somebody goes in the house, right?
Correct.
And they identify the female suspect isn't moving.
Yes.
And then you say, hold on, let's back out, right?
Yes.
And then you request SWAT.
Yes.
SWAT means,
The special weapons and tactics, it's the tactical team.
right, those people have specialized training to enter and clear a scene in a dynamic shooting sequence, right?
Yes.
So like if there's something dangerous, they can go in, they have specialized training that allows them to make sure everything's safe before other people come in and investigate, right?
Yes.
How long is it that you're outside before the lieutenant says, no, we can go ahead and go in?
Not very long. Without looking at the actual numbers, I'd be guessing, but maybe less than 10 minutes. It wasn't that I requested SWAT, and it was just a matter of minutes before he says, we don't, we can do this ourselves. We don't need SWAT.
Yep. The first entrance to the house involves 4 patrol officers, right?
I'm guessing. I don't remember exactly how many of us went in.
Okay. Well, you said on direct examination it was 4. You wouldn't dispute that, would you?
I'm guessing it was 4. I don't remember the exact number.
Okay. Then they come out, right?
Yes.
Then you request SWAT, correct?
Yes.
Then the lieutenant says, no, we can clear the house, right?
Yes.
And then the house is cleared.
Yes.
By how many officers?
I don't know. I know it's K9, and like I said, I wasn't there to see who actually went in or how many went in.
So probably 4 the first time, right?
Correct.
And then you went in the house, right?
Well, I'd be one of the 4.
Okay. And then
And I
other
went
peop-
with them.
Other people went in later to clear the house, right?
Yes.
Including K9 officers, right?
I believe so.
And according to the CAD report, there's at least 2 K9 units that go in the house, right?
No.
Okay. How many K9 units were at the scene?
There were at least 2.
Okay. How many went in the house?
At least 1.
Okay. And when the K9 unit goes in, that's a guy with a dog, right?
Correct.
Okay. Guy has 2 feet, yes?
The guy has 2 feet?
Yes.
Yes.
Dog has 4?
Yes.
Okay. Dog doesn't have any specialized training in preserving a crime scene, right?
No.
Okay. They actually go in the garage, right?
Well, they did. Yes, they did clear the garage when the door opened.
Right. Clearing the garage meaning kind of strategically, like going in, going around, looking, making sure there's no other people there, right?
Yes.
Okay. The reports in the case indicate that there's 1 lieutenant from patrol on scene, right?
Yes.
And then 2 sergeants, you and another,
Yes.
and then 10 patrol officers.
I'm guessing I don't know the exact number. I didn't count.
Would it surprise you if there were 10 patrol officers listed as being on scene?
No.
Do you have any idea how many people entered the house that night before you left?
No,
Do you have any idea if it was more than 10?
no.
More than 20?
I'd be surprised if it was more than 20. Well, are we talking about the initial entry, the clearing of the house, the investigative team?
I'm talking
CSI?
about just while you're there.
While I was there, it was just maybe 4 of us initially. Then there would have been a canine team that cleared it, which might have been, I'm guessing, maybe 3 to 4 officers. And after that, I don't know who went in.
Okay. You know from reviewing the CAD that violent crimes detectives go in, right?
I don't know that they actually went in to the home at that point.
You know that violent crimes detectives are there, right?
I saw major crimes. I don't know if I saw violent crimes.
Same thing, right?
No, they're 2 different units.
Okay, what's the difference?
Major crimes deals with, it can involve like large larcenies, burglaries, and violent crimes are usually more of crimes against persons. So in this case, yeah, violent crimes, it would have made sense for violent crimes. But major crimes is always, they're not always logged on at the same time. So whatever unit happens to be on, they're kind of like, they're interchangeable in a sense. They can do investigations across whatever their unit's supposed to do.
Okay. As you sit here today, when you reviewed the CAD, you don't know who the detectives were, right?
Like the names of the detectives?
Right.
Not that I remember, no.
Okay. If it was memorialized in a report that there were 3 separate violent crimes detectives there, you wouldn't dispute that?
No.
Okay. And in fact, you know that those detectives request ID to come out, right?
Yes.
And ID's the crime scene analysts?
Yes.
Okay. Were you still there when the crime scene analysts got there?
I don't remember.
Okay. You agreed they're not even called until 2200 hours, right?
That's what the CAD said, yes.
And you have no idea what time they actually arrived?
No.
And you have no idea what happens in the scene between the time the CSAs are requested and when they get there, right?
I don't know, what do you mean, like I don't,
You
like I
don't-
wasn't in the house, so I didn't see what was going on in the house.
Right, precisely my point.
Okay,
Other
yeah.
officers and investigators are going in and out of the house, right?
I don't know. Like I said, I didn't see anybody else go into the house, so I can't really tell you what they were doing.
Okay. You agree you have no meaningful testimony to give about how many people in the house, right?
Other than the minimum amount that went in.
That might,
It's argumentative.
it's not.
Can you rephrase the question?
How many people were in the house?
At a minimum, I'd say 6.
Okay, in total, the whole time in the investigation?
That I don't know.
Okay. In other words, you have no meaningful testimony to give about how many people went in the house that night, right?
Argumentative.
Okay. As you sit here today, you'd agree with me. You can't tell us how many people went in the house that night, right?
Yes.
Okay. You would agree with me that according to the CAD, medical units responded, right?
Yes.
Were you there when they got there?
I don't remember.
They don't get there for a long period of time, right?
I believe that's correct, yeah.
In fact, the CAD even indicates a delay in their response, right?
Yes.
You have no memory whatsoever of them being there.
No, I remember I really don't remember what time they got there, but I think I remember, I don't know, maybe the fire department was there, but
You don't dispute that a number of different medical response units arrived at the scene, right?
I don't know who actually showed up. That's the thing, I don't know.
So to answer my question, you don't dispute that, right?
Correct.
The jury's already seen a number of photographs that show indicia of medical intervention on at least one of the decedents. You wouldn't dispute that that happened, right?
No.
And assuming that that person's still at the scene that they're working on, those medical people are in the scene, right?
Yes.
You don't dispute that at all, right? You would agree with me that very early on in the call, the CAD log indicates that the person responding is asking for advice for his wife, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you read that in a CAD report, obviously the call speaks for itself, but that reads to you that the person reporting is asking for advice on how to treat his wife, right?
Yes.
There's a request for medical indicated in the CAD report at 21:21 hours. Does that sound unusual to you?
No.
Wouldn't you expect medical to respond sooner if the person reporting is asking for medical help with his wife, like immediately in the call?
It kind of depends on the nature of the call. If it's a dynamic call, then medical's not going to be allowed anywhere near the scene, even if somebody's injured.
Okay. Even if the person reporting is saying, will you please get here and help this person? I think she's dying.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if you're asking for medical, then sure.
And it appears that law enforcement didn't request medical until 36 minutes later. Does that surprise you?
Not in this case.
At 22:05 hours, Mr. Hamner, that's the prosecutor, asked you some questions about requesting medical for the PR. Did you
Yes.
see that?
Yes, I remember.
Indicating that the person reporting actually had some type of injury, right?
Yes.
Objection, not speculative.
Well, he said yes, so it doesn't sound like he's speculating.
You know, sir, do you know that that's what that indicates?
Other than he needs somebody who was with him requested medical for him, and that he wants to be seen.
So somebody putting information into the computer-aided dispatch system memorializes that the person reporting needs medical attention, right?
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
He's going to be publishing 325. We can, just leave it here for a second. Okay, so do you remember at the beginning of cross-examination, there were questions about whether or not you heard the 911?
Let's see this guy panic again.
So and I think the question posed to you was something along the lines of, well, since you didn't hear the call, you didn't hear dispatch tell the person calling to go open the door. Do you remember being asked that on cross-examination?
Yes.
And since you haven't listened to that call, you wouldn't be aware of whether or not the dispatcher said specifically, go open the front door. You wouldn't be aware of that because you haven't heard the call.
Correct.
And then he said twice, go open the front door, right? You didn't hear it because you never listened to the call.
Correct.
Right? Now, I want to look at, speaking of doors, front door versus garage door. You see this entry here, the 2048?
Okay.
Can you please read that entry aloud, those lines?
It says 27, suspect is known to PR, has been scamming him. Suspect is laying in garage, not moving. PR locked door, so suspect is locked in the garage.
Okay, so that dispatch reports that the person reporting locked the door to the garage because the suspect would be locked in the garage, correct?
Yes.
So when you went in with your 5 officers, you went in through the front door,
Yes.
right? You didn't go through the garage.
Correct, yes.
And you didn't walk down a hallway to a garage, correct? Because you just walked the way out. So, publishing 82. You never walked down this hallway out that door, did you?
No.
So you and the other 4 or 5 officers didn't trample through that area?
No.
And I mean, I know you haven't been to that side, but you'd have no reason to dispute that that's not the garage door to the garage,
No.
correct? Okay. And if a door is locked, it means that you can't pass through it, correct?
Correct, yes.
So if you wanted to kick something through, you'd run into that door, right?
Yes.
Because the door's locked,
Yes.
right? And that's what this is reporting here. But the person reporting, calling 911, told 911, I locked the garage door,
Correct.
right? So it would be impossible for you and your 5 officers to move anything into the garage because, number one, you didn't go there, right?
Correct.
And that door was locked,
Correct.
right? Now,
Does anybody else think that this attorney looks like James Spader?
when we get to 2117, it's indicating that the doors are opening and that there's a body in the garage. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that a reference to the garage doors opening?
Yes.
Okay. So when K9 is going in and clearing, they're walking through the garage doors, right?
Yes.
You didn't see any entry from the moment here saying that the garage door is locked. The door to the garage is locked, and then the garage doors themselves kind of lifting up and opening, that someone opened the door from the hallway into the garage. You don't see anything reported on the CAD with respect to that, correct?
Correct.
And your understanding is when K9 units walked in, they're walking in from the street into the garage.
Yes, correct.
So, where is that pesky photo? Oh, here it is. So, if the door is locked, if that door is locked, and the K9 unit walked in, they'd just be walking in the garage, correct?
Yes.
You don't remember the K9 unit going through the front door, walking down the hallway, out that door, and then into the garage, correct?
Correct.
So the K9's officers' 2 legs and those dogs' 4 legs wouldn't be traipsing through that area to make it into the garage, because they came in literally through the opening of the actual garage doors.
Objection compounded, ridiculously leading.
Okay, well, he is correct. I'll rephrase. Do you have any recollection of a K9 unit waltzing through that hallway?
No.
Okay. What is your understanding of when the K9 unit went in? Did they go through the garage door, or did they go through the front door and make their way to the garage?
They entered through the garage door.
Okay. You've been doing this for how many years? as a police officer, how many years did you work as a police officer?
29.
How big is it as a priority to keep a scene preserved when there are 2 bodies inside?
Very important.
Based on your years of doing that, do you guys become more lax in terms of, come on in when there's multiple bodies inside a house, or do you become more concerned about making sure people don't go in?
The second, yeah, especially if there's a violent crime, in this case, like a homicide, you've got to be really careful with everything.
And just to be clear, I mean, you're not the only person trained to do that. Are other patrol officers and violent crime detectives and gang detectives taught in the same manner to preserve the integrity of a scene?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that even after you left the scene, that your fellow detectives would then let just countless people waltz through the scene? Do you have any reason to believe that
no.
detectives who were there and the officers who were there would just let an inordinate amount of people go waltzing through the scene after you left?
No, that wouldn't happen.
Why not?
Because you can contaminate the crime scene or alter it or.
Okay. So your understanding is there were only, at a minimum, 6 people when you were there, correct?
Yes.
That went in, right? And just to be clear, when you have an entry here, do you see where it says here? I'll try to zoom in. It says K98 subject in garage, and then it says 583GC interior clear. Is that reporting multiple officers or a singular officer? What do those call signs signify?
K98 is the K9 unit who sees the suspect in the garage deceased, and 583 GC is the sergeant who's telling the dispatcher the interior's been cleared.
Okay. I have no further questions on this.
Just curious. You ever seen anybody waltz in a crime scene?
Yes.
Waltz?
Well, depending on the crime scene, yes. I mean, I don't know what you mean by waltz.
You asked the question a bunch of times about whether or not anyone was waltzing through the crime scene. Like a waltz is a dance, right?
It could be, yes.
Yeah. You've seen somebody dance in a crime scene?
No.
Okay. You have no idea how many people passed through that door from the hallway to the garage prior to crime scene analysts getting there, right?
Correct.
You couldn't possibly tell us how many people were in and out of the garage that evening prior to crime scene analysts impounding evidence, right?
Yes.
You know what you did, right?
Yes.
And you know what the officers you were responsible for did, right?
Yes.
There's a lot of people there that night that you're not responsible for.
Correct.
Both people in law enforcement, yes?
Yes.
And some of those people have very different job descriptions than yours, right?
Correct.
Canine units, for example, very different than yours, right?
Yes.
Medical responders, you have no idea how many were in and out of that scene, right?
Correct.
They have much different training than a law enforcement officer, right?
Yes.
They're not so concerned about preservation of a crime scene because they're more concerned about saving a life, right?
Correct.
Okay. He asked you, he being the prosecutor, in the 29 years that you've done this, like, it's real important to preserve a crime scene in a double homicide, right?
Yes.
For instance, like, if there was a double homicide where there was a crime scene where no blood evidence was documented, and then it was cleaned up, and a week later somebody came back out, that would be a difficult crime scene for a jury to analyze, right?
Objection, that's argumentative.
It's not.
For a jury to analyze?
Yes, you can. Let's testify to what the jury's gonna analyze.
Okay. Could you repeat all that? Sure.
In a case where there's a double homicide,
Okay.
and at the scene of the double homicide, when crime scene analysts get there, isn't preserved or documented at all, no blood evidence. And then the scene's cleaned. And then a week later, a crime scene analyst comes back out to document blood evidence. That'd be really difficult, right?
Yes.
Because the scene's been contaminated, hasn't it?
Yes.
Nothing else.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing none, counsel, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. Statement regarding the next witness.
Call Dean Kelly. I'm gonna get set up, Your Honor, before we get started, so it may just need a couple minutes. Just wanna make sure my computer's clear for the users for stuff.
It's Dean, D-E-A-N, O'Kelly, O-L-L-E-Y.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm just going to start from here just so I can kind of organize a few things and everything just kind of get rolling. All right, sir, if you could, what did you used to do for a living?
Before I retired, I was a homicide detective with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
Okay, what do you do today?
I went back to do cold case homicide investigation back in September of 2015, so coming up on 8 years doing that as well.
All right. How many years before your first retirement with Metro, how many years did you work with Metro?
20 years and 10 months.
Okay, and you may have just said it, how many years were you in homicide, not cold case, we'll put that aside for a second, but how many years were you with homicide?
9 years to the day. I retired on my anniversary date.
Okay. If you could, tell me a little bit about some of the training that you have received over your years as a police officer. I know that may sound a little lengthy, but if you could.
Well, in total, the numbers the last time I looked at was over 3,200 hours of training, including the academy. So we've gone through the academy and then field training. And then I also was a bike patrol officer for a couple of years, so there's extensive training there as well. I had, after the 1992 Rodney King riots, I was part of the department's first rifle team where we started carrying patrol rifles. There was 80 hours of training there. I was in the gang unit for 7 years, so I have extensive training in street gangs. We had quite a few conferences. We actually have an advantage here in Las Vegas because everybody comes here to train. So there's a lot of agencies that, will come to various locations in the valley to train. So we get to go and be a part of that sometimes. The department arranges for it, and then other times we'll pay for our own training. So I've done a lot of those conferences, both for gangs, and then when I intended to go into homicide, I took some courses on homicide investigation, practical homicide investigation through, there was a retired lieutenant commander in New York Police Department that wrote the book on practical homicide investigation, and he would have an annual conference here every year. I've attended that several times. Just, continuous ongoing education in addition to, reading periodicals and books. And I'm part of the International Homicide Investigators Association as well. California Homicide Investigations would do their annual conference here in Nevada, and I've attended that several times. So it's just as much training as you can get.
Sure. In your career, approximately how many homicide scenes have you gone to?
Over 300.
Prior to that, how many home burglary, home robbery scenes have you responded to in your career?
I really wouldn't be able to give you a number. One of the advantages of working in the gang unit is we investigated the person committing the crime and not the crime itself. So we had that, we could do burglary investigations or credit card fraud investigations or drug investigations. So we had quite a range of experience working in gangs because, again, it's the person and not the crime that's being investigated. So I wouldn't be able to estimate really, but quite a few, dozens, certainly.
Understood. Tell me a little bit about what firearms training you've received through the course of your life.
So there's the academy firearms training. Well, in the course of my life, I was a military policeman way back in 1981, so I had that training in the military. With a 45 caliber handgun back then and the M16, which is the fully automatic version of what you hear about the AR-15. So I had extensive firearms training there. I was part of the U.S. Army Special Reaction Team, so kind of like for me it was Fort McClellan, Alabama, so I was part of their response team, or what you would call a SWAT team, so we did quite a bit of training there. After I left the Army, I was at a nuclear power facility in Arizona, where I was a response team member for a couple of years. Then I was promoted and I was a response team leader for 5 years before I came here to Metro.
All right. Detective, did you respond to 6517 Rancho Santa Fe here in Las Vegas, Park County on May 8th, 2008?
I did.
Around what time did you get to that scene?
About 10:15 p.m. is when I responded, when I arrived. I think it's 10:19 to be specific.
All right. If you could, tell me a little bit about the homicide unit. Are you familiar with the term like a squad, a homicide squad?
Correct.
What is that in reference to?
Well, back when this occurred, there were 4 sergeants over homicide. There were 6 people on each squad, so I was part of Rocky Albi's squad. You had a designated partner that you worked with. My partner was Rob Wilson at the time. He was on vacation when this occurred, so he didn't respond. And then we have 2 other 2-man teams on our squad, and we'd have a rotation that went through all of the squads.
All right. When you arrive, if you arrive to a homicide scene and your group is tasked out there, how do you guys divide up? How's the division of labor work typically?
We take turns as partners. So if you're up in rotation, that means you and your partner are going to catch the next case. And it just flip-flops back and forth between whether you were the person that took the lead last time, and then it would be your partner's turn this time. It's completely random. In this situation, again, my partner was on vacation, so no matter whether it was my turn or not, I was going to be the lead detective on the case.
And who was your partner at that time?
Robert Wilson. We were partners for 7 years total in homicide.
All right. When you get to the scene and you're up and Detective Wilson is gone, what was the responsibility that night for you?
So I was responsible for investigating the crime scene itself. And then there were other detectives that responded to the scene for the briefing initially. So we had Detective Long, we had Detective Mogg, Detective Hardy all from our squad. And then Sergeant Albee was there, our lieutenant was there as well.
Let me ask you this. When these multiple members of your homicide squad show up, do they all just start waltzing through the crime scene?
No.
Okay. Do they walk through the crime scene?
No, initially we were waiting for every last person who's been assigned to the case to respond. And so I'm not too far from where this occurred. I'm at the west end of Cheyenne, so I was one of the first to arrive. And then we have Detective Long, who's way southeast in the valley. He was the last to arrive. I want to say at around 10:40. So even though I'd gotten there 20 minutes earlier, we wait until everybody's there. The senior crime scene analyst that's going to be on the scene, the CSA and the crime scene analyst supervisor. So we all brief it at once instead of trying to parse it out, one as each person arrives. So we didn't brief until probably, I'd say, a quarter till 11.
And I know you can't speak to what happened from personal knowledge prior to that, but when you're there, from what you could observe, were there a lot of people walking in and out of the crime scene?
No.
Okay. Is there a protocol that Metro puts in place to ensure that doesn't happen?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as you could observe, there were not people going in and out of the crime scene?
There was nobody going in and out of the crime scene.
As the lead detective on this case, if you did see people doing that, would you step in and said something?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, around what time do you start doing the processing of the scene?
Well, again, we're going to have that briefing with the initial responding officers. That takes quite a bit of time. And then, although I didn't meet Mr. Randolph on the night that this occurred at the scene, I know that consent to search the house was obtained and given by Mr. Randolph to Detectives Mogg and Hardy before they transported him to out where the Detective Bureau was located at the time, which was Oak and Decatur, for their interview with him.
Okay, so Detective Mogg and Detective Hardy interview Thomas Randolph on that night?
They did.
And do you see Thomas Randolph in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you please point out where he is and maybe describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's at the defense table. He's wearing a blue shirt, has short white hair, and he's wearing headphones.
All right, let the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant. So is that a factor, for example, going into a home to start processing? Do you need consent or something else before you start going in and processing a scene?
Yes, either a consent or oftentimes that's not even available given the scene, and then a search warrant would be prepared by our sergeant. Telephonic search warrant, we would have the search warrant in hand before we went in to search.
So you said you were provided a briefing from patrol, is that right?
That's correct.
What were the basic details as you understood them before you started the scene walkthrough?
It was Sergeant Darren Densley that gave us the briefing primarily, and he told us that Mr. Randolph had conveyed to them that he was out with his wife earlier in the evening, that they had gone to the charcoal room, which is at the Santa Fe casino, and once they had gotten home from that outing, from the dinner, that Mr. Randolph had pulled up into the drive, that there's not enough room for both people to get out, so his wife got out of the car and walked into the house while Mr. Randolph parked the vehicle in the garage. Then Mr. Randolph had gone into the house. He saw his wife at the opposite end of the north-south hallway there.
This is beyond the scope of this question.
Well, it's not beyond the scope of the question, but it is what is basically related. I can try to break it up if you'd like. Sure. Where does the defendant say he goes after dinner?
He said that he went home. I don't know if we got that he had gone to the gas station. We learned that later, but he had gone home after dinner.
Okay. And when he arrives home, who does he say enters the house first?
He said his wife got out of the vehicle and walked in so he could park in the garage.
Okay. And then what does he say happened next with respect to him?
He said that he went into the garage, into the house, and that he saw his wife laying face down in the hallway.
Where does he say he goes after that?
He said that he saw some sort of movement, so he went into the office that was right inside the hallway, and he retrieved a handgun from a hanging shoe rack, and then came back out into the hallway.
Okay. Does he see someone when he starts to make his way out of the hallway?
He said that he basically was confronted by a man wearing a ski mask in the hallway, that they collided in the doorway.
What does he say he does to the man in the hallway?
He said that he shot him several times.
Okay, in the hallway.
In the hallway, and then when he went to the...
At this point, he's describing a briefing, and I believe we're going to hear another statement today. And so him just giving a rendition of what he thinks was said. I mean, we've already heard the statements, and so I would object to hearsay.
Your Honor, it's not being, sure. So as I was saying, as you spoke to him, he relays that he's doing shooting in the hallway. Is that right?
And Sergeant Densley's given the briefing that he shot him as he was going into the garage.
And ultimately, does he also indicate that he shoots? Randolph indicates to the patrol officer that he shot like a couple more times in the garage when he's on the ground in the garage.
I need you to be specific that this is what he was told. He was not present when Randolph said
Understood.
any of these things to the officer.
Yes, Your Honor. Right. So you're getting a briefing from Densley, right?
Correct.
Okay. Densley spoke to Randolph, right?
Yes.
Okay. And Densley is relaying to you some background information, correct?
Right, the briefing.
So they're shooting in the hallway, but then there's a couple more shots, I guess, when he's just falls into the garage.
I don't remember him saying a couple, but yes, there's a shot in the garage, he said.
Okay. So you mentioned that Detective Mogg and Detective Hardy conducted an interview with the defendant that night. Is that right?
Yes, they did, and into the morning.
And when you process the scene, it's from what time to what time?
We probably got into the scene around 11 o'clock. Excuse me, yes, 11 o'clock. And I wasn't done and cleared the scene until I'd say 4:30, 4:20 in the morning is when we finally got out of the house.
Okay. The interview that Detective Hardy and Detective Mogg that interview starts somewhere around 11:30, 11:45, something like that, correct?
I believe they have them in the interview room at 11:54, and they came into the room at about quarter after midnight.
Okay, so it rolls over into midnight. But that interview is completed during this window of time that you're processing a scene.
Yes, it was. It was done just before 2 o'clock.
Do you then get an update after they are done with their interview where they update you as to the things that were said by the defendant?
Yes, specifically, Detective Mogg came back to the scene, and I talked to him once he got back about the interview.
Okay, so you had a general understanding from Detective Mogg, and we've seen that interview already, but you have a general understanding from Detective Mogg about the things the defendant said happened. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So when you walked this scene, when you processed it, who were you doing it with? Who's walking with you, if you even remember?
Initially, the detectives, everybody that responded is going to take a look in there. So I know that Detectives Mogg and Hardy, Detective Long, and myself went into, and Sergeant Albee, along with the crime scene analysts that are going to be processing the scene, so they can get, primarily for Detectives Mogg and Hardy, so that they can get the lay of the land and be able to have an informed interview with Mr. Randolph back at the Detective Bureau. And once that's done, initially superficially looking at it, then it's just myself and the crime scene analysts that are in the scene. Everybody else is out of the house.
When you initially walked through with your fellow detectives, do you observe anyone kicking any cartridge cases anywhere?
No.
Do you see any of your fellow detectives stomping through blood or anything like that?
No.
Was anybody kind of smearing their hands all over the walls, anything like that?
No.
Did you see any evidence that the people you walked the scene with were disturbing the scene?
No.
I want to show you what's been admitted as States 82. What are we looking at here?
We're standing in the north-south hallway of the residence and looking north at the closed firewall door that leads into the garage.
After speaking with Detective Mogg, after his interview is completed, after listening to the patrol briefing about what Mr. Randolph had to say to them, is this your understanding where Mr. Randolph begins to open fire on Mr. Miller?
Yes, you see on the right side there, that is the open door to the office where Mr. Randolph said he retrieved the 9mm handgun from the shoe rack, and that doorway is where he says he collided with Mr. Miller as he was running towards the end of the hallway.
And there appear to be another closed door, but are you referring to the open door there?
The open door on the right, you see in the forward part.
Oh, Kelly, if you put that mouse, if you move it around, you can actually kind of, even if you just kind of, where that little circle, you can just put it, can you just kind of show us where that door, all right, let the record reflect the witness has identified what appears to be the open doorway on the right in the photograph. So when you've been to a lot of shooting scenes, right?
Yes, I have.
I mean, how many are we talking about here?
I mean, including when I was in gangs, I mean, it's hundreds.
Okay. When you go to a shooting scene and you're under the impression that this is an area of a shooting scene, do you expect to see certain things?
Yes, I would.
What sort of things do you typically expect to see?
Well, given that we're talking about a semi-automatic handgun, we would see expended shell casings. If there are perforating gunshot wounds where there's an entrance and an exit, which we do have in this case, I would expect to find bullets, blood, maybe secondary impacts where the bullet had gone through and then hit the wall or hit the door. That's what you would see. Sometimes an expended magazine where someone had to reload, that type of thing.
In this scene, did you see how many expended cartridge cases do you find in this hallway?
There was one 9mm by 18 cartridge case that was nearly in the center of the threshold to the garage, a couple of inches away from the threshold itself.
Okay, and we've seen some of those photos, but if you take your mouse, can you kind of show us the general area where that was?
Actually, it's right there.
All right, let the record reflect the witness took the mouse and identified a little, almost like golden brown object, which appears to be a cartridge case right at the lip of the door to the garage. Just to be clear, when you walked through this scene here, was that door closed?
No.
Okay, but that door was open?
That door was open.
Okay, so it had been propped open and when they took a photograph at this point, it's closed, is
Yes.
that right? Okay, so, you would have, so when you went to this scene, you mentioned you'd expect to see cartridge cases. Did you expect, from what you had heard, would you expect to have seen more cartridge cases?
Yes, I would.
Did you observe any blood in this area?
No, not in that area.
Where did you observe blood?
We saw blood basically where in the area where.
Mr. Wee,
I saw blood in the area where the camera person would be positioned, so towards the south end of the hallway, and then on the walls to the east, and on the ceiling, and above the master bedroom door, on the master bedroom door itself, on the Berber carpet into the master bedroom, and as well as higher up on the eastern wall.
And so when you're talking about, is that the area generally where Sharon is located?
That's correct.
Okay, not in the area where Mr. Randolph indicated that he shot multiple times at Mr. Miller.
No, there was none.
When you walked in this area, were you alone when you walked in this area, or did you initially have, Mog, Hardy, people like that walking with you?
Initially, they would have come in and taken a look at the scene along with me, yes.
Do you recall anyone remarking when you're in this area, oh, look, there's some blood? Anyone say anything like that?
No,
How about CSA Smith?
no,
I mean, isn't that kind of his job too?
It is.
Looking for that sort of stuff? So he doesn't remark and see anything here?
that's correct.
You don't see anything here?
No,
And all the other detectives that walked with you didn't see anything there?
no.
All right. Have you been to shooting scenes that are kind of in close quarters? I mean, this is a hallway, right, versus an open field.
Yes,
Do you have any expectations about what you might expect to find if a shooting scene occurs in kind of close quarters?
again, because of, it's going to retain the projectiles as they come out, the expended cartridges would be retained in that close quarters area. If there's perforating gunshot wounds, you could potentially find bullets in that area. You would find, again, if it's perforating, you would see blood and possibly bone and tissue and hair related to those gunshot wounds.
How about strikes to the wall? Could that be something that you expect? Like a ricochet of a bullet kind of, or even a cartridge case ricocheting off of drywall or something like that?
That's possible, I guess. I mean, with a cartridge case itself, it just depends. I mean, they're cylindrical in shape. If you were close to a smooth surface and the cartridge case landed on the open end, you might see a little semicircle if it's possible. It would be difficult to differentiate between just regular wear and tear on a wall to be able to specifically say that you think that's where a cartridge case hit. They don't come out covered in soot where they're leaving a black mark or anything like that. You can be at the range all day and we do police call and we pick up brass and your hands aren't covered in soot.
All right, so we've covered parts. How about bullets? So you said these were perforating wounds, right?
Right,
So they went through the body.
correct,
Would you expect to see a bullet impact somewhere in that hallway?
certainly.
Did you see any impacts in that
No.
hallway? However, when you look in the area towards Sharon, did you find an impact?
Yes, we did.
And was that noted and documented?
Yes, it was.
I'd like to turn your attention to the garage. When you get out to the garage, do you start to see evidence of firearms being used in the garage?
Yes.
What do you locate in the garage?
We found a bullet. I found because we were together, the crime scene analyst processed as well, but there was a bullet to the right front corner of the Hyundai Tucson. We found a cartridge case over there on the west side of the Hyundai Tucson. We found a flattened out bullet that had come to rest underneath the right rear passenger seat area of the Hyundai Tucson. And we found an expended 9mm by 18 cartridge case on the east side of the Pontiac G6, which was parked on the east side of the garage.
I know you go back there a week later, correct?
Yes, we did, to the day.
Are there other things that are found a week later in that garage?
Yes, there were.
What else was found?
2 additional 9mm by 18 cartridge cases were found on the west side of the garage. Actually, in the southwest area, there was an open toolbox that had a bunch of screws and nuts and bolts and everything, and it had a shell casing that landed in a small compartment there. And then there was another shell casing that was north of the water heater, and it was behind like a milk jug or a 1-gallon water jug laying there on the floor. So now we had two additional. So we had a total with the one at the threshold and the 2 we originally recovered that night, and then the 2 the following week we had the 5 shell casings.
Based on your observations in the hallway, based on your observations in the garage, based on what you've learned that Mr. Randolph said occurred, was what you're seeing in these 2 different areas significant for your investigation?
Yes, it was.
Why?
Because we didn't find in the hallway what we would have expected to find, given.
As to what we would have expected to find, and this has been asked and answered.
I don't think this question has been asked and answered.
I don't think it's been asked and answered either, but how does he know?
Well, my question to him is, was the significant, and we can approach Your Honor if you want, yeah.
stand by my what a shit show this is. I gotta figure out what's making my computer so snaggy, snaily, leggish. Oop. My tater tots are done.
So again, thank you very much. So Detective, as I was saying, why was that significant for your investigation?
Because we didn't find in the hallway ballistic evidence that supported the description that Mr. Randolph had given for the shooting. But we did find that ballistic evidence in the garage, which gave us an indication that the shooting actually occurred in the garage or right at the door leading into the garage.
Now, I want to turn your attention to that garage for a moment. Give me a minute. Publishing 53. Who's that?
That's the deceased Michael Miller.
Right. And now I'm publishing 54. Is there something in this photograph that was significant in your investigation?
Yes, there was. This is a ski mask that was found in this position when we arrived at the scene.
When you examined it, did you notice anything about its condition?
Yes, the crime scene analyst with gloves examined it. We did not find any defects in it, like bullet holes or blood on the ski mask, or tissue or anything else.
Based off of what was relayed to you by Mr. Randolph, was the fact that there wasn't any, and I don't want to, let me backtrack because I just didn't listen to the answer to the end of your answer. I apologize. I know you mentioned the no bullet holes. Did you see any apparent blood on that mask?
No blood or tissue.
Okay. Given the absence of bullet holes, blood, and apparent tissue, was that significant in relation to what you had learned from Mr. Randolph?
Yes, it was.
Why?
Because Mr. Randolph described colliding with Mr. Miller in the doorway, and he was wearing a ski mask, and that he started shooting at him continuously until he went to the floor in the garage, and then he fired an additional 1 or 2 rounds into Michael Miller's head.
Is that shooting at this masked individual something that is relayed in general on the 911 call?
Yes.
Is the shooting at Mr. Miller when he's wearing a mask relayed in his May 9th interview?
Yes.
Is that same information about shooting Mr. Miller while he's wearing a mask relayed during the walkthrough a week later?
Yes.
And was that information about shooting Mr. Miller while he's wearing a mask relayed in his June 3rd interview?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll get to that interview later, but the bottom line is that is something that is relayed by Mr. Randolph multiple times.
Correct.
When you walked towards the kitchen area, did you notice that there was any doors that gave an access point out of the interior of the house?
Yes, there were doors on the south side of the house off of the kitchen.
Okay, were those doors open when you arrived?
They were.
Okay. Was that of significance in your investigation?
Well, it could have been. We weren't sure if maybe the door was open.
Well, is there somebody with him? Because he's previously testified that there was a CSA with him at the time. So can you clarify that, Mr. Mendez?
At all times processing the scene, Detective, do you have someone with you?
Yes, the crime scene analyst. There's a senior crime scene analyst and then a CSA 2 that are going to be at the scene the entire time.
And just for clarification, my question was it significant for your investigation? When you're using the word we, are you referring to yourself and Detective Wilson? Are you referring to CSA? It's just the pronoun gets a little confusing, but.
I get it. I'll say I.
Okay.
I saw that the doors are open, and that could be significant, given that could be an entry point for Mr. Miller into the residence.
Were there any signs of forced entry to that back door?
There were not.
Ultimately, when you start reviewing, do you observe in the garage some plastic bags?
Yes.
All right. What are contained in those plastic bags?
It's clothing. There was a pair of pants, and there was a plaid shirt. There was a pair of, well, not a pair of tennis shoes. There's one tennis shoe, and the other tennis shoe was underneath Mr. Miller's leg.
All right. Do you find any jewelry in that bag?
Not in the plastic bag, no.
Okay. Is there a black fabric bag as well?
Yes, there was a black fabric Walmart bag that was there. There was a towel in there and a Megabucks t-shirt, and there was quite a bit of costume jewelry.
Okay. Were there keys also located?
Yes, there were.
Where were those keys found?
Inside the black fabric bag.
I want to publish 168. Is this the contents of the jewelry within the black fabric bag?
Yes, it was.
All right. There are how many keys down here in the corner?
There are 4 keys. The one on the left was found to open the front and back door. The one next to it was found to open the safe found in the Randolph's master bedroom closet. And those are 2 of those round high security keys. We didn't find what those went to. Those are in the bag as well.
But all 4 are found inside that black bag.
Correct.
When you walked through the kitchen, did it appear to be rummaged through at all?
No, not at all. It was very, very neat and tidy, except for one. There was a knife on the cutting board that seemed out of place.
Okay. How about the kind of the family TV room? Did that appear rummaged through at all?
No.
Was there a kind of a more formal sitting room as well?
Yes.
Did that appear rummaged through at all?
No.
How about, is there a little den? Some kid stuff is in there?
Yes, with French doors.
What was the condition of that room?
It seemed well kept.
How about the other rooms kind of in that hallway? There are 2 rooms on the left. If you were facing where Sharon was, there's kind of 2 rooms to the left. Is that correct?
Right, you're facing south, and there are going to be two rooms on the east side of the house.
Let me publish what's been admitted as 214. Let's talk about this northeast bedroom. Is that the office?
That's the office where Mr. Randolph retrieved the 9mm.
Right. What is the condition of that room?
I mean, it seemed relatively straight. We had, there was a 22 caliber handgun that was found in there. There was a piece of luggage that was near a trash can by the desk. There was some fabric on top of it, and we found one handgun in there. But other than that, it appeared fine.
There was a computer whole setup, right, in that room?
Yes.
Anything about the computer and the electronics disturbed at all?
It didn't appear to be.
All right. And then when we look at this east bedroom, and that's the drum room, is that right?
Yes, we refer to it. The room had, a lot of the area in the room was taken up with a full drum set, so we called it the drum room.
Do you remember anything disturbed, knocked over in that room at all?
There was like a dresser in there with several of the drawers that were open partially. There was a side door that swung out. There were a couple of bags on the floor to the east of that dresser. And we found a 38 caliber Smith & Wesson handgun that was up against the north wall of that room, or excuse me, south wall of that room.
So publishing 94, is this kind of a view looking into that hallway?
Yes, we're looking in a southwesterly direction, and you can see into the master bedroom.
So this is the reference to maybe a cabinet that's open and a drawer is kind of partially opened?
Correct.
Publishing 96, is that kind of another angle of that dresser?
Yes.
But it doesn't appear any of the contents of these dressers have been dumped out.
No.
Publishing 99, and that's the condition of kind of the rest of that room?
Yes, we're looking northeasterly from the doorway.
Let's talk about that office for a second. Publishing 126, is that the state of what the office with the computers look like?
Yes.
Publishing 123, is this another view from the office?
Yes, it is. We're looking southwest out into the hallway. You can also see part of that hanging shoe rack in the closet.
Publishing 125, is that another angle of that office as well?
Yes, it is. We're looking back the opposite direction, northeast.
And then publishing to 124, are we just kind of rotating a little bit to the left?
That's correct.
You mentioned, you also walked through the master bedroom, is that correct?
Yes.
Publishing 106, is this a look at kind of slightly inside the entryway of the master?
Yes, it is.
And what are these couple of boxes here? What do these appear to be?
They are drawers from, if you were to go up from there, you can see a cabinet, like a curio kind of cabinet that's hanging on the wall directly above that little angel pit. There you can see it. And the drawers would go into the bottom 3 slots there.
Okay. Publishing 110.
Go back to that last exhibit, which one is that?
Sure, I apologize, Your Honor. For the record, I was publishing 106, and you're indicating that these drawers fit in what is publishing 109, this structure that's affixed to the wall.
Correct.
Publishing 110, is this kind of the state of that dresser?
Yes, we're looking southeast in the master bedroom.
Did it appear as if any, I mean, I know there's some clothes kind of, I guess, hanging on the side of it, but did there appear to be anything dumped out on the floor on the other side of that bed?
No.
Publishing 112, is this the condition of the master bedroom at the time that you walked through?
Yes.
Do there appear to be any comforters or sheets on this?
No.
You mentioned that in the drum room next to Sharon, you found a revolver, is that correct?
Yes, a 38 Smith & Wesson.
And you mentioned, publishing 214, so that in this room, and is that the 15 signifying that revolver?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned, let's talk about this office here. Is there another firearm found in there?
Yes, that was a Smith & Wesson 22 caliber revolver.
Does your investigation determine which of these two revolvers was used to shoot Sharon?
Yes, the Smith & Wesson revolver indicated by 15, the 38 caliber, was found to have the hammer down on an expended 38 plus, which means plus powder or power, depending on who you're talking to. So there's a little bit extra energy that it communicates, and it's a semi-jacketed hollow point.
Okay, so, and publishing 90, that's that firearm, correct?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 101, is that a close-up of it?
Yes, it is.
So this is the gun, and ultimately your analysts, forensic analysts determined that this is the gun that actually shoots Sharon in the head.
That's correct.
But Mr. Randolph indicates that another gun was found on Mr. Miller, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that, through the course of these interviews, is that the gun that he says Mr. Miller is potentially about to shoot him with?
Yes.
Okay. And where is that gun ultimately recovered from? Where does Mr. Randolph say he got that gun from?
He said that he got it from underneath Mr. Miller, and that he brought it into the house, and that he said he was aiming for the trash can, but he threw it into the office, and it ended up landing on top of some fabric covering a piece of green carry-on luggage.
Okay. Publishing 127, do you see that green carry-on in the photograph?
Yes, I do.
Where is it? If you take your mouse, just going to put it over in that area.
This is the carry-on luggage.
All right, let the record reflect the witness identified a piece of luggage in the bottom left-hand corner, 127. Publishing 128, is that a close-up of that same piece of luggage?
Yes, it is.
And publishing 129, is that the close-up of the gun?
Yes, it is.
All right. You mentioned that you have training experience in handling firearms.
Yes.
Which is the more powerful of the two firearms?
The 38 caliber, no question.
Okay, so not this gun.
No.
Okay, why is that?
Well, the 22 caliber long rifle rounds that are in there are being fired out of a short barrel, so they're going to be less velocity than you would get out of a rifle, but it's way, way lighter bullet, traveling at approximately the same speed as a standard 9mm. With the 38 caliber plus, or the plus P is what it's called, you're getting significantly higher velocity and a much, much heavier bullet, in addition to the fact that the 22 caliber is just a round nose, a soft lead. It has no jacket on it. Whereas the 38 is a semi-jacketed hollow point that designed to expand on impact and create more damage.
So based off of what you've learned, not just from those briefings, but the subsequent interviews, Mr. Randolph's explanation is that Mr. Miller uses the more powerful weapon to kill his wife and then seemingly drops it for some reason.
Yes.
When you conducted interviews with him, I mean, I know you do one later with him, but you've also listened to the June 9th interview.
May 9th, yes.
I'm sorry, May 9th, I apologize. Does the defendant indicate that he communicated to Mr. Miller that that night he was leaving Mr. Miller to go hang out with his wife?
Yes.
Did he indicate that he had to drop Mr. Miller off because he had to be the one to pick up and drive his wife to dinner?
That's correct.
Okay. So, according to the defendant's explanation, Sharon comes in and is shot with one gun, and then he decides to, I guess, drop the gun.
Yes.
Does Mr. Randolph ever explain at any interview or any juncture why he would do that?
Judge, objection as to Mr. Randolph having to explain why Mr. Miller, who just murdered somebody, dropped a murder weapon and then was leaving. I don't think he can do that. Or could be expected to do it.
Well, I think if he relayed that information in an interview, it can be shared. If he can't, he can't.
If he related to the detective, he should have, but I don't think the detective can testify to an expectation.
Sure. I'll rephrase the question. Did Thomas Randolph ever relay to you why or how Mr. Miller abandons that gun?
No.
But that was the gun he successfully used to kill his wife,
Yes.
according to Mr. Randolph.
Yes.
The state is getting pissed. They know they're losing. This is going to make national news.
Sure, understood. And I get.
Unless I'm reading it
Mr.
wrong,
Randolph
which is
never
entirely
specifies
possible.
What gun is used to kill his wife, correct?
No, he just specifies which gun he got from off of Mr. Miller.
Right. Where does he say he finds the gun used to kill his wife? Where does he say he generally finds it?
Judge, he just said he didn't know.
You just said Mr. Randolph never said that which gun was used to kill his wife.
I apologize, and it's my fault. 38 special. Where does he say he found the 38 special?
That's not the 38 special, that's the 22.
We'll get there. I'm gonna get there, guys. I apologize, everyone. It's all right. I apologize. Trying to confuse everyone. Publishing 101. The 38 special. Where does
This is a
Mr.
nightmare.
Randolph say he found the 38 special?
In the first interview with Detective Hardy and Mogg, he said that when he knelt down next to Sharon, that his knee was on it. So it was directly next to her body. And
It's underneath her body.
he said that he knelt down on it when he knelt next to her body.
So the gun that your team successfully determines kills Ms. Randolph is found, according to Mr. Randolph, underneath her body.
Or directly next to her body, because he knelt down to, later on, he talks about it and demonstrates it in the walkthrough video. He knelt down next to the east side of her body.
Okay. When you process and walk through this scene, is there a purse found of Sharon's?
Yes, there was.
Where was that located?
That was in the bathroom, directly off the hallway.
Nearby Sharon's body?
It was, I mean, it's a few feet because she's in the hallway, and the carry out from the dinner and her purse were in the.
Publishing 103, is that the purse and the charcoal grill bag?
That's correct.
Was there money found inside that purse?
You could look down inside the purse and see that there was a $100 bill and also a receipt for the charcoal room.
So there's money open in that purse,
Yes,
and it was left in the purse.
yes.
When Mr. Miller is taken to autopsy, how much money is found on his person?
There's $4 and something in change. He just had change.
During the course of your interviews with the defendant, does the defendant offer you a possible motivation for doing this burglary is to steal money?
Yes,
But the money in her purse remained.
correct.
Is there a medicine bag found in one of the rooms? Do you remember that?
Yes, there was.
Hold on, court's indulgence. Let's see if I can find it. Was there a bottle of prescription medicine found inside that bag?
Yes,
So it wasn't on Mr. Miller's person, it remained in that bag.
correct.
Publishing 111, is that bag that we're talking about?
Yes,
Publishing 113, do you see a bottle of pills in there?
yes, I do.
Could you please take your mouse and kind of, indicate where it is? All right, let the record reflect the witnesses identified what appears to be an orange pill bottle, just below what appears to be a bottle of shaving cream.
And there's also a pill dispenser up at the top, and you can see a white pill up in one of the compartments.
You had an opportunity to review the interview that Mr. Randolph gives with Detective Mogg and Detective Hardy.
Yes,
When you had a chance to watch it for yourself, were there things that Mr. Randolph shared that were of concern to you for the purposes of your investigation?
Judge, I object to this.
Tommy Randy's smiling, I think, because he knows he's going to be going home pretty soon. And suing the state for millions. I could be wrong.
When you listened to the interview, where did the May 9th interview, where does he indicate Mr. Miller is running towards when he first encounters him?
Toward the garage, the closed garage door.
Okay, you mentioned that a house key was found that had access to the back door, is that correct?
Yes,
You had indicated when that you arrived, that door was open.
yes,
When you had observed that at the scene and observed the key in the bag, and you heard Mr. Randolph relay that Miller was, in this instance, running towards the garage, was that of significance for your investigation?
yes, it was. It didn't make sense.
Why?
Because it would have been easy for him to turn left and go out where he came in. Instead, he's going towards a door where he knows somebody's going to be coming in. The door's closed.
This is speculation that he knows somebody's coming. He's now telling us what Miller knows.
I can have it rephrased.
Detective Kelly, you can testify about what this did that was significant in your investigation. I'm just gonna ask you to refer to testify to what somebody else was thinking.
Yes, Your Honor.
But the bottom line is, presumably there's a garage with people coming in it, correct?
Yes,
And when you walk that scene, the back door is open.
yes,
And so that struck you as strange, that was the direction of Mr. Miller's travel, given that there was an open back door.
yes, it didn't make sense to me.
That's stupid. She could have been the only one that came home.
I'll do the break at this point. Okay, thank you.
I mean, unless Michael Miller heard the car pull in, continue to pull in when she opened the door. I'm sorry, my tater tots are in the way. Oops. Oopsie daisy. She should just record that. So she doesn't have to say it repetitively. See, and just like that, we're almost caught up. That's why we like to watch these with Crime Spies. I think I might have figured out a way that's going to save us even more time. I might try it tomorrow. All I gotta say is whatever is making my computer do the spin thing is driving me insane. Just so you are aware. Just so you are aware. Very quick recap. Ready? All right, so we're watching Tommy Randolph retrial, day 7. Earlier, when we first started, we had to play day 6 because we were covering the Brian Kohlberger motions hearing. That trial's set for 40 some days from now? That's crazy. So we are just getting back from the lunch break video over here at Crime Spies, because we try to stream true crime in half the time unless Crime Spies can put her nerd noggin to the test and see if I can't even get it even faster. Try to see if there's a way to utilize these transcripts just to, skip through and find the good parts. Which would mean we'd have to watch it in the morning, but, I'm here in Minnesota and this trial doesn't get done till 7 p.m. my time, so what's the difference? Am I right? That might actually work out good. Then I could do it in the morning, just as you're having your coffee. We'll see. All right, so we just fast forwarded to after lunch, and let's continue here. Pay special attention as we watch.
Yes, sure.
Pay special attention as we watch 2 things. Number 1, the
All right,
defense
so,
attorneys
I
questions.
want to go back just to one thing and kind of.
And number two, any juror
Do you remember
questions
seeing
and
a
the
fire
answers.
extinguisher?
Yes.
Okay. How do you first learn about the fire extinguisher?
Its presence at the scene, I could see it.
Okay, now they're going to talk about the stupid fire extinguisher getting moved. It got moved so they could get Michael Miller's dead body out of the
Fire
garage.
extinguisher, and that's the right front tire of
Man.
the Pontiac G6.
Right, publishing 46. Are we
Pardon my language when I get
looking at
crabby.
from this angle?
So you're standing at the south wall
I
of the
swear
garage,
like a
looking north,
sailor.
along the passenger side of the Pontiac G6, and you can see a portion of the fire extinguisher.
I'm publishing exhibit 44. What is being photographed here?
There is a small black strap that goes to the fire extinguisher. It was laying on the ground on the corner, on the northeast corner of the refrigerator.
How do you know that? Did you match it? What did you do? How did you figure that out?
No, there's a mounting bracket still on the fire extinguisher, and there was also a
I'm sorry,
drywall
but
screw that
what
was adjacent to the refrigerator
Does
that
this
had been pulled
matter
out
that
and
it got
slightly down.
moved
You could still
to
see,
remove Michael Miller's dead
drywall
body?
dust inside the hole and on the screw itself. So it appeared as though the
I mean,
it
is
had
this all they
been
have?
pulled out of the mounting bracket on the
In
wall.
my opinion,
Publishing 45.
sorry.
I'm gonna zoom in if I could. Are you seeing that screw?
Yes, I do.
Oh God, now here comes a sneeze. I've got allergies that are so bad, it's embarrassing. Snot, sneezing, watery eyes. Here at Crime Spies, we like to gross you out while we watch true crime trials. I'm teasing. Okay, you know, when they keep harping on this moved fire extinguisher, all that makes me think is it just punctuates the fact that it was a super sloppy crime scene investigation. Why do they keep coming back to this? Duh.
There.
Let the record reflect the witnesses identified, well, he says it's a screw, but it's a black object kind of between what appears to be a step stool and the refrigerator in States 45. So, when you looked at the garage in the house, was it fairly well organized and kept together?
Yes, it was. It's better than you know, the garage is neater than my own. I have two boys home from college, so there's an excuse, but it's pretty straight.
And I understand there's a lot of things, you know, so for example, like, when you look at 48, there appear to be a lot of things on the ground, right? Mr. Miller, hats, ski masks, you know, leads, things like that. But is the rest of the garage in this sort of condition?
Yes. Oh, no, I mean, the rest of the garage is pretty neat. They have storage racks and things are out of the way.
Okay. And so this appears to be the only item that's on the ground in that area.
Yes.
Is that why you had it photographed?
Yes.
When you start to listen to either listen to the defendant's first interview, or maybe you got briefed by Detective Mogg, does the fire extinguisher get brought up?
Yes, by Detective Mogg when he came back to the scene and briefed us on the statement.
Okay. Does the defendant discuss in interview number 1 the fire extinguisher?
Yes, he does.
And what does he say about the fire extinguisher?
He said that after he shot Mr. Miller several times and he went to the floor of the garage, that he started to go back into the house and look, and then he heard a loud noise, which prompted him then to shoot Mr. Miller once or twice more, and that he later realized that it was the fire extinguisher that had fallen from the refrigerator.
Did you take any steps to look to see on the top of the fridge? Did you look in that area?
Yes, I did. There was a crock pot, as I remember, and there was a
Yes, the
an
crock
oscillating
pot's
fan
little
that was on
lead
the,
leg
crock pot.
was
There was a
in the little,
container
like where the
inside
rubber
that box
gasket
was
is
there,
that
and
goes
there
around the
was kind of a
seal.
clear area on the northeast corner of the refrigerator.
Publishing states 60. Are you
James
seeing-
Spader here is starting to
are
tick
you
me
seeing
off.
those things that you just described?
Yes, I am.
Did you see any dust ring, you know, kind of consistent with a cylinder, as if in the ring of the bottom of the fire extinguisher, anywhere on the top of that refrigerator?
No, I did not.
Did you take any steps to bang into the refrigerator to see if the fire extinguisher would fall?
Yes, I did much later, though.
Okay. What did you do?
After we were done photographing everything,
Just for the record, I previously submitted objections to this point, and just that it's not scientific, that it's not videotaped, and so at this point, we would object to this type of experiment being done.
This is akin to the Murdaugh trial with the guy trying to yeet the phone out the window
what did-
to see where it would land. He
After everything had
yeeted
been
it
photographed
across
and
his
put in
desk
place
around
so
his
that we had it
office.
documented, and I documented it in my report.
God, this is
I
so.
placed the fire extinguisher up on the open area on the northeast corner of the refrigerators. You're looking at it right about in this area.
And let the record reflect the witness has kind of identified an area in front of what appears to be kind of a plastic tub of chalk that you would use for outside.
Correct. That was really kind of the only really open area. I placed it there, and then I shouldered the refrigerator. I kept banging into it to see if I could get movement out of this, full fire extinguisher on top of the refrigerator. And it took up into the point of actually moving the refrigerator with such force to finally get the fire extinguisher to move as if it was going to topple, although it didn't.
During interview number 1, does the defendant ever offer any explanation as to why that strap was in the garage?
No.
During interview number 2, does the defendant offer any explanation as to why the strap is on the ground?
No.
I want to talk about interview number 1. You obviously had an opportunity to review it for yourself, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Does the defendant offer an explanation as to what hand the gun is in, does the defendant explain at some point seeing Mr. Miller holding a gun?
Yes.
Okay, which hand does he say he's holding the gun in?
In his right hand.
When you review interview 2, is that what the defendant says?
No.
What does he say in interview number 2?
That he's messing around in his waistband, and that he might seen a portion of it, but he doesn't say that he had the gun in his hand.
At some point, does he say he's holding his hand up and it's possibly his left hand?
I don't recall.
Okay. During interview number 1, does the defendant ever say that when he first opens the door, he sees Mr. Miller kind of standing ready to shoot him the minute he walks in the door?
No.
I want to talk about that, the door that leads to the garage. What does the defendant say at any point in that interview propping the door open?
In the first interview, yes.
When does the defendant tell your fellow detectives that he propped the door open?
After shooting Michael Miller, he propped the door open so that he could keep an eye on him laying on the floor in the garage.
Okay, so he doesn't say when he first enters the house he props the door open. It's after he shot Mr. Miller.
Page number, Counsel.
I don't remember offhand. I'd have to look, so, sorry, I don't have it off the page number off the top of my head. Just court's indulgence for 1 second. Okay, so, during the walkthrough, does that change?
Yes.
Okay, what does the defendant say 1 week later?
He started to prop the door open, and Detective Mogg told him the door was closed. And I'm sure based on the first interview. And Mr. Randolph objected and said, nope, it was open. And then he continues in the walkthrough video to fold the carpet over and prop the door open.
I want to ask you about that door. Does that door kind of close on its own?
Yes, it does.
From your observations, it kind of shuts on its own.
Yes, it does.
Detective, from looking at that hallway and understanding what the defendant said occurred in that hallway, would the door be closed be significant in terms of the location of things like cartridge cases or bullets?
Yes.
Why?
Because if Mr. Miller was running towards a closed door and Mr. Randolph is shooting him repeatedly, and we know that some of those rounds were perforating gunshot wounds where there was an exit and bullets were coming out, you would see impacts on the door potentially. You would see blood potentially on the door, potentially bone fragments, tissue. You would see evidence of that door being closed as he ran towards the closed door.
I want to ask you about the garage light. At some point in interview number 1, does the defendant talk about the garage light going off?
Yes.
What does he say in relation to that?
He said that he is loosely quoting that he nearly pissed himself when the light went out. He was out in the garage at that point in time looking for the gun that Mr. Miller had when the light went out.
Okay, so this is, just for context, he's on the phone with 911, suggests the gun, and he's kind of given instructions, well, maybe go find the gun. And he's saying in that process, that's when the light goes off.
Correct.
All right. Now, did you have a chance So here's the thing. So he said it was, how dark did he say? Does he explain how dark it is, or he just says he's scared because it kind of, the lights all go off?
He said it was dark in there, and that to the point where he had to take an exaggerated or a giant step because he was stepping over Mike Miller's body, and to avoid stepping on Mr. Miller or stepping in anything that he couldn't see.
Okay, so I want to ask you this. Did you have an opportunity to stand inside that garage with the door closed and the light off?
No, I didn't do that.
Didn't do that. Did you have an opportunity to stand in that garage with the door open with the garage light going off?
Yes.
What was the condition of the lightings with the door open?
Well, with the door propped open, you had all of the light washing in from the light being on in the hallway, so you could still see fairly clearly. I mean, there's darker portions deeper into the garage, but in the area of the door, you could see quite clearly.
So in the area around Mr. Miller, was it pitch dark?
No,
So with the door open, it wouldn't have been pitch dark even though the garage light went off?
it would not.
And you observed this because you experienced it?
I did, as I was in the process of timing how long it took the light to go off each time. I timed it 3 times.
No. So, counsel, for the record, your question, it's on page 35. Middle of page 35. Not the light. You had a question about him propping the door open so he could see Mr. Miller. That is, in the first statement, it's on page 35 in the middle of the page. You mentioned timing on the garage light. Do you time the garage light?
I did.
How long does it take the light to go off?
5 minutes
Okay,
and 8
the
seconds.
snark is strong with this
How many
one.
times did you test this?
I tested it 3 times
Why did you test this, detective?
because I wanted to see the consistency of the timing on the light to determine that it was consistent by going 3 times. The 3rd time, I was literally 3, 2, 1, boom, the light went out. So that told me some things about the timing of when Mr. Randolph could have been in the garage on the 911 call.
And we are going to get to that. Just give me a second. Let me just take a look at something, sir. Give me a minute. That kind of segues into, segueing into that. The timing of the shots. As you interviewed people, collected video surveillance, looked at the scene, did you start to become concerned about the defendant's explanation as to when these shots happened?
Yes.
Okay. So when does the defendant call 911?
The call to 911 came in at 20:44, 54, so 8:44 and 54 seconds, 6 seconds before 8:45 p.m.
Okay. Do you get it when you listen to interview number 1? Do you get an understanding of does the defendant kind of explain kind of what he's doing on that night, like going to dinner and where he goes after that and where he goes after that?
Yes, he did.
Okay. So where is the hotel that he has dinner at?
It's at the Santa Fe Hotel Casino, which is just right around the corner from Mr. Randolph's house.
All right. All right. Did you recover video surveillance from the Santa Fe?
Yes, we did.
Okay. All right, detective, we're going to come back to that because I just inadvertently didn't burn it onto a CD. But approximately, the timing of that is around, I don't know, he's exiting around what time? From
Around 8:20,
Okay. So
coming out
8:20.
valet on the east side of the casino.
Okay, around 8:20 p.m. Where is the next place in interview number 1 does the defendant say he travels to?
He went to the Funnies gas station right across the street from where the Santa Fe is, 4747 North Rancho.
All right, and I'm going to publish, I can find it, of course I moved it. Court's indulgence. Here it is. Publishing exhibit, can we switch back over? Publishing 310. I'm sorry? I'll hit it one more time. It's flashing red.
That can't be.
Now it's flashing blue.
Is the old on?
Well, the mouse, you know, like the mouse and the cursor
Yeah.
are, and now we're back to flashing red. I'm sorry? Okay. Well, let me just go back to this. Yeah, my laptop's not connected to it anymore. Well, we'll do it this. We'll do the old-fashioned way for right now. We'll see if we can. That's what you're looking at there?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what are we looking at there?
You're seeing, it looks like it's probably on here, says Google, but a Google map depiction of the travel from Funny's gas station to the Randolph residence at 6517 Rancho Santa Fe.
Okay. I'm going to try to see if I can. Is there, I mean, really, I don't know that I can.
Hey, Chris, have him hit the home button, I think.
Which home button? It's not, so the home button, so we can't see it on
The one that looks like a little house.
Hit the home button. The one that looks like a little house. Oh my God. This is where we are with us.
Okay. So the menu up, let's see.
Picture,
It's a miracle.
Counselor?
Yes, and I was like, where's the photograph? It's not. Thank you. All right, publishing finally states 310. So, can you just take your, where's Funny's?
Funny's right here, 4747 Rancho.
All right, so let the record reflect the witnesses identified at the bottom center of the screen, kind of, there's some words that say Funny's. And then diagonally to the left in that photograph, what's that big structure?
That's the Santa Fe Hotel and Casino, where the charcoal room is located as well.
And do you see 6517 Rancho Santa Fe?
I do,
All right, can you just put your cursor over by it?
right there.
All right, let the record reflect in the upper center right portion, there's a kind of a red dot indicating 6517 Rancho Santa Fe. Detective, did you ever drive this route?
Detective Mogg did, well, I'm sure that I did, but Detective Mogg did for the purpose of timing it.
Okay. And at least from what was reported back to you, it took about approximately how long?
3 minutes.
All right, and then on this Google Maps, it's indicating 4 minutes.
I've looked it up, it said 4 minutes, yes.
All right. When you reviewed the Funny's gas station, what time did you see the defendant leave in his vehicle, the Funny's gas station?
At 8:26:10, or 20:26:10 is what it said, so.
They're essentially walking on foot at 8:20 here, and they're eventually leaving this gas station 6 minutes later, and your estimates are 3 or 4 minutes to get to this location.
Correct.
During the defendant's interview, number one, does he explain that he deviates in any way in terms of, or did he just go straight from Funny's home?
Straight from Funny's home.
All right. So if you add 3 or 4 minutes to 8:26, what time range are we getting?
8:30 and some change.
I want to talk about Mark Bartlett,
Yes.
right? That was someone who was interviewed by your fellow detectives, correct?
Yes, by Detective Long within an hour of our arrival.
He was a witness who indicated he heard gunshots, is that correct?
Yes.
And aside from what his phone record said, generally, what was he saying around the time that he thought he heard the shots?
Judge objection, it's hearsay. And the man is testifying here, he's being cross-examined, so for him to start saying what Mr. Bartlett said, the jury heard what Mr. Bartlett had to say. We object to this.
We'll do it this way. Did Mr. Bartlett relay a time frame in which he heard the phone calls?
Yes, he did.
Or the gunshots, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Did that prompt you to go and get phone records?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Did you review those phone records?
Yes.
What was the time that he had the phone call with his friend?
At 20:33:36, so 8:33 and 36 seconds.
After hearing what Mr. Bartlett said was the general time frame in which he heard the calls, and you reviewed the phone record, did you have any concerns at that point?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What time was that 911 call?
At 8:44:54.
Okay. Now, does the defendant, during his interview, explain after he pulls the car into the garage, whether he opens or closes the garage?
Yes.
What does he say he does once pulling the car in?
He said he closed the garage.
Okay. And just to be clear, during this interview, he's not hearing any shots yet, right?
Correct.
So the defendant's not hearing any shots at this point, correct?
Not in the first interview.
Not in the first interview. He says he closes the garage, right?
Yes.
What is the timing for it to take that garage to automatically shut off, based off of your testing it?
5 minutes and 8 seconds.
So if you arrived home at 8:30, what time would the garage, and you shut the garage, what time would the light go off?
8:35 and 8 seconds, if it was precise.
If you arrived at 8:33, and then you shut the garage at 8:33, what time would the garage go out?
8:38
What time is the 911 call?
at 8:44:54.
Okay, so not at 8:38,
Correct.
and not at 8:35.
No.
Okay. And when you listen to the 911 call, is there a portion of the call where the defendant tells the fire department, oh, I'm going to go look for the gun now?
Yes, he suggests go to look for the gun, and then the paramedic says go and look for it, to be careful.
How much later into the phone call, at 8:44:54, does he do that?
Approximately 5 minutes into the phone call,
Okay.
as I recall.
Okay. Could it possibly be 3 minutes?
It's possible. I'd have
But
to
it's a
review.
couple minutes after this call starts.
Correct.
So just to be clear, it takes 5 minutes for the garage light to go off.
Correct.
And the phone records from Mr. Bartlett are indicating 8:33.
Correct.
When you reviewed all of this information, did this collectively give you concerns about the timing?
Yes, it did.
I would like to talk about that 911 call, if we could. Folks' indulgence, just shut things down before. Publishing 324. You had an opportunity to review this 911 call, correct?
Yes, I have, many times.
May 8th.
I'm going to be playing, I'm going to ask some questions about some of the statements in the call at this time, but I'm going to begin by playing state 324.
2008, 20 hours, 44 minutes, 54 seconds. 911 emergency, Hernandez, 680.
My wife's been shot and there's a guy in my house that I shot him.
Is he hurt too? Is he hurt too? Okay.
My wife's hurt.
What's your name? What's your name, sir?
Tom.
Where is your wife in the house?
She's in the hall in the bedroom. She's been shot bad.
Where is she shot at, do you know?
Yeah, I think in the head. I said, move over and start doing this. She's the guard, so I don't know what to do exactly.
And is the guy still in the house, do you know?
No, he's in the garage. He pushed me button and on out. I know it. He's ripping me off. He started ripping me off.
Do you know what his name is?
Mike, I don't know if I can.
His name is?
Mike, I don't know if I can.
Let me stop right there. In that call, the defendant says, Mike, I don't know his last name. You had an opportunity to interview the defendant, correct?
Yes.
In interview number 2.
Correct.
You also had a chance to listen to interview number 1.
Yes.
Did you also have an opportunity to review phone records of the defendant
Yes.
and the level of interaction that he had with Mr. Miller via phone calls?
Yes.
Okay. At any point, any of the interviews, did the defendant struggle with knowing Mr. Miller's last name?
Yes, he did.
Okay. What did he, aside from that phone call, does he tell detectives he doesn't know Miller's last name?
He said Milner or Miller.
Okay. How long from those interviews, how many months did he say he knew this guy for?
Approximately 5 months.
Okay. Did he indicate that he had this guy over for social gatherings?
Yes.
Okay. When you heard this, was this of a concern to you?
Yes.
Resuming play.
Is he black, Hispanic? How old is he now?
I don't know, 40s.
He's laying on the ground, he didn't get up? He's laying on the ground, he didn't get up?
He's in the garage.
Okay. I'm gonna comfort you with medical too, okay? Don't hang up. May 8th, 2008, 20 hours, 46 minutes, 24 seconds.
Fire department.
Hi, it's Metro. I have a conference with Leslie Sharman that he needs medical evidence.
Sir? Yeah. Is she awake? No, she's shot in the head. I don't know for sure. I'm going to try not to CPR. Okay, clear. Everybody on her back. I shot him. He's...
I want to pause it there. At this point in time, is the fire department instructing him to lay her down to potentially perform CPR?
Yes, he was, right away.
Does the defendant perform CPR at that moment?
I would object to this. This is, if we've gone through, we had a 911 operator on there, we've purchased a 911. The jury can make the full determination. I don't know if it's the same thing.
Well, then I'll rephrase the question. When you listen to this call, and I'm going to play it in a minute, but are there points in time where the fire department makes a recommendation to the defendant to perform CPR on his wife?
Yes,
When the first recommendation is made, does the defendant perform CPR at that point?
no,
What was that of concern to you?
yes,
Okay. Is there a second recommendation to perform CPR?
yes, there's multiple.
Okay. With these recommendations, does the defendant elect to do that the first or the second time?
No,
Okay. Was that concerning to you when you're listening to this call?
yes, it was.
Why?
Because the purpose for calling 911 and conferencing to medical is to get assistance for his wife.
During the interviews, and before we get to playing it, but during the interview, does, in interview number 1 and interview number 2, does the defendant indicate an ability to hear an initial gunshots or hearing no initial gunshot?
He said he didn't hear the shots.
Does the defendant offer you an offer either you, or Detective Mogg, or Detective Hardy an explanation as to why he can't hear any initial shot?
Yes.
Okay, what does he say is the reason?
He said he had difficulty in hearing in the first place, and that when he had pulled into the garage, he had the radio on in the Hyundai Tucson at a loud volume because of his hearing impairment, and Sharon had gone into the house, and that he did not hear a gunshot.
When you listen to the 911 call, does the defendant indicate to 911 that he actually heard the shot?
Yes.
Was
Objection, you said shots. Judge, can we approach?
We're going to play that call in its entirety. We'll do the first main chunk of it and all that silence at the end. And then I'm going to ask some questions about it, okay?
That's fine.
All right, so let's just scroll back.
May 8, 2008, 20 hours, 44 minutes, 54 seconds. 911 emergency, Hernandez, 840.
My wife's been shot and there's a guy in my house that I shot him. I just...
Is he hurt too? Is he hurt too?
I hope she is.
Okay.
My wife's hurt.
What's your name? What's your name, sir?
Thomas.
Where's your wife in the house?
She's in the home in the bedroom. She's been shot bad.
Where is she shot at, do you know?
Yeah, I think in the head. I was gonna move her over and start doing this. She's the guard, so I don't know what to do exactly.
And is the guy still in the house, do you know?
No, he's in the garage. He pushed me by and ran on out. I know it. He's ripping me off. He's trying to rip me off.
Do you know what his name is?
Mike, I don't know what it's
Is he white, black, Hispanic?
Black, she's black.
How old is he now?
I don't know, 40s.
He's laying on the ground, he didn't get up?
Yeah.
He's laying on the ground, he didn't get up?
He's in the garage.
Okay. I'm gonna conference you with medical too, okay? Don't hang up. May 8, 2008, 20 hours, 46 minutes, 24 seconds.
Fire department.
Hi, it's Metro. I have a conference, his wife was shot in the head, he needs medical emergency.
Sir? Yeah. Is she awake? No, she shot me in the head. I don't know for sure if they tried not to run CPR. Okay, clear. Flat on your back. Shot him. Wait a minute. How many people are shot? There's two. There's two. The guy that ran out and her. Okay, well, where's the other guy? Where's the guy you shot? He's in the garage. He was running out the garage as I was sitting out. And I was coming in. Okay. Is he dead or what is he? I don't know. Okay. I shot him a bunch of times and he had a gun. And... Okay, let's focus on your wife. Who shot your wife? He did? He did. Okay, put her flat on her back. Put her flat on her back. Should I try to find his gun or something if they don't shoot him if he's not dead? Metro?
Did you make sure that he left or you're not sure if he's still in the garage?
He's in the garage, I can see, but I mean... Is he moving? No. Go get a gun. Go get a gun quickly. Are you alone? Yes. Okay, be careful, but get the gun. Be careful, but get his gun away from him. Is he alone? Yes, well, as far as I know, I just heard shot. Okay, be careful. I'm gonna put this thing down in my gun. He don't seem to be moving. I got the gun. Okay, you got his gun away from him? Yeah. Okay, let's focus on your wife. Put her flat on your back. I'm gonna lock the garage so you can't get in. Okay. Sir, you gotta do this quickly. Okay. Okay. Put her flat on her back. Oh, fuck, there's blood everywhere. All right. I'm gonna help you, but I need you to listen to me. I'm trying to help her. You gotta listen to me so we can try to help her. Okay, put her flat on her back. Can you listen? Sir? Oh, God. Sharon, oh, fuck. What's your status, my son? Sir, can you hear me? Sir? Sir, come back to the phone. I can't roll the door. She's just got blood everywhere. She's got blood everywhere? Blood and screaming stuff everywhere. You can't move her? I can't get her roll. Come try again. We gotta try to do CPR. I need you to try. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh fuck. She don't have a pulse. Okay, we need to start doing CPR. Did you get her on her back? Yeah, sort of. Okay, get her flat on her back. I want you to tilt her head back, okay? Okay, okay. Did you do that? Okay, tilt her head back. Okay, tilt her head back. Listen, okay? We're just gonna do compressions, okay? Okay. All right, now listen, I want you to find the center of her chest, okay? Okay. All right, right between the nipples. You're right. Just place the heel of your hand on the breastbone in the center of her chest, right between the nipples. Put your other hand on top of that. I just want you to continue to do compressions. Keep doing them. I should open the garage door. No, keep doing what I'm telling you to do. You need to do this. Okay. Metro, tell your units to go any way they can. Okay. We gotta continue to do this. Let them know the goodness security says. Sir? gotta count as you're doing it. Count. Sir, you gotta count.
Sir, if you please open the door.
Sir? 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 Sir, can you hear me? Go open the front door. Go open the front door quickly.
Can you open the door, sir?
Yeah, he's open.
All right. So, that very end part. Which door did the dispatcher tell Mr. Randolph to open?
The front door?
And not the garage door.
No.
So, going back to the beginning, do you remember near the beginning, maybe about 2 minutes and 20 seconds into the call, the fire department saying you need to focus on your wife to do CPR and him offering to go locate the gun near Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall about 3 minutes and 40 seconds into the call, once again asking him to do CPR and the defendant saying, I'm going to go lock the garage now?
Yes.
Remember the fire department kind of responding, look, we've got to do this quickly?
Yes.
Do you remember approximately 6 minutes into the call, as the fire department starts to give him instructions about putting his hand on the breastbone to do compressions, the defendant offers to leave her again to open the door?
Yes.
Do you remember the fire department saying no, that he needs to stay with his wife?
That we need to keep doing this, yes.
Did those 3 intervals cause you concern?
Yes.
Why?
Because Sharon Randolph wasn't being helped. It's over 6 minutes into the call before he starts the chest compressions.
Do you recall the portion approximately 2 minutes and 58 seconds into the call where the defendant says, I heard the shot?
Yes.
Okay, we've addressed why that was a concern to you.
I heard shot. I don't hear distinctly the word the.
Okay.
But it's in context of, is he alone, meaning Mr. Miller?
Based off of your being present for the interviews and listening to interview number 1, is that different than what he's saying on the 911 call?
Yes. And now having listened to, I need to interject, having listened to the call again, you had asked a question earlier about his referencing a mask. Yes, Your Honor.
It's okay. You had just mentioned just real briefly that there was something that you wanted to add. Is that correct?
Yes.
What did you want to add?
You'd asked a question if he had referenced in the 911 call the ski mask, and there's no mention of the ski mask throughout the 911 call.
Okay. Do you recall around 3 minutes into the call, around 3 minutes and 40 seconds, the defendant going to retrieve the gun?
Yes.
Or saying he's going to retrieve the gun. Now, how long does he put down the phone for before he comes back?
Approximately 25 seconds.
Do you hear any conversation between the defendant and the 911 dispatch or the fire department during that 30-second interval?
No.
Now, do you recall that happening around 3 minutes and 40 seconds?
Approximately.
Okay, so that time of retrieving the gun is the time where he said the light went off in the garage, correct?
Yes.
But that's only 3 minutes and 40 seconds into the call.
Correct.
If he had started the call at the very moment that he closed the garage door, does the garage door still have another minute and 28 seconds before it's supposed to unlock itself? Well, let's just do the math. If the call starts at 8:44:54, with 3 minutes and 40 seconds elapsed, can you do the math on that? Well, let's just make it easier. That portion, that finding then happens at 3:40, right?
Yes.
Is 3 minutes and 40 seconds less than 5 minutes and 8 seconds?
Yes, it is.
How much time does it take from your testing of the garage for the light to shut off?
5 minutes and 8 seconds.
And his looking for that gun in that garage is happening at 3 minutes and 40 seconds into the call,
Yes.
not 5 minutes and 8 seconds.
Correct.
Does the defendant make any remark of, oh, the light just went off, anything like that when he came back onto the phone?
No.
I'd like to talk about the Santa Fe. I finally have a copy of that, so I'd like to. Oh, yes, I apologize. Sorry. You have this marked.
Is this 331? 332?
This time the state requests permission to admit stage proposed 332. I don't believe there's any objection.
No objection. Okay. 1932 will be the objection.
Publishing 332. I'm going to publish an open video Santa Fe exterior charcoal room playing Santa Fe exterior charcoal room.mp4. Detective, if you could, what is the date that you see below here?
May 8th of 2008.
And what is the time frame on this?
It's 7:24 p.m.
Do you recall approximately where, if at any point in time they're seen walking in this video?
Yes.
Okay, around what time?
I don't. It's been a long time since I reviewed it. I'll be able to tell you.
Understood.
I know Sharon comes out first, and then Mr. Randolph comes out afterwards.
And Detective, do you recall roughly where they are in this video?
This would be the entrance that's on the northeast area of the Santa Fe, and then when you walk in from the outside, walking kind of southeasterly direction into the casino. So behind the camera this way are the doors leading into the casino itself.
Maybe I have to get timed out. I think the network kicked us off. I'll try to reload.
That's Mr. Randolph.
Okay, if the record reflects that a witness is identified using Mr. Randolph in 1927 in this video. He is the figure that is standing just to the left of the slot machine in this frame. And the timestamp, at least at the bottom, is 3 minutes and 30 seconds. The timestamp on the clock for the camera is 1927:31. I'm going to stop here and I'm going to play the other videos from this period.
Your Honor, if they're not going to play that, then I move to strike his testimony, because what Detective O'Kelly said is, he said that Sharon came out first and then Mr. Randolph, and all we saw was Mr. Randolph, so I'd have to strike the testimony unless it's there.
I'm going to publish the exterior cameras. I don't know if this testimony with respect to the interior of the photo, in the interior. Or
His testimony was you see Sharon Randolph first and then you see Thomas Randolph. So you need to play the portion of the video that shows that.
Well, did you see Mrs. Randolph earlier in the?
I did. I didn't make comment, but I did move the cursor up onto where she was
Well,
at.
let's play it again.
So you had already seen her in that video?
Yes, I did.
Oh,
She walks over, she's walking towards what's now called Letitia's restaurant, but it was called Cabo back then, which is consistent with what Mr. Randolph told.
So if you could, take your mouse and show us the general area where we should be looking.
But you see her come out here, and then she walks, and then
I'm
goes
just going to
back there.
start from the beginning and you,
She's carrying her purse in her right hand.
okay, you tell us when you see it.
That's her.
All right, I'd like to stop at 1924 Fisher 1. If you could show us, let the record reflect the witness has identified the female who's just above, well, she's walking the distance, but it's almost like she's just above the big hanging chandelier light, and she appears to be the only person standing on the left-hand side of the photograph. I will be publishing exterior. We're going to publish, the file name will be CAM 408 -05-08-08-20-19. Detective, you let me know when you see Mr. Randolph, Mrs. Randolph.
That's them.
Let the record reflect the witnesses identified Mr. Randolph and Ms. Randolph. 20 minutes, 19 and 17 seconds. Now we're going to play CAM 486 05-08-08 2019. You just let me know when you observe them.
That's them.
Can you take your mouse and show us where? Let the record reflect the witnesses identified two individuals walking across the street in front of a silver sedan that had its lights on at 2019-37. Now we're playing CAM 487 08-08-08 2019. Okay, let the record reflect the witnesses identified seeing it at 2019-32. Could you, oh, you have your cursor there. Let the record reflect the witnesses identified 2 people walking from the left of the screen towards the middle. I want to turn your attention to the following day, May 9th, 2018. Should I just hit this blue button to get it to go back? There we go. All right, great, perfect. But I know that the early morning hours, there's that interview number 1, but later in the day, where do you go to on the very next day? Do you attend something?
Yes, I attended autopsy.
All right. You were present for the entire procedure, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Detective, when bodies are brought into the medical examiner's office, is there some circumstances, or maybe in every circumstance, where their personal effects that are on their person when they make it to the medical examiner's office are collected?
Yes,
Okay, was that done for Ms. Randolph? Was that also done for Mr. Miller?
that's correct, with the crime scene analyst there with us.
Okay. I want to show you what's been marked as exhibits 187, 188, 189. What are we looking at there?
187 is Sharon Randolph's blouse and undergarments and her blue jeans.
Okay. 188.
188 is a photograph more centered on her bra and panties, but you can see the blouse and the jeans. It looks like the shirt may have been turned over.
Okay. And this is just numbering wise 189.
189 is the jewelry that Sharon Randolph still had, that she was still wearing at the time.
Okay. Publishing 187. 188. 189. This time I'd like to also approach with what's been marked as 194, what I believe is 213. Take a look at all of these and let me know if you recognize what you're looking at. They've been admitted into evidence already. Detective.
Yes, I do recognize them.
Are these the personal effects, at least the things that were on Mr. Miller's person at the time he was transported to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Publishing 194, is this an overall of all of these items?
Yes.
Why are there some items kind of piled up on one leg of the pant and then other items piled up on the other leg?
Most of the crime scene analysts are going to utilize that area of the clothing, and you'll see the little placards that they made saying which pocket the contents came out of.
Okay. Publishing 195, that's a little bit of a close-up of those jeans, is that right?
Yes.
Publishing 196, is that a close-up of the left front jeans pockets and its contents?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 197, 198, 199. Are these some of the papers that were in his pockets?
Yes.
Publishing 200, what are we looking at here?
His wallet that was found in his left rear pocket.
Publishing 201, are these the items that were within his wallet?
Yes.
Publishing 202, is that his sweatshirt?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 203, is that just another angle of the sweatshirt?
Yes, with defects marked.
Publishing 204, is this a reverse angle of that sweatshirt?
Yes, it's on the back side.
Publishing 205, what are we looking at there?
It's a Henley t-shirt that Mr. Miller had underneath the sweatshirt.
Publishing 206 and 207, what are we looking at here?
It's that same Henley t-shirt with the defects marked with arrows.
Publishing 208. Does that just kind of zoom in on the collar of that shirt?
Yes, to show the size and who made the shirt.
Publishing 209 and 210. What are we looking at here?
These are the polyester cotton gloves that Mr. Miller was wearing at the scene.
Publishing 211 and 212. And what are we looking at here?
Those are the size 9D boots that Mr. Miller was wearing.
And lastly, I want to show you 213. What are we looking at there?
These are for doing an EKG that medical had placed on Mr. Miller.
When you went to autopsy, did you learn about the trajectory, according to the medical examiner, about the trajectory of the bullets?
Yes.
After learning that information and seeing kind of the nature of the injuries, did you have a concern about what Mr. Randolph had relayed to you in terms of how things unfolded?
Object, we've heard a medical examiner as an expert, they even tried to put in their cartoon, or they put in that cartoon through her. I do not know why this detective is qualified to make any kind of arguments about trajectory, having heard from the medical.
And that misstates my question. I simply asked if he had a concern. He's a lead detective, and he's allowed to comment on the state of the evidence in his investigation.
You can ask him what, based on that, he knew something else in his investigation and why he did that.
Understood. So, do you make a decision to do something about a week later with Mr. Randolph?
Yes.
Okay. Is it in part based off of what you've learned at the scene, learned from the interview, learned from the 911 call, and learned from the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do 1 week later?
Actually, the day before, we had decided that it would be a good idea if Mr. Randolph would be willing to demonstrate at the scene what happened, what we call a walkthrough. We've done this before with officer-involved shootings, where we can put the officer back in that situation contextually so that they can get a clearer idea of what happened during the shooting. So we had the idea to do that, and Detective Mogg contacted Mr. Randolph on the 14th, and he agreed to do the walkthrough with us. So we met him the following day at the residence.
There was something else before we move on. You mentioned how much change did Mr. Miller have on his person?
It was $4 and some change. I don't remember a specific amount.
And I just can't remember if I asked you this, but in the second interview on June 3rd, does the defendant say Mr. Miller gave him anything on the day of before he left to go to dinner with Sharon?
That he had paid him back $100?
Okay. Did you find $100 on Mr. Miller at all?
No.
All right. So you were kind of mentioning a little bit. So why did you want to do this with Mr. Randolph? Like, what's the purpose of this?
As we've just heard that.
Okay.
He asked the reason why, what are you gonna do next week, and was that based on all these different things, and he said yes. And Detective Mogg set it up, so now he's asking the same question again, it's ask and answer.
Well, I mean, I'll rephrase. I mean, let me ask you this. Is this a tactic you use or a technique that you use to entrap people, or I mean, you know what I mean? Like, is it for, just normal citizens? Is it for only suspects? Like, why walkthroughs?
Because it can give us clarity, again, putting it in the context of an officer-involved shooting. We'd sit down and do an interview at the homicide office with an officer involved in the shooting, and you may have, what we call cognitive dissonance, where they get things out of order, or they have auditory exclusion, where they don't hear certain things like the gunshots, or you get tunnel vision like you hear described. And normally you can see those things in an interview. So we ask the officer then to come back, again, contextually to the scene, and once they're there, you'll oftentimes see those holes filled, or you'll see them put things in order, because now they realize, hey, this, you were standing over here, or I heard you say that, I heard this officer say this, now that they're back there. Because of the inconsistencies that we saw at the scene at the Randolph's house, things that to me didn't make sense, we saw an opportunity maybe for Mr. Randolph to come back and doing the walkthrough, have some of those things explained, that it would give clarity in our investigation. Maybe he would come back and we'd get a complete understanding of what happened.
Okay. So, because in theory, I mean, he could have said, just recall to me, this is what really happened versus something else, correct?
Certainly.
Okay. But when the walkthrough happens, is the events that he's saying in terms of like the location of where he starts shooting, does that remain the same?
Yes.
during the course of this interview or investigation, did you interview approximately 60 different people?
Yes, there's about 30 transcribed statements in the case file, and we talked to at least double that, yes.
Okay. And just answer the question, kind of yes or no. You did do some traveling, just yes or no. You did do some traveling to interview some people, correct?
Yes.
Okay. This included family and friends of Sharon Randolph?
Yes.
Did it also include family members and friends of Michael Miller?
Yes.
When you start to interview these people, do you start to develop a picture about the relationship between Tom and Sharon?
Yes.
When you interview these people, do you start to get an understanding of the relationship between Michael and Tom?
Yes.
Focusing on Michael for a second, at certain points, and it may be in the second interview, I just don't remember exactly, but is there a point where the defendant suggests that Mr. Miller might have some outstanding warrants, something of that nature?
Yes.
Did you look up to see if Mr. Miller had any outstanding warrants?
Objection calls for hearsay. Calls for hearsay. Any outstanding warrants calls for hearsay.
Well, I think the question was, did you look that up? You can answer that yes or no, or if you looked it up.
Okay, did you look it up?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find anything to corroborate what the...
Objection, hearsay.
Can I approach on this?
Yes.
I feel like this is deja vu all over again. Where did I put my window? This is kind of a nightmare. Look at that guy's looking at his watch. We're almost done here, people. I thought the state was supposed to rest on Friday. We're now at the end of the day, Monday. This guy here, the prosecutor, he's grabbing at straws.
Let's talk about one of the things you mentioned. You kind of started to get a sense of the nature of the relationship between Sharon and the defendant. Eventually, do you come into possession during your investigation a will that was produced in June of 2006?
Yes, June 6th.
Specifically Sharon's will?
Yes.
Essentially, is the bulk of everything left to the defendant in that will?
Yes, and executor of the estate.
Okay. Is there a second will that comes to your attention that's kind of dated January of 2007?
Yes.
Is that estate of Sharon being left to Colleen and not the defendant?
That's correct.
I want to ask you about, let's talk about life insurance for a little bit. Do you and your fellow detectives start conducting research on whether there are any life insurance policies in which Sharon's life is insured and the defendant is a beneficiary of those life insurance policies?
Yes.
Okay. This time we're asking permission to publish 328, which has been admitted.
328 is not going to be.
Oh, I apologize. Any objections to? Okay. No. We're asking the state to post 328.
328 will be admitted without objection?
Okay, we did do 332, correct, Your Honor?
Yes.
I also have 331. We'll do this a little bit later, but it's the June 3rd interview. So we're going to be requesting that be admitted as well.
Any objection to 331?
Just what was previously argued, but otherwise.
Okay, based on that, 331 being admitted. Mr. Hardy, is this 328?
Yes, it is, Your Honor. So, did you come into possession of a life insurance policy from Protective Life, formerly known as Chase Life Insurance?
I don't know that we got a copy of the policy, but yes, we did become aware of the insurance policy.
Well, let's just take a look at this for a second. Oh, sorry. Okay. If we're showing you page 4 here, let me zoom in. Who is the insured on this policy? Can you read that? Up
Yes,
here.
Sharon Cause. It's Sharon Cause. It's her maiden name. Excuse me.
I'd like to turn your attention to under number 2. What is the face specified amount?
$200,000.
want to go to section 3, beneficiary information. Who is the beneficiary of this policy?
Tom W. Randolph,
How much of the proceeds?
100%.
During the course of your investigation, did Sharon have any children?
Yes.
How many children did she have?
Colleen was her daughter.
Did she have any grandchildren?
Yes.
How many?
I believe 2.
What is the date of the signature on this application?
January 30th of 06.
Okay. And based on your investigation, it's your understanding they were legally married in 2007?
Yes.
I'd like to turn to page 10 of this particular file. What does this portion of the document appear to be?
It's a claimant statement showing Sharon Cos Randolph as deceased.
Okay, so it's an application to receive the proceeds, correct?
Correct.
What is the date on here?
July 11th of 2008.
I want to turn attention to the Prudential Life Insurance Policy. Opening that file. If you could, in the upper right-hand corner, if you please read what this says up here.
Application for life insurance or policy change.
Okay. Who is the name of the primary proposed insured?
Sharon Cos.
All right. Turning to page 3 of this document. What type of policy is it?
It's a term essential 20.
And what's the amount of insurance?
100,000.
Okay. Who is the beneficiary?
Thomas W. Randolph, Jr.
And again, how does Mr. Randolph characterize his relationship?
As a domestic partner.
It doesn't indicate husband.
Correct.
Judge, just for clarification, this is the application?
Yes.
Judge, then I would say that it's not Mr. Randolph who clarified himself that way, it's Miss Randolph who clarified it, or Miss,
Well, no.
How does the application characterize it? I think
Sure.
is the best way to form the question,
I
because
think
we don't know who wrote that.
That was going to be exactly my question. I mean, we don't know who technically typed all this information out, correct?
No, we don't.
Okay. And just to be clear, what's the date on this signature?
February 16th, 2006.
And what city and state is that signed at?
In Ogden, Utah.
Here, could you please read where she signs her name on page 12? Oh, it's frozen again. It's tricky bandwidth. Okay. Was that last name not shown? I've been focusing on my screen. Okay. Showing you page 12 of 51. What is the date of Sharon Cos's signature here?
January 16th of 2006. Excuse me.
Page 27. Section 2 states what? You can read it. Can you see what that says?
It says claimant information. This section is to be completed by the individual claiming death benefits.
So who's the person claiming?
Thomas W. Randolph, Jr.
Care of whom?
Of Dorothy Randolph, his mother, at 260 South 700 East, Clearfield, Utah, 84015.
And this policy number matches the policy number on the application?
Yes.
What is the date of Mr. Randolph's signature here on page 28?
June 19th, 2008.
Opening the Stonebridge Life Insurance Policy. Going to page 11. If you could read, what does it say right here in the middle?
It says proof of accidental death, affidavit of claimant.
Okay. Who is the signature?
Thomas Randolph, Jr.
Care of whom?
Dorothy Randolph, his mother.
What is the date of this applicant claimant?
June 11th, 2008.
Who is the beneficiary under this claimant form?
Thomas William Randolph, Jr.
Just to be clear, during the course of your investigation, do you speak, or does your partner speak with someone at Stonebridge Life Insurance?
Yes.
And do you learn that this particular policy was an amount of $10,000?
Yes.
Additionally, based on your investigation, either you or Detective Wilson, do you reach out to, or do you speak or communicate with a Boston Mutual Insurance Company?
Yes, Detective Wilson did.
Do you learn that Sharon has a life insurance policy in the amount of $22,000?
Correct.
Okay, and that came through her work?
Yes,
And it was kind of paid, kind of garnished regularly out of her wages, is that correct?
that's my understanding.
Okay. In total, was there $232,000 in life insurance?
That we were able to find. There's no central repository to be able to find all of that.
First of all, I think you got your number wrong. Yeah, you said 332.
Sorry, thank you. I apologize, 332.
I thought you said
I'm a lawyer,
332.
not very good at math, so it's $332,000.
Yes, that's what I thought you said.
And just to be clear, in your officer's report, I think you said it was $323,000.
Yeah, I transposed the numbers. It's my bad.
Okay. At this time, I want to turn our attention to the June 3rd interview. You participated in that interview?
Yes, I did.
Okay, Mr. Randolph wasn't in custody at the time, is that correct?
He was not.
He was free to leave at any point?
Yes.
Was he in handcuffs or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
Sharon, before you play that, it's my understanding this interview was a little lengthy. We're gonna take a recess before you start playing that interview. So we're gonna take our afternoon recess. During this recess, we must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. We must not read about this in news or media comes to contact about the case. She must not do research such as the obligation as
Sharon might belong.
For the record, we started playing around at 1340 in terms of the time counter at the bottom.
Those.
Admitted to state.
Thank you, Honor.
So, Detective O'Kelly, you had mentioned that you conducted an interview with the defendant on June 3rd of 2008, is that correct?
Yes, we did.
Who was present with you in the interview?
Myself and Detective Mogg.
All right. I'm publishing what has been marked as exhibits who's been admitted to state 331. For the record, we started playing around at 1340 in terms of the time counter at the bottom.
Those. Yeah, he'll be able to tell you what he took from the house. And he doesn't even look. I don't know, give me the best one to ask that, because it wasn't the people that's looking for money. Okay. What's this? That's the. Oh, autopsy report? Yeah. It's been a while since I read one, but I'll make sure I'm getting it right. What questions did you have? Where was she shot? Where was she shot? From the middle of the head, but. I'm gonna be living around today. It's not comfortable. I was gonna bring you a new one, but I guess it's in the other pics. I brought you to have that now. Those are the names. Yeah, they have the guns listed as wanted. There's one that's mine is the. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Florida and all that. They changed the name of the place? No, it's not something. The other side's not. Yeah, the Liberty House something. You know it's right now? I don't know. One's there to buy a motorcycle. One's there to buy a motorcycle battery. So what's this one? That's the price of the jet ski. Two, let's see. Oh, that was cool. She said they kept up it, full 70 miles an hour with a scooter. Yeah, that's right.
Oh my God, we have to listen to that in real time so we can see what his ringtone was. I'm sorry, at this point of the day, I need some amusement. You know,
Her uncle is who she said gave her the guns. That was a security police or something.
I was telling someone, I don't know if you have a song that you love to hate. Mine is Europe's The Final Countdown, because I used to work at the Swatch Watch counter at Dayton's at Southdale when I was in high school. And we had a kiosk right outside. So like you get up into women's accessories on the, I think it was the second or third floor, and second floor, I think. Anyway, it doesn't matter. And right as you get off the elevator, there's women's scarves over to the right. There's hosiery right in front of you. There's sleepwear. But right when you get off the elevator, there was this big giant Swatch Watch counter. And I wanted to work the Swatch Watch counter because at the time, well, if you grew up in the 80s, you loved your Swatch Watch. Anyway, so after a while of working there, the people of Swatch signed a contract with the band Europe for The Final Countdown, that song. And so there was like one of those kiosks. It looked kind of like a Pac-Man machine, sort of, but very tall. So you'd get up off the elevator and there'd be the Swatch Watch counter right in front of you with this like tall Pac-Man looking like, kiosk thing with that, a TV in it with a VCR underneath. And that song was on a loop every day, all day, every day. Anyway, the whole point of my saying that is one of the songs that when it comes on in the car or whatever, I have to sing it. And then I hate myself for singing it. Anyway, last summer, one of my sprinkler heads was bad. So the guy came out to service it. And I said, hey, while you're here, can you fix this one back by the pool? Because it just kind of like sprays the house. It doesn't, and then it like hits the pool. Well, we don't need that. So he was back there and his ringtone was The Final Countdown, that song. So I wanted to see what Tommy Randy's was, because it's the end of the day. I'm sick. I'm here. And the prosecution needs to rest one of these moments. So that's what we're going to do. Maybe his is The Final Countdown. I couldn't tell. I can't tell what it is. Oh, hey, I got that thing on my... I don't know what it was. That's Colleen calling. Sharon's daughter. Okay, thank you for letting me amuse myself for a moment.
I think it's her uncle is who she said gave her the guns. That was a security police or something. Let's see. private person I ever had. Upper side of her head. Going upward and toward the left. So was he in the bathroom or was he in the bedroom? I don't know, where do you think he could have been? I have no idea. She was in the center in the hallway. Sharon, help me come in. Yeah. So it's right left. This one? This copy, I'll touch it. Oh, you want to pick it up today? You want to pick it up today? Yeah. And I was going over to the justice center, couldn't find the fucking place. Something I got here and realized I didn't bring papers. They took my suitcase and everything's falling out of it. So so, let's see, what were we talking about last time? You had asked exactly about a key the last that I remember. Okay, refresh my recollection. And I was missing a key because we were with the baby and take him out the door to make sure he could get in the swimming pool. Actually, it was, if you got him out the door, the old boy with autism, so we put him up above the lamp thing. And didn't have a key, which is unusual, because sometimes I leave it to the shed or I'll leave it in the pool. Couldn't find it anywhere, so. So that's something you guys do as a matter of course, is take that key out. So yeah, when the kids there, and I leave it in, like, you know, just fire somebody at the house. But I didn't find the key, and I had asked about, I called and asked him, he said he found it, so I don't know what it is. So I asked him, yeah, very likely to share him lay on the table, and they go out and smoke, I'll lay on the big table and clean the bowl or in filters or something, but he brought it over, I don't know, one of the things we was leaving. And then when we got there, Sharon went in to plant some plants that was about getting she bought. And she said something about she gave back the key, or he told me later he got the key back or something. But that was between her and him, and I don't remember seeing it after that, so. That was that night or previous to that? No, it had to be previous to that. It had been, because that night he didn't do any work or anything. It would have, no, it had been before we left, like the week before. We just got back. Yeah. So, and we got extra keys, and I found my key. I gave one to the neighbor, and when we got back, I got it back. So that was the extra key. And I said my son gave me a little, my grandson gave me a little steamboat lamp thing. It was in there. And when I was I couldn't figure out what could be this morning because the key was stuck in nowhere. So that day when this happened, when you guys, since you had Nicholas over there, that key would not have been in the lock in the fresh door cell. No, it shouldn't have been. It shouldn't have been. I don't know if they went swimming or not because I had been there for a couple hours. I was out running around with the boats and I was going to watch the car. The back was broke and tried to. And he did that when we unloaded the car to see if he could cut that.
I mean, this is the issue with data coming through that we present. I might just, if you don't mind, can I just try to hardline it in? Sure. I mean, it may be easier. Actually, sorry. I have to use this.
Oh, Mr. Technology here. I'm being facetious. See. Now he's going to blame the internet. Now he's going to go seek assistance. Told ya. Mr. Technology strikes again. I shouldn't laugh. I'm having glitch problems here. Oops.
I went back extra keys and I found my key.
See?
I gave one to the neighbor, and when we got back, I got it back, so that was the extra
Not
key.
what I
And
wanted to
so
do.
my son maybe a little, my grandson maybe a little. Steamboat bank thing, it was in there. It was I figured I could make more money, but it's just the key was stuck in the wedge in there.
That day when this happened, when you guys, since you had Nicholas over there, that key would not have been in the lock in the front door, so.
No, he shouldn't have been. He shouldn't have been. I don't know if anyone's seen that. Because I haven't been there for a couple hours. I was out running around. But I was going to watch the car. The back was broken. Tried to, and he didn't have him in the middle of the car to see if he could up by the little rim and pull it up. There's a little car. Sure car. Yeah. And I still just come over and help us unload the car too. Because the bags come back.
So you took your car to go out and look at the 11,000 or so?
Yeah, I was going to watch it because we was taking it to go to the again because we was going back to Utah the next day in my car. So, I was going to watch it because it's fell through. And I haven't done it for days. I just hadn't felt well and hadn't slept or anything. But,
And you could mention something when we did that walkthrough, that he had the same bags that he had in the car?
I don't know if he had the same bags. He had some plastic bags, clothes. He was one of his girls, my son clothes. I don't remember boots or anything like that, or shoes. I don't remember anything like that. But did you say something about boots or shoes?
No, I was asking, you mentioned during the walkthrough that he had, you saw the same bags there by the door that he had earlier.
Well, I don't know that they were the same bags. I seen plastic bags too. And earlier when we got there, earlier when I picked him up, he had 2 plastic bags. I don't know what kind they were. They were plastic bags, Walmart, Kmart, whatever.
Walmart.
And said he had a date and it was closed. But I don't know what was that or anything did. There wasn't nothing sticking out of him that was obvious to me. I really wasn't looking at much either. Didn't care. So.
Just trying to build, obviously, neither one of us knew Mike, and neither one of us knew your wife. So we're just trying to build like a foundation.
We're trying to grab at straws here.
He was like, what she was like.
That's what we're doing.
She was wonderful. He wasn't bad. He wasn't really, other he didn't work where he said he did. I guess he didn't work anywhere, but.
When you first met him, did you ever have, an inkling that he may have had some kind of drug problem?
Well, yeah, obviously he's black and didn't have a job and was buying a 40 ounce or whatever they call them. You know, the big brown, the big bottle.
What was your first clue that he might have like a drug problem? You don't ask me for any of yours?
You don't have a problem.
Oh, no, that's what I asked.
No, he drinks. He drinks and he smokes cigars. You can buy at the street to share his bottle for him a few times.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's ever done drugs that I know of.
Okay.
I mean, I know he did when he was younger. He said he used to run around, but all of us except Mr. Clinton did it.
I needed the nail. Did he ever ask to use any of your prescription medication, your pain pills or anything?
No.
Ooh, look, I have a little crown.
I think I might have gave him like half of a Vicodin once when we was out of the bar. He said he had a headache and I was taking mine and I said, you can't take those, you fucking die right here on the table and I'll get sued. So I had some Koji's or something like that, broke it in half. And I supposedly asked him, but no, he didn't do drugs as far as I know. He didn't do drugs.
What about anybody in his family that you know of that he may have taken some of your drugs and given them to?
I can't get it out of my hair.
If he took some of my drugs, then he just on his own, he'd get any of my drugs. And I'm not missing any drugs that I know, but I wouldn't. Sometimes I don't take, usually I take most of them. I keep them on a monthly thing.
I have a clip-on earring stuck in my hair.
There's some extra ones in it, but lately they just, after taking 10 years, they don't work like they used to, so.
What are those patches you had? They look like big 4x4s?
Not anymore.
I'll be ready.
I don't know what the package is about.
Those are fentanyl.
What's that?
It's a synthetic morphine. It's like morphine. It's like oxycontin morphine. They use it in.
What do you use it for?
Pain.
Oh, for your back?
Back on, I don't know, my chest, my back, whatever. Just chill with pain.
Okay.
But they just recalled me because they're fucked up, they can kill people. But, and I've been telling everybody, these ain't right, and some days you take them. It's like a child.
So you put on a child.
I thought they just recalled it in general because it was not working. Because I know a couple times on mine, I take them and they try, like they would need a stick. And there are times I put them on and just barely just rub them on to get a stick. And make sharp taste in it, like you get shot and you get put out of the doctor. And you start tasting the medicine in. I thought, fuck, these things are strong. And then you get sick, I get sick, I puke. And I usually don't puke unless they're pretty strong. And they've recalled them now and you get these little teeny things that just a waste of time. They early on for me, they fall off. Like, I did 15 and the last one's I think 11 of them stuck in my hair, my shirt, my pillows, and sheets.
So you didn't have, to your knowledge, then, a drug habit?
Nothing. I don't even think he's no pot.
Gambling habit?
Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, that's where all this money went. And Sharon Randolph.
Tell me about his gambling habit first, that you know of.
That's why I borrowed all the money. I told him he needed money for this. I was a little skeptical, but he did just show me his license for being, getting his, as an apprenticeship, like a journeyman, but you're apprentice first to do masonry. And he showed me that he got his hours and it was signed off and he had a meeting and he was supposed to pay so much fees and then started working for the union.
Did you ever go gambling with him?
Yeah, a couple times. Well, actually, he started becoming a problem. He kept showing up everywhere we went. I don't know our money. You know, sit down there and put $1 or $2 in, and hey, I get $5. You know, that adds up pretty quick. And Sharon don't like that. She don't like that. She don't like that. Colleen, she don't like that. But my money is her money, and that's all there is to it. Nobody else's but hers. So.
How did that make you feel? I mean, he's a friend of yours. You wanted to lend him $5 and she didn't like that?
Oh, that didn't matter. That's my money. I'm gonna do what the fuck I want to do with my money. I mean, she's gonna get basically got a little bit and let it go. But you know, I have no reason to keep it to me. As I said there at the last, that would have to be a problem. And when his girlfriend or wife or whatever came out, he wanted to borrow money, and it was, you know, it's like, really just work. It's my daughter or my son or whatever. And I says, well, I'm gonna be gone for a week, so I gave him, I think, 150. He says, you know, so you better not end up with a casino tonight because tomorrow if you come to my house early in the morning or at night, I'm just not answering the phone. I'm not answering the door. You ain't getting another penny from me.
So that was when his wife came out?
I don't know if it's his wife, his girlfriend. He's was talking to 3 or 4 girls around him. He wanted to borrow money to take one of them to, I don't need money for that. Paid some of it back.
For those of you that are watching right now, from now until the end of the day, it's just more of this video. So if you want to ditch it and go find something better to watch, I don't blame you at all. I'm going to take myself off camera and put this on the TV so I can hear it. But there's not going to be any more like cross-examination spiciness. FYI.
And he would show me a chance to take money occasionally. It was furnishing his wages. And then he would say, now we got to straighten it out. And there was something about Mike Miller, Mexican, that was in the union. And their social security number switched. And that's why he wasn't being paid. And the Hispanic Mike Miller, through a fifth, his wages were being garnished for child support because he doesn't have any kids.
Hey, Matt. You mentioned that Sharon didn't like that. You put money together.
She didn't like me real money, probably. I mean, you know, just plain and simple. She did. She just. But you know, the voice is really weird. I go out and find another woman, and she forgave me for that. At the time that I was going to give Holly $100 to go to England, she says, if you give her that money, I swear to God, I'll divorce you tomorrow. I mean, and there was no doubt in my mind. She married her, but her and Holly don't have a real good relationship. For a long time, they didn't speak because of money.
How did Sharon and Mike get along?
Sharon and Mike Miller. Good. Everybody liked him. Everybody liked him. Other than he got to be a little bit of a problem. Like I said, he'd come over, just stop in, you know. Sharon called first. We told you that Sharon, you know, getting pissy about this. Sometimes I get pissy about this. I don't feel good.
Did he ever snap back? Like get pissed off at you or her?
No. If he got pissed off at her, I slapped the shit out of him. But no, he never. He was always trying to get more money. Please, man, I just need just $5 to get me by. Since I just told you, I'm not even getting out of bed. I'm not even going to get up and talk to you. So get the fuck on down the road and call me later today. And if I feel better, we'll talk about it. And, you know, if I don't call you, then don't worry about it because I'm getting up. But you know, you can understand that's why we had there is to lift shit and lift boxes and do work. He couldn't drive it down, he couldn't put a screw in to save his life. He could lift a roll of felt that I can't, you know, so.
So basically, everybody got along. I mean, it wasn't like he had this violent temper or anything like that. What about, we know about his gambling, what about anything that you might have stolen from him? Because obviously, I mean, if he's moving your stuff around and out in the garage or out in your shed.
I think he may have taken some money before and maybe some pills, because, you know, I trust him. I didn't, you know, if I invite you in my home, there's a reason for it, because.
What makes you think he may have taken some pills or money before?
Well, because Sharon was missing pills. She said she was missing hospital pills that she couldn't find. And it's, I won't stand here and tell you 100% he did it, because I don't sleep for days at a time. And I hurt really bad, and I really, you know, I talked to my mom, I talked to others that just one of these days, I just need time to cash in my quality of life. There's 2-3 weeks at a time hurting really bad. As a matter of fact, I got out of the car and I fell down out there and couldn't get up, and I felt really stupid. Somebody walked by and said, "Sir, do you need some help?" I just the rest of the heat. I just needed to wait till my nut got back up where it was supposed to be, so I could do this a few times and act like an idiot and stand up and catch my breath and then come back in. But anyway, yeah.
What else do you know about his past?
Relatives? Where do you have relatives living?
We was going to go down and shoot where we shoot. We got land down in Arizona, and we shot there once before with the guy, and the guy was out of town. I called him. So then I called the guy that actually owned it, and he said, "Next time you come to town, stop in. It's a small town. Buy me a cup of coffee, buy me a beer. Then I'll know you. It's cool. You can shoot there. But I don't know you. It's a federal mine, so I'd rather you didn't shoot." So that's in Navy, Arizona. So his uncle supposedly has AKs, and we can shoot his AKs and shoot out in his backyard. 20-30 miles before Kingman, somewhere out there in the desert. I don't know if that's true or not, but
So you guys didn't go shoot out there?
no, we wasn't go shoot. Was there?
Go shoot around here?
We went up once to go shoot, but there was a bunch of people up there riding bikes and stuff and 3-wheelers. And
Did you ever go to range?
I don't do that. I just want wild and shoot cans. I just pick them up. But we loaded up a couple of times. Loaded up the cars a couple of times to go shoot. Suitcases and the bullets, and lots of bullets, and that's when he came in and lift them, because I just can't lift them, because that's some bullets.
You had that many bullets? You need somebody to lift them?
Pardon?
You had that many bullets?
Well, yeah, if you're going to shoot, drive 40 miles to find a fucking place in Vegas to shoot, and shoot like 20-30 bullets and come back, that's not realistic, but yeah, actually, I got so many fucking bullets, it's scary. I started a small war on a third country. A small third country. A small third country. They're not here. But,
so,
and you know what was really cool? Before Brady got shot in the head, I just seen it coming because I did gun shows, and I bought all these fucking AK clips for $2, $1.50. 30 of them for $24. And God, the next day they went up to like $19.95 for the plastic piece of shit. I thought, I'm a millionaire. And I bought 2,000 or 3,000 rounds, 2 or 3, not more than that, but 2 or 3 crates of AK shells. So gun shells got the next day you couldn't afford a crate of them. They went up the price on.
So, you're an avid shooter then?
I used to be. I'm not now because of the back and stuff, but I used to.
Just cans or target or?
Cans.
Did you ever do any close quarter shooting?
Well, yeah, sometimes I have to. I got a 22 Magnum that's about that long. And I'll shoot at it 5 times, and then I'll throw the gun at it. And you got to kick it a few times because you should be able to throw better than before I had Mark operate. I'm really sure shit could hit with that gun. So it was about that long.
What was Sharon's email address?
Thomas Randolph at Cox.net.
And yours?
That's it.
Oh, you're saying you guys share the same one?
Well, it's on her computer. I have Tommy Rabbit, ThommyRabbit01@AOL. And if you get on there, you can go ahead and delete them because there's probably 12, 13, 14,000 messages by now.
We're putting email and all sorts of stuff.
I just
ThommyRabbit01.
01 at AOL.com.
So, you said you went out of town for a week and you gave Miller $100, $150.
maybe even more than that over a couple of days that he went around. But it got to be when he come over and borrow, you know, $20, do a little bit of work.
Do you have a key to the house then when you went out of town?
No.
I was curious about that key that you told me about. When you may have had that.
If he had a key, it's either the one Sharon, he took it that day and Sharon didn't get it back, or he didn't get a copy or something. The night that he said he found the key. And he may very well found the key, because like I said, I've lost the key and looked for it and looked for it, and it's laying right there on that round table by the pool, but because the sun's so bright, you can't see it. You know, I've looked for it for 20, 30 minutes, and then it wasn't like
he broke into your house.
Because he was leaving the next day, and I would figure the Mexicans did it. I just had some Mexicans, not too many days before that, I loaded some stuff, and I took one of them home, because we had started paying them, you know, $200 to unload all this shit when I get this hair at my ass to leave, and then $200 to load it back up 2 days later when I get the hair out of my ass and come back home, and you know, they say, yeah, I understand, get up there and fucking, they got Christmas decorations with this and that, and so we decided that one of them has to speak English well enough that he could be boss, and we would pay him a little more, but he told me that this one little kid had made a comment, rich man, a lot of nice things, was actually looking at my plastic boxes rather than putting them in the attic, or looking at them as if it was in the attic. And Mike also came out and said, you better not let him, already told me, he said, you better not let Tom catch you doing that, he said, fuck you up. And when they both told me that, and then when the Mexican told me too, that his own guy who came with him, I didn't been there before this guy, and it turned out later he said that he was a little, maybe mental a little bit, but right then on that, right on the spot, gave him $20, put him in the car, took him back down to the corner, and that was it. Never got him again.
We're just trying to figure out why no one picks this one particular night. Anything at all that happened that day that he might have said to you when you went, after you dropped him off, you went home, picked Sharon and Nicholas up and
Just left immediately. Grabbed my bag out of the trunk and left.
The three of you?
Put the gun away, left because she,
Which gun?
the gun I shot him with. I actually was wearing it earlier in the day, but we had Nicholas there and I had been gone, and Colleen, Nicholas's mom, has just been going crazy about the guns. So she's okay that I got him, but Nicholas is getting 10 and a half, and she's afraid he's getting curious, and Thomas is climbing, so she always bitches about my pills. I got the shot finger, and then I'm stiff, so I'm trying to take these 50, 60 pills a day, a week, and it seems like they're all the time on the fucking floor. You find them all the time, and that's bad, because they'll kill kids. And so that's one of the things that we've always worked on, is the pill thing, but the guns too, I always try to keep them up and secure. But I just brought this one back Tuesday from Utah. I brought it back to, hadn't had it on since Indiana, probably 5 years before, so I've been wearing it around that day. And when we started to leave, Sharon said, "Got race left, and we got to go to Colleen's, and Nicholas is in the truck." I was late, I was running late, that's why I didn't go to the bank. And Ziggy was going to the bank too, because I had to. You know, I told you I have another woman that I was involved with from the very beginning, and I agreed and borrowed money from her mother to buy into a condo, because that's what I thought I was going to do. And I guess basically I could say, fuck you, I'm not with you no more, so fuck you. Still love you, still care for you, but fuck you, I'm not paying you back the $25,000, $30,000 that I borrowed from your mother.
How much did you have that day when you went out with him?
I never have figured out what the fuck you guys was doing that night. You left the clip in my pocket from the gun. You left the clip in my pocket in my briefcase. I had like 2 or 3 grand, I think, in my...
And you gave the money back.
Yeah, that's what I say. But I had a couple of grand in my sock, and there's 2 grand in my car. And you guys didn't get it in the car, neither did he.
Were you expecting us to search it for it or find it, or why would we do that? Why would we take the money? Yeah.
Well, I didn't think he was going to steal my money, but, you know, I didn't expect actually to come out after talking to 911 and have all these fuckers pointing guns at me and handcuff me. And then when I say I'm disabled, and, you know, this is really starting to hurt me. You know, one of the pricks, I don't know which one it was a plainclothesman. I kept saying, what the fuck is taking so long? You know, there's only one, the door's open. I just was in there for 10 minutes. Here's the keys, there's a fucking door pad there. What is taking so fucking long? Because I seen the cops run with the shotguns and the pads, and I thought, you know, I thought you guys like killing people. That's you know, that's what all the news says. It's just, yeah, play your stereo too loud and then we'll shoot you. You get a little crazy, you got a screen truck and we'll shoot you.
Well, we were there then, and we thought the stereos turned down by the time we did.
What's what I said? I said, where's the killer cops when we need them, you know? And I thought, I got a little pussies here this night, you know? And I told him, I said, this is ridiculous, you know, fuck, if she's not dead, she's gonna be dead by the time you guys get in there. And I realize now, I guess it was in there already and said it was dead, and I didn't know that at the time.
And they got in there, as soon as you came out, they went in.
Okay, well, see, I didn't know that. They kept telling me, well, we can't get in, we can't get in. They kept coming up asking me where the pad was, what the keypad number was, and I kept telling them it's really funky, you gotta push this first and that
That's
first.
because they had to clear the garage.
Well, like I said, good enough, and, you know, if I told them, I said, fuck, man, I'll drag her to the goddamn door so you guys can trigger, you know, just, I asked one of them, I kept, you know, I recently tested on, he says, lean against the car, and I moved, and one of them, set me down on the ground by the collar, says, you move from there, you're gonna know what pain relieves like, and I'm probably, you cocksucker, you don't have a clue what fucking pain's like, you know, but, yeah.
So, back to Miller. Well, I mean, how was that there?
I can't
Is there
tell you.
anything
I can't tell you.
at all that happened that day that made him believe that he needed to get into your house that night?
I took 20 grand out of the bank, I had 20 grand transferred, and it's money up.
Did you have that cash?
No, I was going to go get 7 or 8 grand of the cash, and Mike's been with me, when I've been there, I get the cash, and I put it in, send it to Lizzie's mom, I get a check and send it to Lizzie's mom.
So who's been with you then when you've had large amounts of cash?
I've always got large amounts of cash, but yeah, of course he has. And he wanted to go with me to the bank that night, and it was going to be tomorrow money, but Sharon called and said, come on. And
So you never made it to the bank?
didn't make it to the bank.
And, so Sharon says come home, and that's when you drop him off at this car wash, if I remember correctly.
No, it wasn't at a car wash. He wanted to go to a car wash or something. It was along the street somewhere. He wanted to go way up by, he says his girlfriend was at some car wash, but, the game banger place or whatever, he said Willie Brothers. And you know, that was really weird too, because his uncle called me in Utah, didn't know he was in, that I was in Utah, that I had a stroke, I was in Utah, looking for Mike, couldn't find him for a couple of days. Mike said he was in jail, and that they didn't extradite him on the felony child support warrants that he had. And he said that somebody had got murdered and robbed, and they stopped a CAT bus, I don't know what that means, but
Just one of the buses.
and took all the black guys off the bus, because the guy got robbed, and shortly after that, he paid me $100. But that doesn't mean he
Paid you $100?
paid me $100. Mike. Want to go back in, so.
So you guys were at the.
I just dropped him off somewhere between there and up by the Fiesta somewhere.
Off Rancho, just on Rancho, along Rancho.
Yeah, I don't know if it was up as far, I think it's probably right around the Fiesta there, just turn around, flipped around there somewhere.
Oh,
Because he wanted to go further over something about, she just lives down the street by this car wash or something. I said, I got no idea. And then Sharon called me in and said, where the fuck are you? Let's go. Because we had reservations for 6:30. So I missed the bank, but I was going to get $6,000, $7,000 or something out. And I was going to get out because I was going to buy a jet ski, I think. I was going to go rent one first and see if it hurt me too bad. But
how can you ride a jet ski? How can you ride a jet ski?
I don't know that I can. So I said I was going to try it first. I just saw find something boat because last time I water skied, I couldn't drive home. It hurt so fucking bad. I didn't drive home.
I mean, that's really bad. You get your back problems, and I water ski and I can't walk.
Well, that's what I said. The last time was with Sharon's parents. Sharon's brother, who's a retired warrant officer of the Navy. And, you know, I thought, he's a boater. Cool. I guess I'm going to pull a boat. Sharon didn't drive the boat. And so he got me up. He's a lousy boat driver. Fuck, it was so, we didn't have a trim right. Just beat me the fucking death. But I only skied 2 skis. I didn't go 1 ski. But that was my last ski 2 years ago. Because it hurt so bad. I had to sucker a patch and the oxycontins, you know, just a handful of snow. No, I couldn't drive. I had to stop and let him drive home. I couldn't. I hurt so bad. That's the last bad.
So you dropped Miller off along Rancho there somewhere up by the.
We turned on one of those little streets. I got off the main street there and just looked around. It wasn't where he wanted to go, but I didn't have time to go where he wanted to go.
How long do you think it took you to get from there home?
10 minutes.
Because we're just trying to figure out how you might have got back to your house.
Like 15.
And so you got him off, you go home, you go Sharon. You locked the house, or?
I didn't, because I was bleeding. I just flipped the trunk on the car and got back out of the car and put the gun away and left. Actually put the gun away first and then got my, this bad, just not so heavy. And left.
You left with her?
Yeah, I know. And we went to the Colleen's and that's what she said, just leave me at home, because the Colleen sees that she's gonna go shit, because we got Nichols a week. Or if Nicholas sees it and says something, Colleen, she's gonna freak out. So.
Plus you're going to a casino, so. Plus you're going to a casino, right? So you can't be wearing down here going to a casino.
Why can't you? I thought only if you're drinking you could carry it down the casino.
Well, I'm head visible.
With a gun, correct? I may not understand this correctly, but I was under the impression as of November 7th of this year, the legislature said that they're actually going to be reciprocal in the gun permit deal. And it's not registered, so you would probably misdemeanor because you can carry the gun in the casino if you have a concealed gun permit as long as you're not drinking.
I'm not talking about getting you or something. I'm talking about that might have been part of the reason why you let your gun behind is because you're going to a casino.
No, that's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't give a fuck about that. That means nothing to me. You know?
Okay, Crystal. So,
I carry cash, and I'm paranoid about it. And then, you know, there's junkies out there that rob you for $200.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
There's apparently non-junkies out there that'll rob your house and shoot you for $300-400 worth of cheap-ass guns. I'm surprised the Makarov even shot this. Christ, I only paid like $120 for it. You know, when I bought it. I usually buy 3 to 5 when I bought them years ago.
Did he, I think I remember you correctly, you said that he never called you or anything after that, after you dropped him off down there on Rancho?
I really don't remember. If I told you he didn't, I may probably had a better recollection of it. But the truth of it is, when I don't sleep for days and then I finally sleep, I can't even find where I put my guns in my pills. That's why I say I won't. That's what I started to tell you guys, and then I stopped because I lost my train of thought. I won't swear to you that he took my pills, because sometimes I went up to California recently. One of the things there at my ass and left, and just grabbed some clothes, threw them in the thing, and found 6 fucking suckers in my dirty clothes, and which was a great thing because I was dying, and they wouldn't fill my prescriptions. I just had them refilled, and they won't. I guess they don't do interstate, so that was inclination to come back to Nevada to get my medicine bill because I don't go on without it 3 days, and I'll start doing the withdrawal thing and have a heart attack or seizure and be like my dad.
Did Mike ever tell you you've been arrested for anything?
Yeah. Said he did a robbery once of a bakery or something when he was a little kid. Said he had a 9mm. Said he was going to rob a Chinese, I don't know, it was a laundry or a food store. And something about his brother came in and robbed the same place while he was doing it. I just figured this is bullshit talk. You know, I heard these guys are old war stories. And,
Did he ever tell you you've been arrested for anything as an adult?
no, I don't think so. Because I actually asked him about that. Because I really don't want to be around people and such shit. And I make it real clear with these guys, you know. I cover your back. I don't care if you're black, you're white, you're green. If you're my friend, you're my friend. If you're in my house, you're in my house. If I catch you fucking with me or stealing from me or fucking my wife, we're going to have a problem. And since I got a bad back, you'll probably bring it back with me. And I may even try to find a friend to hold you. If I can't catch you because you run too fucking fast. I used to hit like 300 left working and I really bad hand left-handed. But I had to because I ran so slow. I'm playing the league All-Stars and the lady says, "Run, you son of a bitch, run!" And my mom said, "He's running as fast as he can." And the fucking right fielder threw me out at first base. Now that's fucked up, you know, but I can't run. I just can't run, but I'm pretty coordinated. Good tennis player back in my day. But, no, I just, I tell them, every one of my friends, you know, I got your back when we go in, and, but if we go in and you got too drunk, you got too stupid, or you reach up and grab some lady's puss, and you shouldn't do that, and the guy knocks you out and then 6 up and jumps on you, well, we're going to have one hell of a fight in here. But it's not going to be anything like it is when we get out, because you put me in mind in danger for being an idiot. I don't want to be an idiot either, so, you know, I'll cover your back while I got you, but then when you get out, I'm going to fuck you up, and put me there, and I don't want nothing to do with it anymore.
So think Mike put you in a bad spot?
You mean in general, or?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'd say shoot my wife and pulling a gun on me. I'd say it's pretty fucking bad spot.
Why don't you think he shot you?
He was trying to shoot me. I've told you this over and over. He was trying to shoot me. He was going for the gun.
If you try to shoot somebody, you think you'd be able to do it?
Yeah, he got the gun out. He had on that big old floppy sweatshirt, and then I don't know what pants he had on, but he don't have any clothes. That's why Sharon had dating some stuff, and I had looked for clothes that I have around, but 36s are way too big for him. But his clothes must be like he has a belt that's cinched up, 15 holes too big, too small, or whatever.
You probably didn't have too many clothes. Have you ever seen him wearing those before?
Pardon me?
You ever seen him wearing the clothes he was in before?
Actually, I think I had seen a sweatshirt. That's what kind of made me think it was small at the time. As I remember the mask wasn't all the way down, it was like rolled up one rope about right here. As I remember, but again, it happened fast and,
you were lucky.
yeah, I was lucky. I went to my neighbor today, thank you for fixing my holster, because there was a lot of excess, it's generic holsters and a lot of, the webbing on it. And I had my neighbor fix it and cut it off so the snap was there.
Did you have, so you get it so you were able to draw it easier? Or, so you're able to draw it easier? Or
I'm still in.
you were able to draw the weapon easier from the holster? Or what?
Well, that would have been my intent, yeah, it wasn't in the holster, it was just laying up in the, I took it out of the holster and just set it up in the shoe rack.
Did you or Sharon have any enemies? Anybody who...
Sharon had friends for 15 years who wouldn't talk to her after Philippe died. Holly wouldn't talk to her for 2 years.
Yeah, but you know what I mean about enemies. Somebody who's out for you.
Oh, I'm not enemies, I'm not enemies.
Anybody that would want to kill Sharon?
No.
Anybody who would pay money to somebody else? Like if somebody, I don't know, could have got to Mike and said, hey, you know what? I have a problem with these people. If I gave you X number of dollars.
Sharon, because I thought about that. I actually thought about that with my mother. And my mother said she might. Because Sharon's been talking to my mother a lot since my dad had a stroke, because my mom had the same thing. We moved my father to a different facility because of Sharon's input, and it was the best thing we did for my dad and my mom. It's weird. Sharon and I was getting a lot closer. I talked to my mom a lot, and she was telling my mom the same thing she was telling me about calling some of her friends, and just the same stuff that you talk about. She was just
I guess I get back, Tom. Is there anybody that you can think of that might have paid Mike money to do this?
No.
No. And so we talked about Mike and his history. What about Sharon? Is there anything in her past, anybody that might have an input that has something like this done to her, done to you?
Her ex-boyfriend asked to borrow some big money and was going to jail. I think he ended up ratting everybody out. Couldn't blame what he did because I ain't seen the files on him. But because he's a dealer, he was going to go down on methamphetamine. He was stealing some transsexual from the sheriff's office. As a matter of fact.
So anybody on her side? What kind of, did Sharon have any criminal history that you knew?
No. She had a horrible gambling habit, but don't criminal history.
Tell me about her gambling habit.
I really don't know that it's germane. It's really, that's her business. She gambled a lot.
Well, I mean, if it all goes for any kind of motive that Mike had, maybe he thought, she had money hidden somewhere, or, whatever. There's just a lot of stuff that what you think may not be important to a case, we might look at it and go, this may have given him a reason over here why he did what he did.
But there's times that we'd go, and I don't gamble that much. I only play 21, but I can't sit in those chairs very long. They hurt my back. And also, they're looking so close, I'm afraid they'll see my holster and think that's my drink, and never fuck with me, and then I'll become a little and they'll throw me out, and we can't eat at the Santa Fe because I'm hooked on the wings and on Amber's tits when she brings them to you, like that. But, that's kind of a joke. And she's really a nice girl. She's a really nice lady, and I don't see that much of her tits, but, yeah.
So Sharon?
She owns a lot. She owns a lot.
A lot is, for me, a lot is $20.
I just $20 worth of blood. And that seems like a big deal when my nuts stuck up here. But, no, $20 a month.
What did she, what's a normal day at the casino for her?
Until, she maxed out all these new credit cards that she didn't have, that all of a sudden she has, and,
with you on them? Is that right now?
No, I learned that early on. One of the times I left her was over that. I had to go back east for a hearing that was canceled, but when I came back, she didn't like being alone. She let me, she doesn't like being alone, so she figured out doing something or gambling, and one night heard Colleen sitting there, and Colleen got her machine. Somehow this is Sharon's machine. I thought it was cute, but I thought, how many fucking dad killed us, But Sharon knew that was a hot machine. And sure enough, Colleen hit it on dimes and won $1,000 or something. And Sharon spent $4,000 to $5,000 that night trying and fished, and they got in a fight. Why wasn't she playing poker? She won $4,000 instead of $1,000. Because I play diamonds and play nickels, you know, that's all I can afford. And Sharon was right, the machine did, I don't know how she did it, but I can't even see as fast as Sharon do that shit. But I didn't do taxes last year because I did my own taxes, and I don't want to talk about taxes now or never, okay? Just because I don't want to, and or at least not with you guys. And
We are in the old IRS building.
I don't care if they're in the IRS building. I still don't want to talk taxes with you guys. This year I found out because I was legally married to her that all of my Social Security count as it hers. So this year, instead of getting $4,000 back, I actually had to pay taxes, and it's locked up in Sharon's account, which I also gave her money because she said she was overdrawn and blah blah blah. So I don't know if she put it in or not because I can't get access to it. But she had $40,000 in her memory when we met. So we exchanged medical records, financial records, history reports, criminal reports, everything. When we met, decided we was going to start living together. It was house we would live at. We stayed in Miami, Utah for a while. She's going to remind her of New Jersey, two cut up little, you know, big house, but two cut up little rooms. Wanted a more Vegas stuff. So, and she wanted to be closer to her grandkids, I guess. So his Colleen was just found out she was pregnant. So figured maybe she actually, as soon as I moved out, Colleen then invited me to their parent teacher conference, and it was just because she got off like crazy. Because she said Colleen just did that to fuck with her, and she did, just to piss her off, because it was still at each other's throat back then. But she had $41,000 in her way. The first year I didn't go to taxes with her, and this year I did because we found out we had to file jointly. If we didn't file jointly married, we was really going to get fucked. And if we filed jointly married, we just got fucked a little bit. And I don't like getting fucked at all. And I found out that she spent $19,000 out of her IRA this year and won $1,500. And last year she spent the other $21,000 and won $17,000, I believe is what they said. So, and Lizzie, the woman that I seen call, told me that you're too friendly, you meet these people and you just trust them on, just, they seem like nice guys and they help you out, and next thing you know, they're here and I'm missing $400 out of my purse, or my mom's share gets ripped off, and Tina's rims and her stereo gets ripped off, and turned out in this case, she was right. They did my next door neighbor I've known for years to finish my house off for me. Probably did just exactly that, because I had him help me move the stuff as I couldn't lift it. And Lizzie had a bunch of cash and left it. This is before Sharon, this is years ago, but left it hanging by the back door. And that's why where she got the keys in the purse. She go by the back. Same thing with Sharon. Thought those keys. What the fuck are you gonna leave your keys by the back door? So when you're on the way out, the guy, you know, the guy that she just was not sure about fixing, you know, it just didn't make sense to me. My keys in my pocket, I hide it in my shoes. And then I fall asleep and after 2 or 3 days and I can't find the fucking keys. Or my son, and then I find them. But I gave Sharon, I think I got a note for $37,000, and I gave her $20,000 when we moved in because I was going to buy equity in the house. And I gave her $5,000 when I moved back this last time from going to California, and I didn't ever do anything in California. I actually packed everything up. So I decided I'm going to try it with Lizzie. I think I'm going to try it with her.
How can you get in touch with Lizzie?
805-649-5792.
So what's her last name? I'm sorry.
Pardon me?
What's her last name?
Did you say her last name? Labrador. Labrador. I spent all this money to rent a truck and pack it up, and I got there and I felt real bad for the long drive, and I didn't unpack it. I went to bed, and her and her girlfriend helped me out, unloaded the car. And it's in this little California town. It's beautiful, so I could get a car carrier because I was coming back. I had a full share in the front back. And she said, well, this time you're going to give me $5,000, so I don't have to worry about this shit again. I don't have to worry about getting a roommate. And all that was about is, if you get $5,000 for Lizzie to pay for the condo that you're committed to, then you should give me $5,000. And you don't really anything about it. That's a legitimate argument since I am married to her. So I gave her $3,500 that she put in a CD and $1,500 in cash. And I think that was probably on that night for some sort of casino. And $3,500, I remember calling saying, you cashed it fucking in and didn't pay off the loan or pay off the, I just found out I had to pay her ex-husband's back taxes. He was on brain cancer about the same time my wife was having her heart problems. And he refinanced the house and took a bunch of money out of some account or something. And then he died with the tax loan and Sharon didn't take care of it. And
if you had to Sum up Sharon in one word. What would you say?
Fucking wonderful. Best thing that ever happened to me. Nicest lady I ever met.
What about Mike?
He's a bum. He's a bum, but he's a nice guy. I mean, he's I mean, I knew he was a bum. I knew he was a bum. I didn't know he was a bum.
How would you sum yourself up?
I'm a cocky fucker. Always have been. But I'm also really nice and generous. I'm reasonably honest. I told Sharon from day one I still have feelings for Lizzie. I told her when we went on a cruise to get married. Better tell you this now. I still have feelings for Lizzie.
So that would be your shortcoming then. What would your shortcoming be?
Probably a little too trusting, a little too flashy. Too cocky. Too cocky.
What about Sharon?
Their gambling was definitely a shortcoming because that's just too much money. That's
How
just
about Mike?
being Mike.
What would his shortcoming be?
He didn't work, and I don't know why, because he supposedly had all these job offers. I know he had, you know, working for his uncle and working, well, of course, his uncle didn't take him, I don't think.
And we've talked about Mike and Sharon's history. I'm trying to...
I like you. You I don't like, by the way. I don't know why, I just don't like you.
Tell me your version.
Starting where?
Wherever you like.
I'm a smart motherfucker. I should have been on the dream team. Always going to be a lawyer. I got a bachelor's degree, but could have had a master's degree. Just add a few more credits here or there.
What's yours in?
Political science, pre-law.
So you wanted to be a lawyer.
I wanted to be a lawyer. I've worked for lawyers for 20 years.
Doing a social security thing.
Pardon me?
Doing a social security thing.
I worked for the lawyers for a long time as an investigator, as paralegal, ran a lot of their law offices, did some security gigs for them when we needed to. Mostly investigations, but well, when I was in Indiana, I actually ran a law office. I mean, everything from hiring and firing to building. But I wanted to be a hippie. It seemed like the girls really liked the hair. And I found out I really enjoyed fast cars and nice boats and airplanes and so actually, I hate asking for Diet Coke since I just told you I didn't like you.
Sorry, I'm taking it personal.
Well, it's not personal. I don't like you. I just don't like you in general just because you remind me of somebody else. I don't like personal. Okay. Well, that's good because I don't like personal. Diet Coke, you're good reason. I did get the haircut and missed the draft. I went and tried to go to Vietnam and they said, we'll send you for a penny, but Vietnam's over. And I just thought, you should do the military thing. I thought that was part of the deal. But always kind of regretted that. And, you know, worked pretty regular, made good money, and been there for a while. For a long time, because I made really good money. Don't want to talk about that.
All right, so
It's back in those days when if you just could sit there and keep, well, I slept for a few hours, and you just keep that plane level and 600, 700, 800 feet off the ground, and just give them a couple hours of sleep, you make really good money. Really good money. Didn't even mind that day off if it was a nice, beautiful day. Didn't do it at night, but
yeah, shit, we lay in one time.
I agree. I'm very smart. I can do it, but anyway, everything was cool until I married Becky, and
Becky is married her when?
So I tried to forget. That was a nightmare.
This is
This is a good time for us to take our evening recess because there's enough of this video that we can't finish it today without thinking you guys have to wait later if you want to stay with us. So at this point, we are going to take our night recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not rewatch this video, or media accounts or commentary about this case. You must not do any research such as consult a dictionary, using the internet, or using replicators. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or express anything regarding this case, so it's fine to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll start at 9 o'clock.
All rise for the jury.
All right, that's it for the Tommy Randy trial. Day 7. I put up a banner. Oops. I put up a banner because there's no testimony left. The only thing that's interesting with this is number 1, the jury questions, and then number 2, the defense attorneys ripping to shreds the prosecution's case. Crime Spies is crabby and sick. I just made a really funny outro, but then it's not coming through so I guess you have to wait till tomorrow. I don't know where it went. Strange. All right, people of Crime Spies, hear me now when I tell you this case is a shit show. And it doesn't seem like anybody's paying attention. But what do I know? So today, day 7 of the Tommy Randy trial, it was our understanding that the defense was supposed to start their case by the end of the day Friday. Guess what? It's the end of the day Monday and it still hasn't happened. I wonder what's going on here. It seems to me like the prosecution is starting to grab at straws. But, like I say, I count beans. I'm not an attorney. So tomorrow will be day 8 of the Tommy Randy trial. Crime Spies is cranky. Crime Spies is sick. But Crime Spies is here for you. There is one thing. What time is it? Oh, God, it's already 8. I don't think this will take long. So for those of you with the Tommy Randy trial, I will either start on a 3-hour delay tomorrow. So that would put us at 3:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Or if I just looked on day 7, Crime Spies here is a bean counter / business analyst / accountant / finance person. And I've been racking my brain all weekend long to try to figure out how we can better streamline these trials. Now, keep in mind, the delay start thing was genius. I actually think a couple other people that are doing true crime stuff are starting that. You found it here first. But one thing I did want to mention is I figured out a way to organize the transcript of the testimony, because this morning when we started 6 hours ago, we did day 6 of the Tommy Randy trial, which was last Friday, because we were covering Koberger's hearing. Motions hearing that ended up lasting all day, but this worked out beautifully actually. So what I did is I took the transcript And let's just say I think I figured out a way to fast forward to the good parts. I think. I'm not 100% sure. I want to test one more time. If that is indeed true, the transcript is not available as of right now. And the live trial just concluded probably 45 minutes ago. Still not there. So I'm not sure if it takes a while to like upload on YouTube. But if that's the case, going forward, I think that's what we're going to do. Because then instead of having a whole entire day of trial, I think we're going to be able to whittle it down to 2 hours. Wouldn't that be dandy? And I could do it right away in the morning over coffee. Just go skippity-doo right through it. Because y'all are busy all day anyway, and Crime Spies chat is like a Cricketville, so what the heck? That way we can watch it, but skip. So if I can figure out how to do this, I might patent it. Just kidding. Copyright it? Could I copyright it? Who's an attorney out there? I shouldn't tell you all my secrets, maybe. All right, so the only other thing I wanted to do was remind you that on my channel, there is the Rachel Morin press conference from last week. I think it was Thursday. Last I heard, they still have not identified the man in the video that was taken at a different crime scene about 5-6 months ago in California. The DNA at that crime scene matches the DNA found on Rachel Morin. She was that beautiful mother of 5 who was viciously murdered August 5th, so just a few weeks ago. But they have identified, they've made a match. Now they just need the public's help of finding this 20 to 25-year-old Hispanic male, 5'9", 160 pounds. So please take a look at, if you don't want to watch the whole press conference, etc., please take a look at that. It's like 1 minute, 22-second loop. It's like 8 seconds, and then it loops and loops and loops. Share it, and keep an eye on that. Kohlberger's motion hearing was a shit show also because the judge didn't want the video released. So we kind of like circled around and waited and waited and waited and waited for the video to come out. I do notice MB Inc. has a final portion of it after the 2 attorneys had kind of made their case with the judge. And I toyed with recording it and adding it as like a part 2. But I don't know. I don't know if anybody's even going to freaking watch it. So what's the point? Right? Oh, that's much better. But the one thing I did want to do is also remind you that I started, for those of you on the political side of Crime Spies, I did start uploading Glenn Beck's brand new book, Dark Future, over the weekend. We got halfway through. We had really great attendance, really great people listening to that book. Glenn Beck reads it, and for those of you who are Glenn Beck fans, he adds his little bit of commentary, and he does Spooky Dude, Klaus Schwab's voice masterfully. It's a joy to listen to, even though it's, very dark future, really. So there's that. And then also I have pre-ordered the Dan Bongino's The Gift of Failure. That comes out September 10th. Mark Levin's The Democrats Hate America. That comes out September 19th. And Kash Patel's audiobook finally comes out September 28th, if my memory serves me. I think his hardcover book came out quite a while ago, but the audiobook is now just finally coming out. So I know Dan Bongino, he reads his, and actually in the description it says, Dan offers commentary that's not included in the actual print of the book. And I know in one of his daily videos that he does, he had said something like that. So anyway, so for those of you who have been missing the audiobooks, they're back. And So those are coming up in September. The final half of Glenn Beck's audiobook will be next Saturday and Sunday. I'll do, I think the Saturday portion is about 5 hours, and the Sunday portion is about 3 hours, 42 minutes. And that's at an accelerated speed. We're doing like 1.1 speed. 1.2 was too fast. So there's that. Oh, and I was thinking here, 1 second. Oh, so I do want to just end this live stream for now. I watched the HBO documentary series on the Gilgo Beach Lisk, Rex Heuermann, Long Island serial killer special report. I was a little disappointed it was Nancy Grace that was reporting on it. So I was going to do it last week, and then I just didn't have time. So I thought, I'm going to watch it because I wanted to see it. Well, here's what's interesting. There's a gal reporter in there that has I forget what her name is, but she had done some investigating because Rex Heuermann had 2 timeshares in Vegas over a 30-year period. And so they looked through all the missing cold case files over the time that he's had timeshares there, and then pulled out, just like the women, and then looked at like how their body, like there was a couple of dismemberments, and we know that with Rex Heuermann, some of his people were dismembered. So I wanted to play that part of it. The special, it's only 45 minutes long. It's on HBO Max. So I have that, and I'm not going to do it on YouTube because YouTube already hates me. So what's the point? But, so I'm going to end this live stream, and I just want to get, for starters, I want to do the Nikki Brass interview. She's also interviewed in the Nancy Grace ID Discovery Special Report, but I don't think it was near as good as the interview she did. I think it was early last week with Anjanette Levy on Law&Crime. So I wanted to play that also. I think I'm going to play that first, and that's like 20 minutes. And then I just want to kind of go through the HBO Max special. Just, pick out parts, but pay special attention to that one bit. And then I'm going to clip it and send it to some of the really great true crime people like Gazella and a few others that have done such a great job reporting on that case, because I haven't heard a word out of any of them with these people's names that they think are tied, unless it came out today. So anyway, you can't see the new little thing I just did, so we're going to have to do this one instead. And like I said, I'm either going to start at 3:30 tomorrow, or I might do day 8 Wednesday morning if I can get that transcript and do some monkeying with it. We'll see. So for now, goodbye. Please remember, we're supposed to like and follow and share and comment below to help people like me grow our channel. I do appreciate it, although I'm starting to think it's kind of